Morning, Raider Nation. Good morning. Is everybody awake and ready for this? It's day three, final day of the NFL draft. Let's see what we do today. So let's start this shit. Welcome to the show, everybody. Good morning, Raider Nation. Good morning, good fucking morning. If you're not excited about what we've done so far with this draft, you better check the polls because I don't know what's wrong with you. We hit it on Thursday. I know my reaction on Thursday wasn't what probably most people expected. But I wanted to go offensive line first, but obviously they had a game plan set down. So we take the best running back, probably one of the best players in the draft period, outside of maybe Travis Hunter. And then we come back on Friday and we knocked it out of the park. As far as I'm concerned, I think differently, but I don't care. That's my thought. That's my process. My show process. This is my take on this show. So as you notice today, it's listed as the last call podcast today. So this is a special show. Chris and I normally do on Saturday night, but that's the header for today. So Chris and I are taking the lead on this. He's running a little late right now, but he will be in. I do have a guest backstage that I will bring it on in a moment. And I think we're going to do something special today, Chris and I. We talked about it last night after we shut the show down. Now, normally we're on at 9 o'clock Eastern time, 6 o'clock Pacific on Saturday night. And we tend to talk old school Raider stuff. So I think when the draft is over today, we're probably stay on for a little bit after that, just talk about how today went and everything. But then when the show's over, when we finally shut it down, we're going to take a little break. And then we're going to come back on again tonight. On normal time, around 9 o'clock. But we're going to do something different. So right at the very start of the show, we're going to have probably other guests on and everything. But at the very start of the show, unlike normal shows, we're going to put the link up right away. I want you guys to come in. I want you guys to come in and get on camera. If you don't want to be on camera, but you want to voice instead of type, that's fine too. I don't care. If you're ugly and we don't want to look at you, that's fine. I don't give a shit. You're going to hide your face. So I am with Chris going to open it up completely to the fans today. Whether you're a member of my channel or not, I don't care. You don't have to be a member to do this. This is completely open forum tonight from start to finish. We'll see how long we're going to be on for it, but that's the goal for tonight. We want to hear from you guys. People that want to stay in the chat and type in the chat, that's fine. We'll try and get to every question we possibly can, depending on how many people are on. It does get a little overwhelming. Sometimes the chat's super active. that's the game plan for today. I just wanted to lay it all out for everybody. So this is what we're going to do today. So that'll give us time to take a break. This is going to be a long day. We just did almost an 8-hour show last night. 6+ hour show on Thursday. So all I know is I'm going to sleep most of the day tomorrow for sure. I'm rolling on about 3-4 hours of sleep right now. But look at me. All beautiful, wide awake. I'm here for you guys. When I say I'm going to be on, I'm going to be on. So we're going to get this rolling. I'm going to bring in my temporary co-host now so Chris gets there. So he's ready. The gentleman that's in the back, he's done eating his carrots and the celery we left out. So I'm going to bring him on. Everybody knows who he is once you see him. And it's Jason Downs. He's going to spend some time with us today. What's up, Jason? How you doing, brother?
Doing good, brother. Doing good. How are you?
Good. I'm ready for today, man. After last night, I'm super stoked.
Yeah, I slept good last night. I went to bed, slept good.
Yeah, and I call my son before the show starts, and he calls me now. I'm gonna try and get his ass over here today to get on the mic with me. So hold on.
Over here.
Hey.
Yeah, while he's on the phone,
what's a lot of stuff?
There's a flag, Gord. What's up, guys? Gyrator.
All right. Well,
I was gonna go fishing with Riley, but
well, it's raining out, so you're not going fishing today. So I got a question for you, and I'm live right now, so they can't hear you, but they can hear me. Are you gonna come over at some point today? Because I'm live all day today until the draft is over. Because people have been asking for you, believe it or not. I don't know why, but I'd like to do another show with you. It's been a while.
I honestly, I don't. I mean, if you're gonna be live all day,
I'm on until the draft will end like around 6 o'clock.
That should be about 5-6 hours.
If I can get a good amount of stuff done, then yeah, I'll try and come over. But if not, I'll obviously let you know.
Okay, yeah, let me know. And part of the stipulation, you got to bring Riley because your mother wants to see you, my granddaughter.
Okay.
So, all right.
Okay.
All right. Hit me up. Text me though. Don't call me.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Later, buddy.
Yep. Bye.
All right. It wasn't a commitment from him, but we'll see. So sorry for the interruption, but I've been wanting to do another show with him for a long time, and he's been kind of blowing me off the little shit. So yeah, it's getting warm in here. It's only like 60 something outside today, but it's fucking rainy and just gross.
That's same here.
Sucks. Well, you know what it was? It's almost like the weather that hit Green Bay yesterday with all that rain at the start of the draft yesterday. It's now here. So it's like, what the hell? So before we get too far into this, let's I want to hit up the chat, check in with everybody. We got 13 people in the building right now. I appreciate you all getting up early and spending your Saturday mornings with us. You should all be watching Saturday morning cartoons, though. That's right. It's not a thing anymore. Remember that, Jay?
What's that?
You know, Saturday morning, you get the cartoons, and then once 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock rolled around, you put it to channel 56 or TV 38, and you watch feature double feature movies.
Yeah.
Those are the best days, man. Those are the best. Nothing better than being a kid.
You go get on your bicycle and ride around the neighborhood all day.
Yeah. You bike up more miles than any car you've ever driven. That's for damn sure. When you're
spend all day out in the garage Frankensteining a bicycle.
So let's check in here. So we got Gyrator in the house. He says, I checked my notes on my phone from February 13th. Top 82 picks. I listed 57 and had Jack Beck 59. That's incredible. That's cool. Oh no, 57 had Jack Beck and 59 had Charles Grant. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I had Charles Grant as of 2 weeks ago, like around 60 to 65.
Yeah, I am so stoked with those last two picks last night. Those last two picks made my weekend. Yeah. Made the draft for me.
It actually Charles Grant actually kind of gave me the same vibes as when we got Brock Bowers, because I saw the selection come across the screen. And I go, what? Hold on a second. He was still on the board?
That was awesome. So Tyler A's in the house. What's up, Tyler Nation? Great draft for us so far. Excited to see who we get today. Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Ready to see who we get at 108. Yes, we are. So let's see. Gord's in the house. What's up, Gord? How you doing, brother? Rock is here. These last rounds going to make Spytek and Pete shine or seem normal. Well, I mean, I to be honest with you, the picks we've made already and the moves we've made and how we acquired those players, they've already shined in my book. I said it last night on our show before we closed up, and then late night I jumped on with Gravy for a little bit, and I said, last week Leo asked us on the Raider Connection, what will it take for us to beat last year's draft? I said, well, I mean, first of all, we got to hit on 3 of these draft picks, and then anything above that, we'll definitely list this as a better draft than last year's. Because last year's draft, those first 3 picks were they were golden.
Yeah.
So I said on Gravy Show, I said, in all honesty, out of the 5 picks that we made yesterday and Thursday, I think right now we've got the potential hit on the first 4. Well, at least 4 of them. Yeah. I said the only odd man out is going to be the tackle we grabbed, only because of what we have on the roster right now with Colton Miller and Glaze.
Yeah.
The guard's going to be I'm telling you, he's going to be a starter. The wide receiver for sure. Genty for sure.
Yeah.
And even the corner we picked up. I mean, these guys are going to come out and they're going to start. And even the corner, not only just on defense, he wants to play special teams. They said it in the press conference last night, Spytek and Pete Carroll. So the kid wants to be out there. He wants to play. Those are the guys you want on a roster. Mm-hmm. I saw another video from that from Beck. This is a kid that wants to be here.
Yep.
He's got a chip on his shoulder because he's got to carry on that that legacy for his brother and everything. I mean, the poor kid lost his brother in that horrible incident in New Orleans, a few months ago.
That and how he got treated at LSU too. That's why.
Yeah, it's like this. I feel bad for this kid, and I'm happy he's here. He wants to be here. His reaction when he got picked yesterday, when they showed it on video, that tells you everything when a player gets picked by a team. Yep. And he was so excited to be here. And I think they mentioned it. Gravy mentioned it last night, or somebody did on our shows. But his brother was a Raiders fan. Mm-hmm. So if anything, that connection with that alone, and that he got drafted by the Raiders, my God, if the writing wasn't on the wall to have this kid come here and be a Raider, it's just a perfect ending to a story. Now let's see what this kid can do on the field for us. And I pray to God this kid works out, which everything I've seen on film for this kid, they were just highlighting it again on NFL Network, our picks, and how good we did so far. And they were talking about him. This kid's a beast. This kid's a strong warrior type wide receiver, which is what you want. You want that grittiness.
For factual context, his freshman year, he was the best receiver on LSU. He was better than Malik Neighbors.
There you go. And
I'm not saying
I'm just
Neighbors, but he was.
I don't want to wish the summer away. But goddamn, I can't wait for September to come. I really can't at this point. I'm more excited this year than I was last year, and I was excited that we got Brock Bowers.
Question for you, because you're kind of cut from the same cloth as I am. That the Genty pick, I like it. I was good with it. But when we got Charles Grant and Gabe Rogers, where we got him, that made that first pick that much better.
And that's exactly what I said last night. I said that actually made me feel 1,000 times better about that Genty pick, because again, I wanted us to move back in the first round to at least no further back than 12.
Yeah.
Take the best offensive lineman available at that point, and then with the extra picks in the second round, because we would have gotten one for that trade, with the extra pick in the second round, get the best running back available at that time.
Right.
So not only did you just help solidify that line for Geno, now you also help solidify it for whatever running back we would have just drafted. But the way they went about it and the way these two players, especially the guard, fell to us, oh my God, are you shitting me?
Yeah.
I'm beside myself how excited I am after yesterday. I mean, that was just amazing.
I'm going to
Let
go
me just
back to
finish
the
up the
Genty
chat
thing
here.
because the first round with Genty, I didn't get a chance to kind of express it with my thumbs on the texting, but hearing it outside.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I muted you by accident. I'm trying to turn your volume up. I hit the wrong button.
My volume.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Don't do it. Don't. I got it on my end. You're
Okay.
good.
No, so getting back to the Genty pick is what I like hearing is from the outside, not our core people that support the Raider Nation on ESPN, NFL Network, whatever. But you start to listen to some of the other ones talk about Genty and what he's capable of and how that pick for the Raiders made so much sense. You know, a great pick, and and there's some Raider haters, you know, and they go, I ain't gonna lie, Raider done damn good in the draft. And it feels good. It feels good. It's been a long time since we've had that.
So where's the flag is in the house? What's up, brother? And a lot of you guys that are here today were actually here for the last 2 days too. So I appreciate you guys showing up both days and spending time with us and listening to us babble all day long. But we've had some good shows the last 2 days. They've been funny as hell.
Yeah.
Yesterday nobody's really pissed anybody off. I know there was some little bit of tension yesterday because with the sound and everything from certain people, but
did you read? Did you? I told you. Did you check my text? And I said,
I didn't see it. I'll
just tell you what I said. I don't care. Angelo can get pissed off at me later if he wants. But I said the way he's talking and the way he's announcing all this stuff, he sounds like a 15-year-old boy reading his first porn magazine. It was like, dude, relax.
Yeah, Rock, I thought, you know what a fitting day today being the final day and how we've drafted. The intro that we used for Chris and my show, that was just a perfect intro because this draft makes me feel like we're moving back towards the old school days with some of those gritty style players and, you know, guys that wanted to win, you know, and were built to win. And I feel like we're making that move in the right direction. I don't know if anybody's still caught it yet, but there's a picture of me in that little montage of photos. So I don't know if anybody's picked up on that yet.
Yeah, I saw.
I'm in one of those pictures
with your boxer pose. Get them knuckles up.
Yeah. It's the Phil Villapiano. It was at a pregame party in New York. Well, actually New Jersey. But what's up, Ray Love? Welcome to the channel, man.
Lord Rachitas.
Who else is here?
Got a Tyler. I haven't seen. It's Lord Rachitas. He's one of our.
Tanner Jack. What's up, Tanner? How you doing today, man? He was here almost all day yesterday too. John Radius says, I think Jags reunite Sanders with Travis Hunter as their backup QB. I mean, a possibility for sure. You know.
Really, what do they got to lose at this point? Pick up Sanders?
What's anybody got to lose at that? I just don't want them at this point. We still have needs that we need to address.
Yeah.
I still don't want to go for a quarterback just yet. I'm willing to actually take one as an undrafted free agent, to be honest with you. Jason Downs is here. Hi, Jason. Hi, Jason. How you doing, buddy? Diesel's in the house. What's up, Diesel? Good morning. Good morning. This is where Pete Carroll does his magic, getting starting defense. I pray to God, hope so. Lord Rochitas, what's up, brother? Let's get Bassa and Paul Jr. And that's what I said last night on. I forget what I both shows blended. I was on obviously our show, and then I spent a little bit about maybe an hour on Coach Gravy's show last night. And I remember talking about Bassa and Paul Jr. I just can't remember which show it was on. At that point, I was just so punch drunk, happy and tired. Frank Weber, what's up, brother? Sawyer's still available. Yeah, get that dude. Yeah, Sawyer's still there. Let's see. That's the NFL. Who's left? And who's been picked. Now, hopefully we get Kobe Bryant 5th round. Yeah, he's still out there too. We will have best cornerbacks: Bennett, Porter, Bryant, and Richardson. What's up, RDG? What's going on? Welcome to the channel. Drinking out the hose that we're still saying, yeah, he's talking about the 80s stuff. Yeah, definitely. Drinking out the hose that we had. Parents won't make you stay inside. Won't make you stay inside. They wouldn't let us back in the house half the time. No, you're outside. Stay your ass outside. Beck is growing on me. Someone said he used to be a tight end. Means he's going to be a physical catcher and can block downfield. And that's huge. A lot of people don't realize how big of a deal that is with wide receivers blocking downfield.
He's actually going to look a lot, believe it or not, when you watch him, he's going to look a lot like Brock Bowers, but in a wide receiver position.
Yeah.
The way he's fluid with his and he just gets open, you know.
Yeah. And Frank says we want players that want to be here, and I think every single one of those guys that we've drafted so far want to be here, especially Beck, man. I don't think I've seen somebody that excited other than Jackson Powers Johnson last year. When he got drafted by us last year, I mean, that kid was fucking ecstatic. You know, you could see it in his face. Yeah, Beck was a tight end and wide receiver in LSU, and it was full wide receiver in TCU. Dude is an animal. 8:20 in the morning over there. Yeah, you guys are California time. It's early for you guys. I predict linebacker, defensive tackle, wide receiver, defensive end, safety with final picks. Yeah, we got 6 picks today, so which is good. I like that. The only thing we don't have is we don't have a 5th rounder right now. So I mean, small price to pay. So we skip around.
We
still move back into it though.
We have 3 4th rounds or 2.
We got
we have 108.
Yeah, we got 3 picks in the 6th, a 7th. So that means 2 in the 4th, I think it is. That equals 6. My math isn't. I'm still not fully functional right now. I'm still kind of.
I know 108 and 143.
I've only been awake for about an hour now, so
it sucks. It's kind of good that we don't have a 5th round pick because we would have probably taken Dylan Gabriel in the 5th.
Yeah. Thanks, Tyler. I appreciate that. And that's my goal. You know, my goal is to. I don't do this for me. I do this for being with who I want to be with. You know, and like I said, the chat means everything. You know, I try and work off the chat more than anything. I know a lot of shows don't hit the chat a lot. Or if they do, it's very sporadic. I try my damnedest to hit every single message. Yesterday was extremely tough because you had so many people in the channel and so many different voices going on. I couldn't keep up with the chat. You know, I was like at one point like 8 minutes behind on the, you know, from when messages were coming in and when I could post them. Right now I'm at 6 minutes, but that's because we're still kind of getting the show going and we're talking in the moment. So it's a little bit different. Lawrence Davia, thank you, brother. It's a good show. We appreciate you guys all for being here. You know that. Let's see, I'm down for that. Let's see who else is here. Jeffrey Champion, what's going on, man? Tom Brady, we need you to make the next pick and take Shedeur Sanders. I just feel bad for the kid at this point. I do feel bad for the kid. I still, my whole take on this, something's going to come out somebody's going to crack and it's going to come out as to why he dropped so far. I know I was I was ecstatic that we didn't draft him at number 6. So that's number 1 right off the bat. But when he fell, it made me feel a little vindicated for all the people that gave me shit for not wanting to take Shedeur and go a different route. When he got past the 10th pick, once he fell out of the top 10, you know, I was like, I think this kid's going to drop further. I figured he would only fall out of the 1st round. And the only reason I was saying that is because the teams that needed a quarterback didn't even budge. They didn't even attempt to solve that. Like Pittsburgh still to this moment have not solved the quarterback problem in this draft. You know, I think there's something with Aaron Rodgers is what's going to happen probably as soon as Monday, once, you know, the whole weekend is over and everything, where they're going to come out and say, you know, he's agreed to terms with them and everything, but they're keeping it hush hush as not to show their whole poker hand here as to what's going on, because then their draft would be a little bit more predictable, because then now they don't need the quarterback. But I feel bad for the kid at this point. I mean, yeah, like some people will say it's his own fault with his attitude and everything. I get where you're coming from. I get it. But now it's almost like, is he going to possibly go as an undrafted free agent? It could very well happen. I mean, there's no two ways about it.
It could.
All these teams that really need quarterbacks have kind of sewed up that position now.
Yeah, but at this point, even your high ranking, your back end teams that like the Bills and the let's say the Bills, the Bengals, teams like that, they could take him. It's not an issue for them to take him at this point, because at this point he's not going to be considered a starter.
Oh no, because even Ian Rappaport was saying that last night towards the end of the last round.
It's
a lot of teams now are shifting gears on quarterbacks, and the quarterbacks they're looking at that are still available, they're looking at them as pure backups now, and that includes Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah,
they were saying that
it's real simple. We cut 4th and 5th round picks every day, so that's where you stand right now as a 4th or 5th round pick. We cut them every day, so you can come in here, you can earn your jersey. You're going to wear number 6, okay? And you're going to be 3rd. You're going to be 4th on the depth chart going into camp, and then you got to earn it from there.
Yep, definitely. It just, because they even said it about Shedeur. At this point, he's fallen. He's fallen so far now. He's not thought of now as coming in as a potential starter. He's coming in as
he's not a franchise quarterback now.
Basically, yeah. He's not. He's definitely not
the franchise.
And I got to agree with Frank too. I think the ultimate fuck you to him, unfortunately, was when. Now I always thought he was better than Shedeur. Was when Jackson Dart was taken in the first round by the Giants.
I had Jackson.
When they picked him, I was like, "Oh, that's a fuck you to Sanders." I think at that point, because I guess there was something that came out a few weeks ago where Sanders said to Dart, like not directly to him, but he came out with something that said, you'll be lucky if you're picked in the first round. I'm going to be picked by number 5. That didn't happen, and then Dart gets picked in the first round, and he's still out there. So it's like
there's also this, and people forget.
What you say.
People forget this too. Back right towards the end of the football season, I believe, right around the East-West Shrine game, somebody had interviewed Dion and asked him about, what if Shedeur goes to this team or that team? What do you say? And he said, "Don't draft him, because we ain't coming." And when you say that, I just like the Mannings did. A lot of franchises, they're not going to go through that. Now with the Mannings was a little bit different, because the Chargers and the Giants were able to work something out, but there was a lot of messages, encrypted messages have been sent along with his interviews, and those interviews, when people come out, and I know they say, well, this is an anonymous source, why don't they just put their name to it?
Yeah,
they're anonymous because they still want to keep their job, but yet at the same time they want to make people aware of what they're seeing behind closed doors with this kid, And so, and it doesn't. And I had asked Coach Gravy on his show about a month ago, or a while back. I'd asked him. I said, "Now, if you didn't want to get drafted by a team, but they came to the facility to interview you, would you intentionally wreck the interview to keep them from drafting you?" And Coach Gravy, super smart guy, love the guy, said, "No, you don't do that. You know why? Because you burn bridges. Because that interview you just had with that team right there is also going to be an interview for another team, because somebody in that interview is going to get hired by another team next year, and they're going to remember that."
But these guys all talk to each other too. People think that, once you're on a certain, part of a coaching and scouting of one team, that these guys exchange notes. These guys talk. They see each other all the time. Some of these guys are best of friends.
Yep.
if you don't think they're talking to someone else saying, "Hey, this is what this is what this happened," and because granted, I mean, the ultimate screw you to the other team is to not tell them that and let them find out for themselves and let them bury themselves by taking a player like that, you know. But again, a lot of these guys are friends, so they're not going to screw their friends over in a way too. So I just want to get through the rest of the chat.
And one of the
I'm way behind on the chat.
Yeah.
So Circus Raider, what's up, man? Welcome to the channel. Yesterday was so fun watching us trade back twice and picking up other players multiple times instead of Shedeur was hilarious to watch. Traded back twice to not pick up Shedeur. Yeah, that's the other thing. That was fucking great. Let's see who else is here. What happened to Shedeur? I don't know. Something will come out with it. Yeah, Gabriel went to the Browns, so that solidified their need for a quarterback. They settled that. Jeffrey Champion says Dylan Gabriel was an underrated pick for the Browns, the best quarterback, throwing under pressure in the draft. Has played good football everywhere he went in college. And that was your guy. You've been counting him for a while.
Yeah.
So our remaining picks are 108, 135, 143, 180, 213, 215, and 220. Outside of the 143 and the 180, basically outside of the 180 pick, all of our picks are fairly close to each other. So we're going to be pretty active here. We're going to be picking bang, bang, bang because these rounds are going to go fast. Because the limit is down to, I think it's down to like 3 minutes at one point. It starts at 5, I think, in the 4th round, and then everything after that, it dropped down to like 2-minute or 3-minute intervals. Did Jack Kenna go to the draft? Have not seen him. No, he's been popping in and out. He's been on different channels throughout.
I think I hit 7 channels yesterday.
Yeah, I was actually, while I was on our show, I was on a few other channels watching other shows too. I'm indifferent about Shedeur, but it was fun seeing people get emotional about him sliding. Sholo, man, what's going on, man?
Reload.
I'm bringing Chris in with us. Morning, Chris.
Woo! Woo! What's up, man? You know what? I was sitting there thinking about last night's draft, man. I swear to God, I looked at all those players last night. I knew about the cornerback, the O lines. I really know. I know the William Mary guy, Grant, because I had him on my mock drafts. I know about Rodgers. Jeff, you can be a pleased little puppy, man, when you see him play in the Raiders. I swear to God, this dude, you know what JPJ is? You know how he like just keep playing through the whole play to the whistle blows even after? This guy is the meaning of IHOP pancakes. He's the true definition of IHOP pancakes. Man, put him at guard. That's JPJ. That's gonna be nasty. Jason Downs, I'm sorry to tell you, man, your boy went to Cleveland.
What's going on, man? What's going on? Hey, I just wanted to tap in real quick, man. Just wanted to tap in and say y'all been doing y'all thing, man. Just want to show some love real quick.
We can run down set up there, bro.
Hey, Rundown, I'm jealous, Rundown. I'm jealous, man. I'm jealous.
Yeah, hey, we trying, bro. We trying to do a little something right here, man. We're gonna see what's going on. But I just want to tap in with y'all, man, see what's going on, man. I like what we did yesterday, so that's great. So I get yesterday a solid B+. B. I'm straight.
I had a smile. I had a smile from ear to ear.
Dude,
those last 2 picks made my draft for me. That's what I wanted. I wanted offensive line so bad, and the fact that we got that kid that should have, that was ranked so much higher, the guard, and we got him when we did, and it was all because of the moves we made, making those trades. Those trades were huge. People don't realize how much those trades meant yesterday.
Yeah, but
it got us more picks, and with those additional picks, we made smart freaking moves.
Yeah, I like the Texas Tech dude a little better. I feel like he's more in line to start right away. He'll probably compete right away. The other one got to take a little time. I like the Jack Bech, man. I know some people don't like it. I like him, dog. Yeah. He's exactly what we needed, like as far as his skill set. So I mean, we pretty much address every need. And Darian Porter, I like that too. I mean, dog, that's exactly
that's
the
that's
mold.
what I
He's a
said.
dog.
I was saying before you catch. That's what I was saying before you came in, Ryan. I was telling. I watched some highlights of. I know the William Mary guy because I had drafted him in my mock drafts. I never seen Texas Tech guy. I watched some of his highlights late last night. I was like, oh my god, this guy is pancaking everybody. He's pancaking. Next JTJ, putting a guard for now.
Yeah, he got that energy, man. I like that. I really like what we're doing. You re-signed Colton for a nice little 2-year extension, and then for me personally, the William Mary kid is more of like, as of right now, you might get rid of Thayer Munford for that dude because it's like now he can be the swing. You know what I mean? Let him be the swing tackle, and Thayer Munford can maybe get something for him, or you let him go, or something like that. But see how that works. I got my show with Jay in just a little bit, but I'll save it for when I go on. But we addressed a lot of needs, right? A lot of needs have already been met. Yeah. Corner, line, need. Running back, receiver.
Every need. We address
y'all know what position it is. And look, this is what I'm gonna say, right? Because at the end of the day, y'all know we need a quarterback. I know, Jeff, I know how your feelings were. I understand, right? And I ain't even be coming out here all draft stream, and that's all it's been about. But even you got to admit there's some bullshit. We
were just saying it before you popped in. I said I feel bad for the kid now. I felt vindicated when we didn't take him at number 6 because of everybody that was saying we need to take Shedeur. We didn't take him at 6. It made me feel good at that moment. But once he fell past number 10, I'm like that's once he fell out of the top 10, I'm like, okay, well, it's weird. And then when he fell out of the first round, in the fact that Dart got taken before him, which I still think Dart was the better quarterback out of the two personally.
Right.
But the fact that Dart got taken ahead of him with all the hype that Shedeur had and how everybody was talking about how great he was, that he fell into the second round. And then I started not questioning, but just going, what? Something's not right. And now that he's still available here on day 3, okay, what the fuck is going on?
I got something to say about that. I thought about last night long and hard. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, so Shedeur has those daddy issues, like I said last night. His daddy's going to interfere, say something. So he might get drafted today by a team. Reason why is this. Okay, we're going to draft you low. So if we draft you, if you come in and talk and disrupt, do anything that mess up our team, we can cut you and don't lose any money.
Yeah, we cut 4th and 5th rounders all the time.
And then this is the next thing.
But that we finish. I was saying no. So they can take a chance on, okay, you can come here, you're going to be 3rd string, you got to battle your way up to the top. But if you disrupt, disorganize our team, we'll immediately cut you.
And I think it's more of that, in which, to a degree, I understand, you get it because he's never had to do that, but then you don't get it because, the money thing is not no factor. We all know that. He don't.
No, for teams it is. Not for him, but teams it is.
Yeah, but then that's that is part of it too, where it's
for teams
if you hear a lot of people talk, right, and we all know this, everybody's bushy-eyed. Pretty 90% of the draft, everybody's getting drafted damn near. I need to get drafted. I don't give a fuck if I'm getting NIL or not. You know what I mean? My mom's is living here or whatever the case, bro. 90% of them are like that.
No, that was back in the day. That was back in the day when we just talked about that on our show. We talked about back in the day when the kids come out of college, there was no NIL. They came in hungry. They came in you know what? I want to take care of my family. I got 7 brothers and sisters, a single mom living in a two-bedroom apartment. I'm going to come in here. I'm hungry. I'm going to fight my ass for way to get to the number 1 pick or top pick. I'm going to fight my ass on a team so I can make the money so I can take care of my family. What was the first thing that NFL players say in draft back in the day, Jeff? They said, what you going to do? I'm
going to build my mom a house.
Exactly. They don't say that now. They don't have to.
Nah, the disrespect for me came with Dylan Gabriel and even Tyler Shook. I don't care what you tell me. He's better than Tyler Shook.
I think Tyler Shook is the bigger one out of those two.
Yeah, that's disrespect. That's
think
mad
Hurt was.
disrespect.
So,
So
I think
my
Hurt-
personal, this is what I
Hurt
think is going to it's going to happen. Something's going to come out somewhere as to what's going on. There's something behind the scenes that no one's privy to right now.
right.
So I think once the draft is over, someone's gonna have loose lips, and someone's gonna let something sneak out, and it's gonna come out. And I'm telling you, this is gonna be a documentary at some point. I can tell you right now.
Now
This is gonna be something. This is gonna be bigger than what everybody really thinks it is.
I wonder.
There's some sort of blackballing going on where they've just bad labeled this kid somehow, and it's unfortunate, and if it is because of Dion, it's not fair to Shedeur. I legit feel bad for the kid right now, and it might seem funny to some people, but that whole prank call thing, that was ridiculous. That didn't need to be happen. That didn't need to happen.
He's a young kid.
You don't do somebody like that.
He's a young kid,
Yeah,
and this where I don't get it, right? And then because I know my man want to say something, but then I get up out of here. But this is why I want to leave it, bro. I understand if you keep it football and you say, I want a guy with a bigger arm, right? Faster, whatever, bigger. Okay, sure. But when we start taking it off of that, what off the field trouble can you tell me this man has ever been in?
None.
What antics are we looking at, like Johnny Manziel? Even Baker Mayfield to a degree. What antics have we ever seen with that? There are going to be clips people pull up where they're like, well, man, the Colorado State quarterback, he went up to him and didn't shake his hand and all that. The Colorado State quarterback basically called his dad a bum. I'm not going to fucking shake your hand. You call my pops a bum.
No,
I'm not going to do that. You feel what I'm saying? Like that, bro. Any self-respecting, all of us in here have pops. And you respect your pops, you talk shit about my pops, it's on, regardless of it, bro.
You respect your family. You might talk about pops, mom,
family,
brother,
bro. We're not doing
everybody.
that.
You can talk about me all you want to. I don't care. You can call me this, call me that. I'm cool with that. We can talk about that later. But you talk about my family had nothing to do with this bullcrap, then we got problems.
I just there's no off the field trouble, right? That's it. And I know everybody says he's a bad leader, but give me the teammate.
How do we know he's bad?
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like I want evidence. I want facts. I don't want people to just spew what they think. Give me the teammate.
And that's why I say I think something's going to come out some point. Somebody's going to leak something.
Where is this, bro?
Something behind the scenes that none of us know about.
Only thing I can think of at this point is maybe there was a pre-draft phone call from a team that called, and Dion answered the phone and said, "We ain't coming to you. Don't even waste your pick." No. Like he said way back when. This is a theory. I'm not saying it actually happened, but this is my opinion, and a possibility something like that may have happened.
They already laid that platform before the draft, way before the draft. He already put a list of teams he don't want something to go to. When you do that, you're fucking with the plug. You're messing with the plug.
If those teams want to draft him,
you mess with the plug.
First round, you got to let them draft you. This is, it's a privilege to be picked and selected in the NFL. So to get there, and you've earned the right to get there. Now it's a privilege. Now, if you don't like that team, obviously you don't sign the contract in.
Can I refute it to this though? I'll refute this point. I hear that. I'll refute this point though.
Yeah.
What was Eli Manning's greatest trait when he came out, and how the hell did he get to do what he did?
His last name.
That's it.
And I'm not even gonna say it, but all of us on here know it's not just that either. It's not. So you can say what you want, dog, but we can equate it. Go look at Eli when he's coming out of Ole Miss. I don't care what you tell me, dog. He don't have no traits where you're looking at. If he was coming out right now, Eli Manning, right now, where's he getting picked? Y'all let me know. Y'all watched him a little more.
That's good. Give you a point. Give you a point. Hey, wait. Let me give you a point. Okay, we talked about this last night. Okay, the Mannings are what they call football royalty. Okay, he had two sons in the NFL. Both of them won Super Bowls. Manning was like one of those guys, Archman to dad. Sanders was a great football player back in his day, but he had no lineage through the rest of the years. It's just him. They have football royalty. You gotta understand this. Football's a business. Also, is a family-run organization.
Yeah,
these clubs, these owners are in a boys' club. They talk to each other. They might be rival. like Kansas City Chiefs owner
Except Johnny
and
Manziel.
Mark Davis, they might be rivals, but damn well they probably sitting there having a couple of drinks together. They're in a football club. Word gets around. When Dion comes in there and sends a note that, hey, I don't want you to drop my son. I don't want you to drop my son. I want him to go here. They'll kind of say, who the fuck are you to tell me who to pick? I'm the owner. You know what? And you tell everybody else the call they had with Dion. That's what's going around. That's my speculation. I'm not saying it's true.
Yeah, I mean, and no, it's all speculation, bro. We don't know what's going on. We have zero clue. This is like unprecedented territory.
Some pre-draft phone call with a team or a
Something.
couple teams. But, I was on Gravy's show. I was telling Jeff earlier, and I was on Gravy's show, and I sent him I wasn't on the show. I was in the chat, and I sent him a question. And I said, Gravy, would you intentionally wreck an interview with a team to keep them from selecting you? And he had the best response. He said, no, because all you're going to do is end up burning those bridges, and those bridges, you need that bridge down the road.
You never know.
Burn that bridge.
No, it starts at 12 o'clock Eastern
Now,
time.
and to end it all, because I got to get ready for my other show, man. I'll say it like this, man. Of course, I want Shador. Another running back would be nice today too. Give me Scatterbo if I can. Shador and Scatterbo to start it off is what I like. Run that. But
run that. Here's the scenario for you. Here's the scenario. So last night, guy on Netflix said Sanders need to call some DMs and tell them I'm ready to play. Here's the stipulation the Reds can't do. Now listen to this. Okay, we'll draft you if you didn't get picked. By the time we get picked, we'll draft you. But here's the stipulation: any disruptions, anything, all this bullshit, you're cut. You see what I'm saying?
And see, look, that can be cool because at the end of the day, there's only one person, and I don't think people are. Again, when it comes to the quarterback, we know who's picking the quarter. Like Spytek is there, but he's not the one that's picking the quarterback. We know who's picking the quarterback. So if that's the case, I can see a little bit of what Chris is talking about. Of I know you. But I know you still got a little bit of that immaturity in there, a little bit. Right. Well, that's cool, bro. I'm gonna show you how I feel. Because let's be honest, like, and I'm a huge Shador fan, but never in his life has he ever do no shit like this. Never.
He haven't done anything dirty. I mean, he was at Jackson State. You didn't hear anything about him.
Nah, but I mean, like, as far as like
Colorado, that's what they're hearing about.
Being in this position, he's always started. He's always been a number, like, you know what I mean? Like, he's always been at the top of the depth. So this is the first time he'll ever come into the position and not be like that.
But you hear all the bullshit was at Jackson State.
Yep.
You know all the bullshit at Jackson State. But soon he got to Colorado, big 12.
All of a sudden, bro.
School, all of a sudden now you hear all this stuff about him.
If he would have stayed at the HBCU, nobody would have cared. I guarantee you right now,
nobody would care.
Probably.
He probably got drafted by now.
No, nobody would have cared, dog. But
here's
going to be the true litmus test on all this. When Arch Manning finally declares for the draft, we'll see what happens with him. How soon he gets picked or how far down he drops. That will definitely. This was where you were talking about the Manning thing. I'm curious to see what's going to happen in that case. Because personally, right now, Arch Manning hasn't done shit to improve.
He ain't gonna be able to ski
enough
before
to draft
he gets
in the
picked.
first round.
You know that, Jeff.
But he has the name, though, bro. He has that name.
Well, that's just it. But so does Sanders, though. So what's the issue? I don't get it.
That's what I'm saying. Look, and look, I like Arch. I really do. He has the tools, but like Jeff said, bro, it ain't been no full season. I didn't seen that. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen. So,
I mean, he couldn't beat out Quentin Ewers.
Some teams they go by the name. Oh, he's another Manning. They're not two Mannings. The quarterbacks who won their own Super Bowls. Oh, he's a Manning. Let's pick him. So
no, for sure. They'll do that. That's how they do. But you know, I'm gonna go ahead and get ready for my show with Jeff, man. With Jay.
Real quick before you run out, rundown. I just want to say something real quick while you're still here, rundown. The only thing I hope doesn't happen is because of the situation. I just hope this doesn't divide people. In other words, because of exactly what it is everybody's thinking, and I really don't want to say the words. But you know what I'm getting at. Well, but see, this is because people will be on both either side of this. I'm completely neutral on this because I feel bad for the fucking kid now. What's happening to him is a travesty, to be honest with you. This kid should have, by right, already been taken based on his talent alone. Fuck his name, fuck his attitude. You look at the talent. The talent is there. I will say that. I never said the kid wasn't talented. I just didn't think it was a right fit for
You
us.
didn't
with
want to
our
take him at
needs
6.
that
And
moment.
see, look, like with
Yeah.
people like Jeff, before I get out of here, that's why I can respect Jeff, because at the end of the day, he gonna call it black and white, right? Where I start losing respect is when I get goofies in the chat like, still day 3, huh? He gonna have to bag the fries, huh? He gonna have to do this, huh? When most of them, what happened to the tank for Shador signs that we had before we beat Jacksonville and shit? What happened to that?
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's where I start being like, bro, y'all are getting goofy now with this, bro. Stop all that. Dog. Y'all know good and goddamn well. And guess what? Even Raider fans, because guess what? If he's picked right now, you know how stupid you sound with all the shit you was talking, and we actually picked the man. Now you gotta walk the shit back if he's actually good. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like I just hate this type of shit. If you don't want to pick him based off football, cool, different. But what we not gonna do is start making it personal. Right, because then it starts looking.
That's what I don't want to have happen. But you know damn well that's what's going to end up happening. That's what the final outcome on this, unfortunately, just because of the way society is. That's the way this is going to go.
You can say it, Jeff. This is basically almost a race issue. Okay, it's a race issue. I don't care what you say.
Exactly
now it's not against Sanders, but it's against the whole
up.
fam. It's against the family and how they're handling the shit. Now look, you know, people be like, you know, Cam Ward did this, and that. Damn, I got you ready. But Cam Ward did this, and that. But Cam Ward has a different circumstance. Cam Ward's dad ain't fucking Deion Sanders.
No.
Listen, bro, he has to conduct himself a different. Cam Ward was a 0-star recruit out of high school. He has to conduct himself a different way. He had a different path.
So
Shador is not the same person.
Hypothetical. If Shador didn't have Deion as a dad, do you think he's already picked?
Yeah. Well, maybe.
I think so.
Maybe.
But see, if that's the answer is yes, that's not fair. That's not fair.
It's not. I didn't think Lamar Ball. I don't think Lamar Ball got a fair shake either because of his dad. I thought he was talented enough.
Yeah, but that was a different circumstance, though. I think that's night and day between the two. You know,
yeah, different.
Deion don't do what Lamar did at all.
Professionals never played in the pros like Deion did. Deion's a Hall of Famer.
I mean, that.
The name means something. When you think of Sanders, not even Deion, you just hear the word Sanders. What do you think of? You think of two people. You think of Barry Sanders and Deion Sanders. You don't think of anybody else.
That's a fact.
No.
You know,
that's a fact.
Those are the two guys you think of. And you know, Barry Sanders doesn't have a kid that's playing right now in college or whatever. And the only one that does is Deion. And you see what he's done in the college ranks. Yeah, he was at Colorado, a different conference, a lower conference of some of these other guys that are getting picked. But the kid still, I admit he has talent. I'm not saying he's not talented. My reason for not taking him was because we had too many needs, and picking a quarterback that's going to sit for a year or two is not a high value pick at number 6. That hurts our team more than anything. And what we did pick helps us immediately.
Yep.
You know,
so
even
look,
if it was an offensive lineman, that helps us immediately because you're picking him at that number because you think he is going to help you this year, not 2 years down the line.
So for him, bro, like before I get out of here for him, I'm going to just, we pick him. I'm the biggest chip on his shoulder he can have. And I'll just say this right now for everybody. If we pick him before I get out of here, I'll leave you with this caveat. I firmly believe he going to mop the fucking floor with AOC if we pick that man in the QB comp. He going to mop the floor with that motherfucker and give it a year. I guarantee.
He's going to have a chip on his shoulder.
I guarantee.
He's got every right to come out that way.
Guarantee.
Sure.
Mop the floor with that, dog, and give it 1 year. Let Geno do his thing, dog, and we're gonna see what happens next year or the year or whatever, however you want to play it out. But we gonna see what happens. But hey, I'm gonna join y'all because Pop's gonna come downstairs. I'm gonna go back and forth y'all all that and shit. But I'm gonna join y'all show and do all that thing.
No
but
problem,
I'm gonna go
man,
get ready for my thing with Jay and all that.
We'll be here all day.
Before you leave, I'm gonna say one thing to you. Don't take it personal. You look like a daddy.
Hey, he had his Raider stuff on, man. Hey, he's been giving us good luck, man. This is a real good draft since he's been here. That's all I know.
Papa had your boy on there.
Oh yeah,
good picks.
Oh yeah, man. I'm telling you, look, ever since he didn't got born, the Chiefs got their ass whooped in the Super Bowl, and we having a good draft. So I mean, you know what I mean? We good. We are straight.
Raise them right.
You feel me? We good. But I'm gonna tap in with y'all a little later, man.
All right, man.
All right, later, man. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I was watching some. Dude, let me say one question to you, man. You burned midnight oil, huh? You was on Gravy Show last night, huh?
Yeah, I did about an hour on his show.
Yeah,
I am way behind on the chat. I'm sorry, chat. I know you guys have been talking up a storm in there, but when rundown comes in like that, you know, and what we were talking about, it's tough to put anybody on pause that's on camera when we're talking about something like this.
Gord, you're
I
right.
hope you guys all understand that. I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
try and bang through this quick. I'm gonna go through and look for the ones that we haven't said hi to that are here. Raider Pete's here now. So what's up, Raider Pete? How you doing, brother? Let's see. Jake Long is here. Jack Kenner, there he is. What's up, Jack? Good morning, Jack. Who else? Not Jess is in the house. What's up, Jess? Let's see. Tanner Jack's here. What's up, Tanner?
Got a little Ray Love.
Can I ask a question?
Who?
Can I ask a question? I want to ask a question.
Go ahead. It's your show, dude. What the fuck?
No, it's not, because my thumbnail says some other show. Hey,
It's a what?
my thumbnail says not our show. It's another show. I don't know why I can get a thumbnail.
Icon right up there.
It doesn't show the show. The last call. But anyway, don't ask Jason Downs. How you feel about Dylan Gabriel?
You know,
He got drafted. He got drafted. So
he got drafted. Now I'm happy for the kid. You know, and like I said, you know, back then in the 5th round, and obviously we don't have a 5th round pick now, but
You're happy for him, but are you really? Because he went to Cleveland.
Well, hey, you know what?
Hey,
If
he's with a pro
he
team.
does something in Cleveland and turns him around, then it just justifies it even more, I guess. I don't
the
know.
good point is now UDFA. He'll get a contract, so at least that, you know.
Yeah. No, I'm happy for the kid because, I mean, we all on this, anyone can tell you that it's his height that is the drawback. If you watch him play, he is a very talented quarterback, and he works hard.
Okay, part 2 of the question.
All
So
right.
now Dylan Gabriel's in Cleveland. You could be a Browns fan now?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No. Shit, no. I am a football in the grand scheme of things. I am a football fan. Okay, but when it comes to loyalty, it's silver and black until I die. But I mean, I can appreciate other players on other teams unless they're on the 49ers or the Chiefs, and I don't give a shit who they are. But I like watching other games. I like watching the Houston Texans play. Nico Collins, I like him.
That's what I said, because I haven't just talked to you since our last mock draft. So, Jason Downs, my boy right here. I like Jason Downs. Love the looks. Got to talk to this guy.
We're gonna do a mock draft next Wednesday.
We're gonna do a mock cut. We're gonna do a mock. Like, who's on the team? We're gonna cut them all. Jeff, I noticed. Another thing I noticed yesterday when Raiders made some cuts. Those cuts they drafted. Most of them, except for linebackers, they probably do that today.
Well, that's usually how that would work, but yeah.
Like what's that guy? That guy from Tennessee. They cut his ass.
Who did?
The Raiders yesterday. They cut 6 players.
They cut 6 players yesterday?
Yeah, you didn't see that?
Yeah.
No.
In the rope, and they all ended up being positions we end up drafting too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Chris is getting at.
Yeah, they cut the players and they drafted them.
So I'm eating my breakfast / lunch right now.
They cut 2 linebackers. That means that tell me today they're gonna get a linebacker or 2, at least one today.
Who did we cut?
Hold on, man. I'll pull it up right now. Give me a second. Give me a second.
All right, so I'm bringing something up right now. I'm going to do the same thing I did yesterday. trying to do this and still finish eating. But I'm fucking starving.
Well, hold on. Do shows right quick though. Now you know what? I'll just copy and paste it. I'm not doing that. But go ahead.
All right. So this is round 4. So I let the system pick round 4 to see how far off we are compared to the real picks. So this is round 4 right now, what they've got us selected to take. All right. So first of all, they got Shador going 104. Someone said it in the chat. Shador Sanders going to Jacksonville. All right, they're opening up the draft now, so the draft is officially started. They got us taking DJ Giddens. The only problem is that's another small running back. He's 212. You know, he's not a big dude.
No, you don't need him. I'm sorry, Jeff, right quick. Go ahead and highlight the chat, my chat, so they can see. So you can see it.
No.
Yes.
Fuck your chat.
My chat's fucking great.
All right, so we cut Devonshire, cornerback, wide receiver Keaton, defensive tackle Manoa, linebacker Mugai, linebacker Jackson Mitchell, and running back Spiller. We just got Spiller, didn't we?
We signed him last year through a small contract.
Wow.
He was on practice squad. But you see,
All Eyes is in the building. What's up, All Eyes?
Hey, All Eyes. You see a trend. They drafted a cornerback. They drafted a receiver. Tackle they haven't drafted yet. Linebacker and linebacker. So that tells me that they're going to draft some linebackers.
And a running back.
Yeah, probably running back.
But I don't agree with the Giddens one. That he's still another smaller back. He's 212 pounds.
We need a
still
big
need
back.
That bigger back.
Yeah, we need a big back. Mullins. Let's see again.
Yeah.
So the 4th round is 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, it is. They just showed it.
Yeah.
I forgot to send it to you, 805. You got it now. Good morning. Raph's in the building. What's up, Raph? What's up? Where's the flag? Oh, because he's in your channel now. This chat is great. So Titans are on the clock. They got 4 minutes to pick. So
where's the flag? My moderator. That's right. He got to be in. He has to be here. Please. Thank you, my where's the flag? WTF.
Let's see. Con probably likes Sanders, so yeah, Jacksonville makes sense. So does Dallas and Atlanta. Let me get this off the screen. Go back to this and add this gentleman. What's up, brother?
What's going on, fella?
Salute, brother.
We doing? Wow, you're looking all nice and comfy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey.
Go relaxed.
It's gonna be a long, fun day, so I got relaxed a little bit.
You still recovering from yesterday and Friday?
The last 2 days.
I mean, Thursday.
Can't wait to meet you, man, in Bakersfield, my brother. Can't wait to see you.
Yeah, man, Bakersfield's gonna be fun.
Wait to see you.
Yesterday, I was with Lunatic and Leo and Registered Chris.
Yeah.
We're being a little bit loud in the restaurant we were at. So
What's up, all right,
I don't mind loud. I can get loud too. I don't mind being loud.
Every time a quarterback was picked before Shador, I was going nuts.
So R-rated says solid fucking draft. Yeah, 805. So I want to get your take on this. What's up, Angelo? Welcome on.
Good morning,
What
guys.
about
805. So what's your overall consensus right now? What would you give this as a grade for Thursday and yesterday, and then an overall grade? I'm curious to hear from you.
So day one, my grade was I was going to reserve my grade for what the rest of the draft looked like because Jeff, we were kind of talking about it yesterday. It's tough because you get a running back round one. I'm not a fan of running back in round one, but you got the best player at that position, so you got to give it some credit. But I wanted to make sure we prioritized a guard in the second round. Shore up this offensive line. Don't give any excuses as to why Jeanty doesn't perform at a top level next year. So we did get it. It was later. There was two guys that I wanted before that. The Miami actually jumped up and took Jonah Savanea, which was the guy that I wanted. And then Wyatt Millum went. I think he went to the Jags. And so those are the two guys that I wanted in that round. Actually, I posted a video yesterday saying either Jonah Savanea or trade back a little bit and grab Wyatt Millum. But they both went, and we ended up getting a guard and a tackle. I think both will end up competing for the guard position. That kid from Christian and Mary, he could be a tackle. He could end up jumping down the guard. I don't know what the plan is, but I think he's definitely a project. But we prioritized it in the second round. So that, to me, that tells me that first round pick was an A. Because you now stirred up this offense line, or you attempted to. I wasn't a big fan of the Jack Bech pick. No, because when you're still in that second round, you want a pick that not only is going to clearly make one side of the ball better or that position group better. I think he makes it better. I just think that there was other players on the board that I would have picked in that position. But I just don't think that he moves the needle in the sense that Kansas City, Broncos, Chargers, they're not all of a sudden going, oh shit, they got Jack Bech. We need to do something. I just don't think he moves the needle that much. Is he going to help? Without question. But there's just other receivers that I wanted to be able to slot in at that position because I think he's very similar to what a Jacoby Myers is. Yeah. And I wanted a receiver that was fast, could take the top off the defense, that was tall, a true 50-50 guy, maybe even a good red zone target. I've been a fan of Savion Williams. I think he could be an addition to this offense where if you watch his game film, he plays in all different positions, right? He played in the backfield. He played in the slot. He played as a wideout. They put him in motion. They'll hand him off the ball. As a receiver going in motion, they did so much that if we drafted him, now all of our individual opponents are sitting there going, oh shit, how are they going to use them? How do we need to potentially alter our draft to guard this specific guy? And then they still got Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers. I think that would have struck a little more fear in our divisional opponents, and it would have given Chip Kelly a guy that he could have gotten extremely creative with. Now, Jack Bech is basically just an outside receiver. He's an X receiver. And again, not saying he won't help because we definitely need additional receivers. I just don't think there was another player out there that could have struck some fear in our divisional rivals, and Chip Kelly could have got real creative. So just wasn't a real fan of that pick, to be honest. So overall grade, I think I'm still probably around a B plus, because you get the best running back in the draft, arguably. 99% of people say he's the best running back in the draft, and then you did attempt to shore up that offensive line. Not my guys. I love Jonas Savanea. I love Wyatt Millum. But they addressed it. But the Jack Bech one, I'm very, very questionable on. But
so can I add to what Paul is saying just real fast, Chris? Just real fast, and I'll let you go. And I'll go back on mute. But Paul, so thank you for saying Jonah Savanea, because I was on the show with these guys the whole time, and I was like Jonah Savanea, and then of course.
Hang on one second, Angelo. Jacksonville's going to make their pick. This is one that was slated to possibly go to Sanders right now. So
Okay.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. So
Sorry.
anyhow,
Go ahead.
then what ends up happening is we trade down. Guess who Miami takes? Jonas. Literally, when we trade down, right?
They took him. Yeah.
Yeah, they took Jonas Avenea. Now, my guy next was Ursary, just because I believed that we needed an Ursary type anyways, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we trade down again. Guess who the Texans take? Ursary, right? So then I was like, okay, well, now I hope we get someone
they
like
just took Tootin. So they took running back Tootin.
I was saying, Paul, I was saying, okay, now I hope we get Ratledge. And Chris also liked Ratledge. Then right before our pick was Ratledge. So that's kind of how it went down during that time. But a lot of the things you were saying, Paul, is super
Okay. Let me
spot on, but me and Jeff are happier.
Let me say something right quick, 805. I know you're thinking about Besh. I don't know how they're going to use them, but Besh is one of those guaranteed receivers. He's right here. One drop pass last year. One drop pass receiver in college football, plus he has some 1,000-something yards. He's been one of the guys. I don't think he's going to be the main receiver, the number one, but he's going to be on special downs or whatever we need. The guy's tough. I watched him his highlight. He breaks tackles. So he'll be like almost like a Brock Bowers type guy. He's going to be a zone breaker. If they go in zone, he's going to break that zone. I don't know what Chip Kelly has plans for him, but I think it was a good pick. I'm not going to give it an A+. I'm going to give it a B+. But I think he's got a special purpose in the offense. You got Jacoby Myers. That's true. He's getting older. He's going to be one of those guys that's going to break up them zones. That's why I like that.
No, well, that was the one question that I actually did have is, okay, does that mean that we're not going to extend Jacoby Myers? Does that mean he's not going to get another contract? Because, again, I look at Jack Besh as a receiver that's very similar to Jacoby Myers. Like, Chris, you're saying, sure-handed receiver. He's a better route runner than Savion Williams. He's more of a technician when it comes to route running. And so is that the overall plan? Is you give yourself that option to move on for Jacoby Myers, and you still can get another bigger receiver. I mean, we have, 2 fourths? Maybe we trade back and try to recoup a fifth. Maybe we take one of those 6 and jump back up into the fifth and still get a fifth. But that's my thing. It looks like we have 2 Jacoby Myers on the field now, and we'll see how that works out.
Well, this is the last year of Jacoby Myers' contract, so there's no guarantee he'll re-sign and come back. So right now, I think they're just covering it basically. We need a clutch receiver somewhere on this line. So they got to get a number one, like you said, a big receiver. Got to get a number one. They got a clutch receiver. That's all they need. So maybe they just like covering their bases or CYA. You know what I mean? It's cover your ass. Just gets you to resign. Okay, it's Jacoby Myers getting an A, so maybe he gets hurt or something like that. We got this guy. The same thing Jacoby Myers does. Jacoby.
Yeah. No, and if that's the plan, then I understand it.
Scadaboo's off the board. Giants just took him.
Giants got him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good. That's a good pick for them.
Well, we didn't need him. We got him.
He was going to go early this round.
We need a big running back. We need a big guy.
We need a linebacker first, guys. A linebacker is would be great.
No, we need to replace Deuce Gruden. That's what we need to do.
That could have been Scatterbo. They're both
long snapper here.
Right.
I
don't know. You got what's his guy? He's pretty buff too. Genty.
I'm hearing that Jack Sawyer might be in play for us, just because Max Crosby really likes Jack Sawyer. So don't be surprised if our first pick is Jack Sawyer.
So, Paul, I just want to tell you that based on Thursday, some people have seen my reaction to the pick. I kind of wasn't happy at first, and then if you watch it, I kind of just whipped my hat across the room off my head. Because I think I was on the same thought process as you were. Was I wanted to see us possibly trade back a couple of picks and then get an offensive lineman, then go running back in the second round. I wanted to shore up the offensive line for Geno and for whatever running back we drafted, but we didn't. So we took Genty. So at the end of the night, I kind of came to grips with it. But yesterday, with the moves that we made at the end of the third round, having those 2 picks back to back and the trades that we made to get those picks and then turn those into the plays we grabbed, you can ask Chris. I mean, he's smiling right now. I had a smile from ear to ear. That made me happy, and now I saw the big picture, and now I totally trust the process, and their goal going forward, was to get the playmakers, and playmakers being Genty, and then shore up your offensive line. Because first of all, 2 of those guys shouldn't have been there at that point. They really shouldn't have when we picked
Grant shouldn't have been there.
Grant should definitely not have been there already. He should have already been gone.
Tackle.
And the fact that we got him at that point, at the end of the night last night, I was ecstatic. I was happy as could be. I got what I wanted. So I don't care what we do for the rest of this draft, to be honest with you at this point. I got what I wanted. I wanted 2 offensive linemen, and I wanted 2 early that can come in and be immediate impact on this team. That's my feeling on that.
If anybody in the chat didn't see last time reaction when they picked the O-line, go back and watch it, the last part of it. Jeff looked like a kid who wanted a bike for Christmas and got a bike and a skateboard. That's how you look.
I like me the Hogs, man. I draft my boys, draft guys that are smaller than me, and we're good. I'm happy because I love the moves we made yesterday.
I got to do a little more research on the kid with Robert Rogers. He wasn't necessarily on my radar, so I just got to do a little more research on him. But the Charles Grant kid, I think he's a really good project. I think he's raw. I believe Joe Philbin is still on this coaching staff.
Yeah, he is.
He's
like an assistant on the offensive side.
He's off the mic, coach.
And so I hope that he definitely has a really good say. Damn, Craig Woodson just went for the Patriots. The Patriots are killing this draft.
They
are.
I think Charles Grant's going to be. Yeah, I think Charles Grant is going to be a decent project. I don't know if he's a starter next year, because when I do watch his film, Severe mentioned him a couple times, so I went and kind of watched his film, and I think that he's raw. He's got to learn to be able to attach to his blocks a little bit more consistently, and sustain the blocks more consistently, because he tends to slip off a little too early. And again, this is all technique. So if Joe Philbin, Pete Carroll's son, can come in and help him with that technique, I think he definitely could work out.
But you got to remember last year when AP fired all the running back coach and line coach and all that stuff, Philbin took over. The offensive line got a lot better. They didn't get like 100% better, but they got a lot better. So I think he could coach it up. But who was the wrestler? I forgot who's the wrestler. Angelo, I'm talking to you. Who was the wrestler?
My bad, dude. I was just letting you talk. No, I was gonna say, so with Charles Grant, since we're talking about that. So Paul, I was super happy, like right away, right? I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe we got Charles Grant. Mm-hmm. So Charles Grant, me and Chris were kind of at odds at it. Not this Chris, but Protect the Shield podcast Chris, because Chris didn't like it. And I was like, no, dude, if you the way I see Charles Grant is everything that they were saying about high ceiling for Olu Fashanu are all the same high ceiling that you could say about Charles Grant. What I liked about Charles Grant is, like you said, I didn't think he would start next year. I didn't even think he would start the year after. I think he's more of a project behind Colton Miller, which means we're going to extend Colton Miller. Colton Miller is going to go ahead and be the captain of that whole squad. He's going to teach Charles Grant. But Paul, Charles Grant is 6'5". He's huge. He's tall.
He's big.
And listen, all he's ever played is left tackle, so that's all he knows.
Damn it.
Pure left tackle, and he wrestles. And when you see his wrestling,
By one pick, we missed him.
when you watch his actual wrestling
Yes, sir.
tape,
We missed
he
it.
is super athletic, Paul. So
Yeah,
so-
like I'm with you. Actually, as I started watching him more and more, I'm not mad at the pick whatsoever. It's just
Okay.
he's got to put all that together and just improve on the technique side of things. And if he does that, yeah, you put that together, he could be a starter.
Well, what time works out? Because remember when Miller came in the league, Colton Miller, when they put he started right away. He was trash. Everybody say, "Why we pick him?"
Wasn't good.
The second year, he developed. Then became one of the top 10 left tackles. So Glaze is an exception. He's doing all right, but certain things he got to work on. But give Colton Mills there. Let him learn behind him. Put him on left side as a guard, and let him watch Colton Miller because he played tackle. So put him in guard. He knows both positions. He played guard and tackle. So put him on both sides. He can learn from Colton Miller. He can see what he knows what it takes. We're up.
All right. Our pick is up. Pick is in. I'm going private chat because I don't want anybody to ruin it, and I'm jacking the volume up on the TV so we can all hear it at the same time.
So you understand what I'm saying? So I'm good. I'm glad they sold up what they need to do. Everybody thought the offensive line suck. Okay, we got 2 guys. They might not be ready next year, but to year 2, we might have the best offensive line in the league.
Yeah, maybe. I do hope we get a linebacker here. That's just me.
I agree with you. I
Well,
think
Kaiser's one of the ones I wanted, and he just went to Jacksonville.
Teddy Buchanan can fall right here too.
I'm a big Stutzman. I like Teddy Buchanan. I like Danny Stutzman from Oklahoma.
Said, look, I've not heard the thing that they were interested in taking a quarterback in the first round, but if you're asking me fit,
I still love that Darian Porter pick. I don't care anybody say.
give you a chance to go there.
I don't-
Just tell them
I like the pick. I mean, I like the fact that we addressed it.
I'm just muting the TV until they come up to the podium.
Yeah, Pete Carroll, an orange shirt. Yeah, Pete Carroll, what
I-
the you wearing?
I like the Darren Porter pick just because we addressed the corner. I like Azariah Thomas from Florida State a lot better. But
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
all
Hold on.
lengthy.
With the pick 108 in the 2025 NFL Draft, the
Dante Thornton.
select Johnson Thornton, wide receiver.
Yes, okay. Now we back
Yeah.
to business.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. That right there.
Now we're back in business.
That right there was it. I said wide receiver, linebacker going to be coming up. I said it.
Deontay Thornton was a guy
I'll
that,
take a linebacker.
yeah,
Well, they got a lot of linebackers out there. We got 2-1 pick.
that's the guy that's going to strike some fear. Now that we have a guy that the field.
6'5"?
Okay,
I forgot he was still available.
I'm liking it. I'm liking it.
Hey, so we talked about him last night, actually, Thornton Jr.
We did. I
He did.
forgot he was still available, to be honest with you, because we
Yeah,
talked
he
about
did.
him earlier when Beck got drafted. Dude, that is fucking awesome. My God, this draft is beautiful so far.
Ain't it so nice?
So the one thing I'll add is, as yesterday was going on, I was with Lunatic, with Chris Paraders, all that, and I was sitting there going, this is the first time, and as far as I can remember, that the Raiders are navigating this draft. They're maneuvering, they're making moves, and they traded back, and they basically recouped a third round. So we basically got Geno Smith for nothing.
That's what we said last night. Exactly what we said. That's what I said last night. It said because who was it? Somebody was it you? Somebody said something on the chat. That's Jeff on Facebook. Why are they trading back? Why would they do that? Look, we just got Geno Smith for damn near nothing now. We didn't lose a draft pick. Actually, we got better because was he 78 that we lost, and we got a higher draft pick in third round. So let them do their business. You know what? 805. You know, I'm glad to see. I don't know if you agree with me or not. I'm glad to see that
Oh,
Mark
no, it's
Davis
great.
has no fingerprints in this.
Bills moved up.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it doesn't. He has nothing, not a thing to do with this.
It is nice to see that finally
What's
the
up,
draft
Joe?
is somewhat playing out the way that a lot of people kind of like it to, right? In the past, all of a sudden random names would pop up. Damon Arnett pops up. Alex Leatherwood pops up, and all of us are scratching our head. Even the people on the TV are flipping through. People on the TV are flipping through their notes because they're like, "Wait a second, I have this guy in day one. He was a day two guy, or whatever it may be." Right?
Yeah, he is from Tennessee.
We're finally being able to see some good picks, in my opinion. Again, there's some guys that I may have wanted differently, but they're targeting certain positions that I think are making this team better.
There it is, right there. That's what I said yesterday. We need a big wide receiver. We want those big guys that 50-50.
No, I'm talking about the later part of his message. It's like these guys know what the fuck they're doing. It's true.
I think they do. I think this draft is one of the best drafts I've seen in ages. Man.
This is
So Dante. I was saying, so Dante Thornton Jr. guys, 6'5", right, 205. Nico Imaleveo was throwing to him a lot last year too from Tennessee. So that's a solid pick. I was gonna tell Paul, if you watch a lot of and again, man, people always hate it. I'm not trying to do like a straight comparison, but if you watch Jack Besh, like watch him a lot, Paul. Now I want you to go back and watch the pre-draft highlights and all that stuff of Puka Nacua. They're kind of the same guy. So the only difference is Puka Nacua was a 5th rounder and nobody thought he was going to be anything. And I think Jack Besh has same frame, same game. I think he's low key Puka Nacua, man. Like he could become like that for us, like a Puka Nacua. And if that's the case, that's pretty awesome.
You remind me of this guy, but I think he's gonna play the same way to me. Is the guy that everybody loves, Renfro. Like I said, he's gonna be that zone breaker. When they go into zone defense, he's gonna break that zone up. Because I watched the highlights. The dude got quick shifts. He's like just cuts real quick, and plus he's big and physical. If they're trying to tackle him, either he'll try to juke him, or he'll just like run 3. He's one of those physical receivers that we needed. Jacoby Myers is great, but Jacoby Myers is not a physical receiver. The dude blocks as well. So, like to your point, 805, Jacoby Myers is last year's contract. He might be out next year. After next year,
it gives the Raiders an option, right? You either extend them because the numbers work out, or you move on from them because you think Jack Besh is going to potentially be his replacement. But with these two moves, with Jack Besh and then now Dante Thornton,
we're set.
Now it makes that Jack Besh pick actually pretty damn good. Because you now address another need. But I'm telling you, I think that Deontay Thornton pick, I think that's going to be the pick that's going to allow Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers, Jack Besh when he's in there. It's going to allow them to eat underneath in that short to intermediate area because Deontay Thornton, he's got the speed. He's going to take the top off, and all you got to do is hit him once, maybe twice a game, 35, 40 yards plus. Even sometimes you don't even need to hit it. Sometimes it just needs to be an attempt to show that you are going to try to strike downfield. And now safety's got to push back. Corner's got to play off. And so, yeah, that makes the Jack Besh pick
and that's
make a little more sense.
That's what I said earlier, a long time ago. I said before the draft, I said we need a big receiver. People say we don't need a receiver. We got Brock Bowers. Got that. Brock Bowers is a tight end. No, he can't be out there all the plays. We need a big receiver to get the safeties and the cornerbacks to look at the other guy down the field. Because they know they're going to do next year. They're going to blanket Brock Bowers. If that's all we have. They're going to put 3 people on him. Can't throw to him. We got 3 coverage. So now we got a guy like 6'5" who can go down the field. They got to watch him. So now Brock Bowers going to be open. Jacoby Myers will be open. You can put Trey Tucker in the mix. They all gonna be open now.
Yeah, I can't be mad at this draft so far. I can't. I can't be
How
mad.
can you?
Hell no.
I mean, we're sitting in the 4th round, and we're still getting. And again, I've been exchanging some text messages with Jen Singer. And what's crazy is I could see us take one of these 4ths, possibly trade back, try to recoup a 5th, maybe, or jump back up into the 5th, and give up, one or two of our 6 rounders. But there's still a lot of potential day 1 starters sitting out there in positions that we need, like linebackers. We still got there's some linebackers out there that we still can get that could be a day 1 starter. So I'm interested to see if we move around more.
The wide receiver from Tennessee.
He's 6'4".
Well, like I was telling,
5'8".
yeah, Paul, I was telling you that Jack Sawyer is the one that's linked to the Raiders because Max Crosby talked about Jack Sawyer a lot. Ohio State, his teammates with Eichenberg. So Jack Sawyer is still on the board. I want us to get Jackson Woodard from UNLV because Paul, I went to all the UNLV games, and Jackson Woodard is the type of linebacker we would want or we could really use. Hey, Jeff, I was going to tell you, isn't it funny that all these picks that have gotten taken so far, we actually talked about them last night?
Yeah,
the
first, shit, right?
Yeah, DK, I said, is the speedster guy. And then Scattaboo, you talked about it. Then we talked about Jack Kaiser, right? So all of them are getting taken now.
Hey, Jeff, I did it earlier before 805 got here, but look at the trend. Look at the Raiders cut. Look what they're doing. You already posted that. I'm sorry, maybe post again. Look at what they're doing. They cut, what's the name? Ramil Keaton, Tennessee wide receiver. Did new crap. This guy wide receiver. Same place, Tennessee.
Yeah.
See what they're doing. They cut players and they're replacing them. So I see what they're doing. Smart.
Jets pick is in.
They're taking Sanders?
Find out in a second.
Well, if it's not Jets, you got New Orleans. That's coming up next.
Pittsburgh still.
Nope. Jets went wide receiver.
Okay.
So now New Orleans is up.
Date.
Oh man, I was going nuts yesterday just because I said there's no way. There's no world. And Lunatic, we're sitting there and we're chopping it up a little bit, and I said there's in no world does Jalen Milroe go before Shedeur Sanders. And sure as shit it happened.
No, we said just that yesterday. He said, wouldn't it be funny if Dylan Gabriel get picked before Sanders?
And I know a lot of people, if you watch Dylan Gabriel's game film, he's very technically sound as a quarterback. He's got great fundamentals. One of the things that, yes, you could be a little concerned about his height, which I get. I'd be concerned about a 5'10", 5'11" quarterback. But one thing that I take from watching film of short quarterbacks is if I can continue to watch your film and I forget that you're only 5'10", 5'11", then I don't have as much of a concern. And that's kind of what I saw with Dylan Gabriel, is that he's so his fundamentals are so technically sound. I'm good with it in the later rounds. Obviously, the value's got to be there. So I wasn't too surprised. Eagles got Ty Robinson to add to that D tackle line. Jesus Christ! Oh man,
defensive juggernaut, man. God damn.
I actually think Ty Robinson.
Welcome to the show, Chris.
Hey,
what up, Chris?
He's froze again.
Yeah, he froze. Just like last night when he joined last night, he froze.
Yeah, the big smile and froze.
Oh, that's okay. We're going to replace him with this gentleman right here.
No, don't tell me who it is.
What's up, AR? What's going on? It's a hell of a panel we got going on here. We've got myself, we got Jason. Him and I started the show off, Chris. And we've got 805 in the house. We've got Angelo. We've got AR. Chris Fu was just in here, but he locked up and left. So
Hey, when you win your
I thank you guys for coming in. This is great.
That's great. All-star.
Jeff, when you get your Emmy Award, I want to be on stage with you.
You won't fit.
How many guests can you have?
10.
Up to 10.
Okay, that's what's up. Salute, chat. Nice to see you all.
I count as 2.
Yeah, exactly. You won't fit. You know, I love you, brother.
This one.
So that last pick, Ty Robinson, he was probably my second favorite D tackle in this draft. And him going to the Eagles, he is going to wreck house on that Eagles defensive line.
You know what sucks is Mills from Notre Dame, his knee injury, pretty catastrophic. He was tearing it up last year. And he'd probably be a higher pick as well. D tackle. You familiar with him?
Yeah, I haven't watched a lot on him, to be honest.
He had 7.5 sacks. He was just a force.
What's up, brother?
He got hurt.
There's my guy, Aiden O'Connell's in the channel. He's in the chat. I already got my backup in Gino. He popped in last night on the show. He goes, I'm still employed.
Hey, can I give a shout out to someone in the chat? He just said he's from Australia as well. That's Raider Incorporated. Is that a fact, or are you talking about me being from Australia? Raider Incorporated. I don't know if you caught up to that bit.
No, I'm trying. Here it is, right here.
No,
Are you in it?
Huh?
Are you in it?
Yeah. Okay. Salute to another fellow Australian, if that's the case, or are you talking about me in particular?
The Saints got Tyler Shook, didn't they? They have their quarterback, so it's not going to be.
Yeah, they got Tyler Shook last night.
Yeah. Damn. So I'm looking at it, going, man, where is Shador going to go?
He's going somewhere.
He's going somewhere. I just don't. I mean,
Okay, that's what's up.
I'm actually starting to feel bad for the kid.
I'm Western Australia, my friend. Perfect.
Dude, that's awesome. There's others that have popped in here and there in the last few weeks.
But
Australia, so the fan base over there is definitely growing. Now I understand why the Raiders made Australia like their international home base for Australia is going to be the Raiders market. You know, which obviously AI, you must be ecstatic over that. I'm sure. You know, I mean that's huge for you and obviously Raider Incorporated. You know, you guys being Australians, you know, you're going to hopefully get to see more of us over there. I got to see a game over there at some point too. I believe they're talking about already, right? But they're talking about scheduling the game over there in the next few years.
They said 2026, didn't they?
I appreciate you, Raider Incorporated. Sorry, what was the question?
Next year, 2026, they have a game over there, right?
Yeah, about scheduling the game in Australia.
2026.
Sorry, you guys kind of crossed over. My bad. What'd you say? I couldn't make out what you said.
I said, rumors have it. I don't know if I heard what I heard from that they will try to schedule a game 2026, 2027 season in Australia. They'll schedule a game and Raiders. I don't know if it's a preseason, regular season game, but it's a scheduled game out in Australia.
Right. And salute to everybody in the chat. I've actually restreamed on my channel as well for a little bit. Look, that's the rumor. And I mean, I've said it before that I find it very curious that they did the whole, like, they made an official Instagram page through the international program, and they're trying to put in a foot in the door here in Australia. So for me, it's just like, why now? You know what I mean? Like, why all of a sudden? So if you're trying to connect the dots, maybe they're dots that aren't even there. Like, it seems maybe that's the case. The case, and I'm hoping it is so, because like I said before, if it is the case, if I can make it to a game in Oakland, you know, sure as hell that I'm going to be there if it's in Australia front row.
Well, you got to figure NFL been trying to go international for years. They had the European League and all that stuff. So they're trying to pick countries who's a big fan base. Australia's a big Raider fan base, according to what I'm hearing. So they're trying to pick, like, you know what? Let's try Australia. We tried Europe. Let's try the Pan Pacific. the Pan Pacific. They try over there. Australia, New Zealand, stuff like that. So Hawaii got a college football team. So maybe they're trying to expand that way. The European NFL League didn't work well. Now they went south. They go to Mexico. We can't go north of Canada. So we're gonna go this way. You know what I'm saying? Down under.
What's up to everybody who's on my side of the fence? And salute to you on 6 and Chris Free Raiders. I just
what's up on 6? Welcome to
what up?
Hey,
folks,
it's going up pretty good here. I like this. This is awesome.
Hey, look at this.
Just to address that real quickly, Chris. The Raider fan base is not big here at all. Like, there's not that many fans. Being that most of it there's a big fan base in terms of NFL, but in terms of Raider fans, like unfortunately because of the lack of success of late, the fan base is quite small.
Okay,
but hopefully that can grow, right?
Yeah. Well, anyway, they're trying to stretch out to okay, look, Raiders and the 49ers and the LA Bastards, both of them, they're closer to Australia than the Jets and the Giants and the Patriots. So we're trying to expand that way. Rare is the biggest brand in the world. I don't care what anybody say. We're the biggest brand in the world. So let's expand the Raiders to Australia.
Right. But all I'm saying is that like the majority of people who wear Raider gear over here is strictly for fashion. You're gonna be doing a big dig to find somebody who's diehard and loyal, actually knows the team, much like myself, and maybe even
that's what I do. NFL, all the Raider gear, licensed Raider gear, they're making money off of it regardless. So they're trying to make money off of licensing the Raiders to Australia because who don't look good in silver and black? Everybody looks good in silver and black. Everybody.
Nope.
So I just want to
Angelo.
I just want to address Frank Weber's comment here. So Raiders are interplanetary. We even have a player from the University of Mars. Who here knows who he's referring to? Raise your hand. I know you do, Chris. Anybody else?
So
what former Raider player he's referring to as the University of Mars?
You just talked to that last night. You talked about that not last night.
A couple of weeks ago. Yep.
Yeah. Was that Blanda or Jim Otto?
Nope, neither one.
Way off.
Someone. Oh God, I remember you said.
I have no idea.
Hey, hold. I'm gonna give me a hint.
Yeah.
He's bald?
Yep.
He's a bald black guy.
No. That number is down a lot.
Yeah, right.
And he's from the 70s era.
Okay, let me just look in. Bald black guy from the 70s era of the Raiders.
Don't Google it. Think about it.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
He was an actor. Okay.
Last name started with S, first name started with O.
I'm lost. I remember you mentioned the fact the other day, right?
Yep. Go ahead, Chris. You can say.
Wasn't he a linebacker?
His name was Otis Sistrunk.
Otis Sistrunk.
Okay.
They labeled him as from the University of Mars. Now, what that whole means is, it had to do with the Marines.
When's our pick coming up?
The way it was worded. So I forget who the announcer was, but when he introduced him, he says, and from the University of Mars is Otis Sistrunk, and it stuck. Everybody referred to him because he was so crazy and he looked so goofy. His facial expressions. Everybody just said he was the man from Mars. University of Mars is where it comes from.
It was a Monday Night Football game.
So that's where and that name stuck with him to this day. That's what he's referred to.
Don Meredith? Was Don Meredith? No, it was Don Meredith.
Yeah, it was Don Meredith.
Don Meredith. Yeah, Monday Night Football game.
Yep.
Can I ask you a question after if you don't mind, Jeff?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Because I've shared.
I'm sorry, Jeff, so you switch my screens out to the bottom so we see our two guys because I'm always on the show. Put Fu and the other guy up on top. I'm always on the show, so no matter.
That's my guy on 6, Chris.
805. Did you see who the Saints got?
Yeah, Stutzman.
Yeah. I was like, damn, got our guy.
All right, AI's got a question. Go ahead, AI. Your floor is yours.
For a shoot, Chris Forredis, that's my guy on 6. You never shared the panel with him?
No, it's the second time I seen him. He was on your show, but I couldn't get in. But yeah, on 6. Hey,
come on, man.
Of
course, you know Alvaro Martinez, free safety from Miami.
I'll 6. I'll 6. I'm gonna do something. I'll start doing some more shows later. I'll be happy to do my shows. Hit me IG on my account. I'll be happy to do shows with you.
Yeah.
You're pointing the wrong way, Chris. You're pointing wrong way.
No, because I'm backward. That way. Me and Jeff became point right.
Yeah, I'm used to it now because I've been doing it for quite a few years. But like, I struggled. Like when I used to bring up people on my live panels, I would get it wrong all the time. I'd point like this way when it's supposed to be that way.
Well, I'm still a virgin at 61 years old. So man, give me a break.
Like a virgin, doing YouTube for the very first time.
Dude, that's like when you and Critique do your pregame handshake before you guys play.
Oh, the air handshake.
Yeah,
that way.
Chris and I do the same thing. Before we start our show on Saturday nights, I'll be like, and that's Chris. But even though he's sitting on this side, it's like we can't get the fingers straight every time. It's like our thing now. We always fuck it up, so we just go, "Yeah, he's over there."
That's our
just remember, if it's with me, you've got to go to your right because I'm always on the left side. So
that's this side.
There we go. So
on 6. I've never talked to you on live.
No, it's like this now.
I talked to you in chat. So what do you think about the draft, bro? What do you think was going on? How you feel about the draft?
To be honest with you, I love the draft, especially how we dressed the offensive line right away. We got 2 potential starters and stuff. So anything to protect Geno Smith and open up more holes for Ashon Gentry, I'm happy for it. At the end of the day, I believe in Spike Tech and our head coach too, man. So I'm excited so far, man. I wish the season started today, but yeah, we're here for round 4 and 7 though. Can't wait to see what else we pick, but so far so good. Can't complain.
We got 3 and 6. We got 3 and 6, so we're still good. We might get trailed, try to get 5th, but we got 3 and 6.
I wouldn't be opposed to us moving back into the 5th, to be honest with you.
That's what I was going to ask before because I didn't get a chance to. I haven't shared the panel with you, Raiders for Chris. I wanted to ask on 6 that question, but also Raiders for Chris because I hadn't seen you on a panel yet during the draft process. Salute to you. How are you feeling about the draft?
Yeah, I mean, at first yesterday I was a little. I told Jeff and Chris Ford, I was a little skeptical about that Jack Bech pick. But I mean, now that I'm looking more into it, I mean, I guess he is like a very sure-handed receiver. I've been hearing a lot of good things about him, I guess. So we'll see how he turns out in the league. But today when I saw that Thornton pick, I felt a little bit better about our wide receiver room for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah, so we address O-line, receivers. We got number 1 pick. Was the best running back in our class.
Hell yeah.
We got a pretty good damn corner in Thornton. So I don't know. Overall, I would say I'm happy.
You mean Darian Porter?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Porter.
We got a trade coming up.
So good. I get the names wrong myself. I'm still trying to get the names off of it without trying to go to Google and whatever.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say, Chris, I was on with you a little bit last night. If you watch if you start to watch all the tapes of Jack Bech, and this is why I even started getting super excited, I want you to go watch all of the pre-draft before he got drafted, all of the tapes on Puka Nacua, because they're the same person. So the ceiling for Jack Bech, if he hits his ceiling for us this year, he's going to be like Puka Nacua, and people are going to go, that's crazy. Because same measurables, same style. He's got a little bit of Lad McConkey in him, but that guy is like a Puka Nacua, man. It's crazy. I don't know. I Protect the Shield, Chris, Paul. I don't know why, Paul. I don't know why Chris isn't happy with Jack Bech. Because when I started watching everything, I was like, damn.
Look at his stats. You remember last year he played TCU. Okay. He had 1,400, and 483 some yards. That's how he got. He had one drop the whole year. The dude is physical. He's physical. He makes cuts. It's hard for him to. Pete Carroll's getting guys that's hard to tackle. The dude, he's a receiver that some receiver catch the ball and they run out of bounds. This dude goes straight at you, like, okay, try to tackle me, and he breaks out tackles. So that's what they want. They're physical, strong players. He's not going to be that number one receiver that we wanted, but he's going to be a good receiver that we needed. That's what I like to pick.
Yeah, I'm actually exchanging some messages with Chris right now because we're kind of in the same boat. Whereas when we pick Jack Bech, you kind of scratch your head because we have receivers just like him, right? A sure-handed receiver, a route technician, and so we're trying to figure out, okay, it makes us better. But again, there's other guys out there that I think could have complemented the weapons that we already have. So initially, that was a tough one to swallow, but then you followed up with this Deontay Thornton pick.
Yeah,
I think now you knocked out the park because again, it's like what we were talking about just a little bit ago. Is there's talks about extending Jakobi Meyers? Maybe they don't do that if the numbers don't work out, and Jack Bech basically gets slotted right in as Jakobi Meyers' replacement. I wouldn't be a fan of it. I'd love to see Jakobi Meyers still on this team with Jack Bech. With Deontay Thornton, Brock Bowers, even if Trey Tucker is still around. With the Deontay Thornton pick, I think it makes the value of that Jack Bech pick a lot better than we initially saw. So I think we're sitting a little more comfortable now with the Deontay Thornton pick.
But you look at though, if he's going to play, he's playing by one of the best possession receivers that we have. Probably the NFL, I think. Well, he was number one drop rate, guys.
Hang on
he's a runner. He's going to play behind Jakobi Meyers. So not only that, he's going to learn behind Jakobi Meyers, take his place. They might extend Jakobi Meyers, or they might, let him go, go free agency, go find something else. But he's going to learn behind one of the best. They probably put Beck at slot, which Jakobi Meyers in Patriots was a slot receiver. That's where he made his money. So I'm happy with it. He can learn by something.
All right. First, real quick, because I do this every time I'm on air. So eventually I'm going to get sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts. That's my goal. So here I am drinking my Dunkin' Donuts large iced coffee. Okay. This is number one of the day so far. So I've got many more to go to. So that's number one. Number two, Tony, are you referring to the question that you asked earlier? Because I just saw it now and I missed it.
Okay.
If that's the case, I will put this up. As content creators, do you ever go back and watch previous shows to critique yourselves, or would that just seem weird?
All the time. All the time.
I do.
I
just started doing
I do
that.
too, to be honest with you.
I just started doing that.
All the time.
Well, you know what's interesting? Go back to the very first few videos that you did or live streams, and watch how you reacted and watch how you handled yourself on camera and on mic compared to your most recent show. It's night and fucking day.
Yeah,
if I go back and look at my original
like
shows,
throwing
or the
hats?
first ones,
Like throwing hats?
yeah.
Just real quickly, 8 to 5. I think your microphone is you haven't set it to your mic. You've actually set it to your computer because you're coming through like an echo effect.
Oh, my bad.
Not as clear. Just thought I'd give you the heads up because I've gone through lives. That's a rookie mistake too. And I'm not saying you're a rookie, but like nobody's told me that my audio is coming through my computer rather than like speaking to the mic.
I can't
you can tell the difference.
Yeah, because you got the headphones on, you're a little bit more concealed on the sound. I'm not wearing headphones, so
how about now?
Much better.
So much better. Now I hear the difference.
No, I just wish people would give me the heads up when it happened. Because I've done that a few times where I've fiddled with a few settings. I'll go on a panel or I'll even shoot live, and I'm coming through my camera, and the audio is just it sounds like shit. But when you go through your microphone, it sounds so much more.
Yeah, no,
clear, as you can just hear with 805. So
AR with the accent, man, that pronunciation, man, you always sounds good to me. I don't care what you say. You always sounds good.
Chris is smitten. But you sound good.
Oh man, watch out!
I'm just gonna tell you he sounds like shit, just so he has to go and reboot and come back again, just to fucking joke with him.
Hey, you know what? The Rams picked a running back, Jarquez Hunter. Jaquez. The Rams, Wes Hunter.
Hey, Jake. I've got a Mitchell and Ness shirt with that picture of Tim Brown. I just bought it like 2 weeks ago. It's one of my many acquired shirts. That one that he had, like the exact picture on the front of my white T-shirt. So just thought I'd bring that up.
Damn cool, Kev. Really, man. Content creator is like a car salesman. You get what you get. Damn, dude.
Wow.
That's a good thing or a bad thing.
He just take our Titus.
No, the only person that could be referred to a used car salesman is Severe, because he's a used car mock draft salesman. That's what he is. That's what Severe is. He knows how to sell a mock draft.
I know you do a lot of shows with Severe. What cracks me up about him is this is him in his show. It's like he never moves. He stares at the camera, and there's no emotion or anything sometimes. Like he'll laugh every now and then, but it's funny when I watch him. I just get a kick out of it. How he just sits and just stares at the camera. It's like, dude, you can move around a little bit.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jeff. Let's do a spirit quick. Everybody just sit there and stare at the camera and see how response we get. Don't say nothing. Don't move. Just stare.
Well, whenever I scroll through my YouTube feed and I see that Severe has done like a live, because it's the vertical streams and the thumbnail doesn't come up, it's usually just a still image of said stream. It's always got Severe doing the biggest cheesy ever like this.
Oh yeah,
every time. But I'm guilty too. Like every time I go through to see where my video is at, I'm the same. It's always got me doing a big smile.
Hey, you guys, we got a promo coming up right quick. We got a promo coming up right quick. Hold on.
What?
Here it is. Hey, I'm new to the channel. I like to do a show with you, 805. Show with you, Chris. Well, I'm pointing the wrong way, but you know what I'm saying.
That's kind of what I was
I want to do shows with you guys. I'm new to the channel. I want to do a show with you guys. Please hit me up. I would love to do a show with either one of you guys who talk about Evening Raiders.
Yeah, man.
Avocado, definitely you. I'm pointing up, so I know I'm doing it right.
You're not even pointing at me, dude. You're pointing at the blank space in between me and
down. All right, whatever.
Well, you know what? I'm looking at the panel right now with everybody that's been here, and I've always wanted to be on screen with 805 and actually talk football with him. I've been on with him before on Turf and Rundown's Friday night shows, but that's kind of was a different atmosphere. Whereas this, we're talking a little bit more specific as far as picks and players, and I've always wanted to get on a show with you. So at some point, I would like to do a one-on-one with you, and just kick it and see what comes.
100%.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
805. Do you remember the last time we shared the panel?
Oh no, I remember. It was a little hazy, but I remember.
Hazy. I thought you'd say that to be the case, because
was Adam Butler involved?
You were slurring your speech all
So what was the question? Do you ever go back and critique yourself? Yeah, maybe I'll cut myself a little bit earlier when I get that excited about a player getting extended. So,
dude, that was hilarious.
Oh man, I was excited. Adam Butler, I was excited. Now I'll tell you that now.
Adam Butler was the AA public service announcement. Don't drink.
Right. Doug, I think that's the drunkest I've ever seen anyone on a panel I've shared it with.
Trust me, that was probably the drunkest I've been in a very long time. So
I thought so.
There.
Oh, it was great.
Especially to you, made for good viewing. And,
we couldn't tell. You look sober to what?
Wait. It's Butler from here to here in 5 minutes. Like,
He came in like this, holding the bottle in his hand. Yeah, Adam Butler.
No promises. No promises. If Willie Lampkin gets picked in like the 4th or 5th round.
Oh, dude,
no
you're
promises.
gonna lose your shit. I think.
There you go.
Hey, linebackers are starting to pull out.
Yeah, they're gonna start getting linebackers now.
Yeah, we need one, man.
My only gripe, I guess, is that here we are again with like, I hope we get ourselves a good player like that we actually draft at linebacker, like someone who's actually good, because it's just again a position we just don't address via the draft, like between rounds 1 and 4 to get ourselves someone who has a higher chance of being a good player. Usually when we go these players round 5, 6, 7, like they're usually rotational guys at best. And we've been doing that ever since I've been a fan.
Well, you got to remember the league changed shift when me and Jeff and everybody else was watching it back in the day. It was also a 4-3 set. Linebackers important because they ran. Then switch to the passing game. Linebackers were important now because of how much running. So they draft linebackers. Linebackers are like the running backs back in the day, a couple years ago. We don't need running back. We're a passing league now. But now it's going back to running league. So now linebackers are more important now. So the linebackers they want is those coverage linebackers, the sideline run linebackers. Because they're still going to run a 4-2-5. So
I still stand by what I said. I just want to sell. I would prefer to get drafters a young, good linebacker. Like give me the last time, and I'm not including Khalil Mack because for me, like yes, he came into the league as a linebacker, but he played more defensive end for us. Like name the last time we drafted a true linebacker that turned out to be good. I mean, the best that I can think of was C.O. Moore.
Morrison.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll say
Kirk Morrison, but how long ago was that?
I'll say Rolando
Muse. What about Tanner Muse? Tanner Muse, the special teams war daddy, the best one of all time.
Tanner Muse, yeah, right. And Rolando, did you say Rolando McClain? Did you say he was good?
Somebody
I
did.
said good.
It wasn't me.
I said good.
I
said good. Rolando McClain, he was not good.
Don't you remember that one video clip of him sidewalk slamming what's his name into the dirt in Oakland? Come on, that was a great play. It's about all he was known for.
Yeah, right.
I just want to shout out to Tony right now, Tony Shepard.
Hey, Tony.
You guys are doing well today. I know some shows with multiple people, it can get very muddy with people cutting each other off and talking over. So it's cool when you get enough time. Yeah, and I think a lot of that also has to do with when you got this many people on a panel that actually have their own shows and do their own shows. They understand how the whole thing works. It's when you have a bunch of people that pull up and come in that don't really understand the full concept of it and just go, you know what I mean? But when you've got guys like, you got AI, you've got Chris, you've got 805, you've got Angelo, Chris Fu, I know you've been running shows every now and then. Aunt Six is on a lot of shows. Jason is too. Everybody's getting a chance to say something, and that helps. And that, it, like he said, it doesn't muddy it up, and it keeps so you can follow everything. I know I've missed some people in the chat giving shout out. So right now, I just want to say everybody that's in the channel and in the chat, thank you for tuning in today. We appreciate you. We're here all day. At least myself and Chris. Anybody else that's on this panel, you're free to stay or go, whatever you want to do, come back, whatever. So we appreciate all you guys being on the channel with us and on the show. And put Chris's face back in. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, and
I appreciate everybody that's
also. We'll talk, and then but someone will stop and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, you go ahead." Some shows will do that. They just keep talking over each other. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna say, they're gonna say something. I'm gonna say, oh, he stopped talking. Same thing with Jeff. He stopped talking. We respect each other. We have respect for each other because we have.
Slow down on the respect thing.
Yeah, I don't respect you, man, because you run a 40 in 5 days. So anyway,
that's right. That's right.
But it goes to that comment that Kev said, like, or whoever it was that brought up about, do you go back and watch your lives? Because if you go back and you watch your lives with experience, you get better at that. Like, I'm still guilty of it. Sometimes I talk over people as well, and I get hasty with trying to share my piece. But with experience, you get better at being able to learn the cadence of like doing live streams. And you of course, everybody wants to share their opinions. I'm guilty of it myself. Sometimes I might talk a little bit too long, but it's all stuff that like you can work on and get better with time. And you said, Jeff, like, as content creators who do it quite consistently, we get used to that fact. But back to what I was saying before, if you don't mind, like Ricky Beers just brought it up. He said Greg Beacon, I believe on 6 said Kirk Morrison. You said Rolando McClain. Yeah, we did try with Rolando McClain on paper. It was the right pick, but it just turned out the player was just a piece of shit. One of my Mount Rushmore players that doesn't deserve to say once a Raider, always a Raider. I hated that guy. So it just brings me back to my point. You know what I'm saying? Like, when's the last time, like, that's how long we're having to dig. Like Rolando McClain, Kirk Morrison, Greg Beacon. These guys haven't been on our team for what, 12, 13 years. Thomas Howard, 14, 15 years.
That's
how long
it's been. That was a hit piece. I didn't wrong. McClain was a joke.
He was a joke.
Serious joke.
I hate that guy.
So I just want to finish what I was going to say earlier too, and you're right too, Tony. It's definitely better for the people in the chat listening to the show too. It keeps that continuity, so you can kind of understand what's going on. But I just want to shout out to everybody that's on the show right now. Make sure everybody that's in the channel, hit everybody up that's in here. Everybody here has their own YouTube channel except for Angelo. So make sure you hit up Afakasi. It's Afakasi Raider, his YouTube channel. Hit that sub, hit the notifications. If you like online gaming and especially Blitz, the NFL Blitz and Tecmo Bowl, he's the guy for that. Aunt 6 is one of his regulars on his show with him all the time too. So make sure you guys hit up Aunt 6.
My number one man.
Jason Downs, this gentleman right here to my side. He does have a YouTube channel. He does have videos on it. A lot of it. If you're into cars, he's got a fucking kick-ass Chevelle. That's pretty fucking awesome. And then you got on the other end, opposite.
Not no more. I'm driving up there and get it. So he already sold you for $20.
Next to Jason, you have Raiders Food Chris. I know Chris has been trying to get into the game as far as doing shows and such, which is why I gave him an open invitation today to come on in so we can get him some airtime too. And Chris, you're not, dude. Share it to stream to your channel, brother. Anybody that's on this panel, if you guys want to stream, go for it. So
I think I need a better computer or something, because that's why I was having trouble jumping in, because when I pressed stream to the channel originally, it would like just freeze up on me. So
hold up, Chris. Hit me up.
Are you using?
Hit me up, Chris. I know a guy to get your computer. So hit me up.
Okay.
And then right below Chris is 805 Raider. Everybody knows him as Real Talk. You want to just hit your shows, because some people that are in this channel may not know all your shows, because I know you're on a few different times during the week too.
Yeah, I go Sunday evenings with Severe and Chris, and also on Tuesdays we break down film during the season, have fun with it, and then I just do my individual videos. So nothing too crazy, but we definitely have fun.
During the season, if you like looking for content on film breakdown of the Raiders from the game, go to his channel, because he does pretty in-depth stuff, and he does it with the other guys too.
Breakdown channel.
Since we're doing plugs anyways right now,
so
Captain Jack Rackham channel, the Captain Jack Rackham YouTube. He does the Thursday shows from starting at 6 on Roku Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time. And then on Sundays, he does the show. He's at the draft right now, Green Bay. He was able to join us on that Thursday night. He joined us Friday here at Jeff's channel. And then for today, he's trying to get on, so he has the link while he's there in Green Bay. And on Sunday, on the Captain Jack Rackham channel on Roku, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Check it out. At the YouTube, we're going to have Jeff. We're going to have Chris. Afakasi hopefully stops in. I think Paul's doing a show, so he might not be there. But I know Gravy's pulling up. This is going to be a whole bunch, kind of like this, Jeff. Like everybody who wants to be
like a draft recap.
What's with the little giggle when you said my name?
What's that? Oh, I don't, because of the timing. Like sometimes you come in super late, just timing wise, right?
I just noticed you giggle when you said me. That's all.
Yeah, it starts at like 6, but sometimes when Afkasi comes on, it's like 7:30 ish, and then the show ends at 8 Pacific time. So because it's a Roku thing.
Yeah, so if it's 6 o'clock your time, Angelo, it's 9 mine at night. So it's 9 o'clock in the morning for AR.
Yeah.
Jack's feeling a little slighted. You didn't mention him.
Oh no, Jack Kenna knows how to get on
going to mention
he can always come on. But besides, Jack has his own fucking show. Why are you? Don't be a butt, Jack. You have your own show with Wild Wild West.
Well, that's what he's getting at, but that's on the Captain's channel. I thought you were going to say it too.
Oh,
I got
my
you,
bad.
Jack.
Yeah.
So also
Yeah.
on Captain Jack's channel, the Wild Wild West show, which is all AFC West content guys. Jack is one of them. He's the representative for the Raiders. There's a guy on there for the Chiefs. There's a guy on there for the Chargers, and there's a guy on there for the jackasses in Denver. It's a great show,
Yes, sir.
but the show leading up to the Super Bowl annoyed the fuck out of me because the guy that's there is a Chiefs fan. All he did was talk about the Chiefs and how awesome they were, only to watch them get annihilated. But the funny thing is, the following week, when they did their show again after the Super Bowl, he wasn't there. So I thought that was kind of comical too.
Can I just say, as soon as me and Chris Red have a show called Chris vs. Raiders. As soon as he's ready, I'm ready for him.
Yeah, like I said, bro, I just need to get this better computer to.
Yeah, I
be
know.
live.
I'm waiting on you. As soon as you're ready. The season ain't started yet, so we're gonna show called Chris versus Chris.
Can I say something real quick? Just because I usually do this when James fair post salute to him pulls up, and if you guys can indulge me, being that we've got a panel of 8 people, you already know what James does when he pulls up to our channels. He gives a big Raiders chant. So on the count of 3, if you guys could indulge me, can we give a Raiders one time? How about that? All right, Raiders on me, Raiders on 3. 1, 2, 3. Raiders! Let's go.
My boy Furpo.
The dogs in the house are going fucking crazy right now. I got 2 upstairs and 1 down here. What else?
All about it.
Dude, how awesome is this right now? Day 3, and this kid from Green Bay just got picked, Baron Sorrell, and they brought him out on stage to get his jersey. That's pretty fucking.
That's awesome.
Did you see?
Green Bay
who the Pittsburgh Steelers got?
Sawyer. They got Sawyer.
Yeah, I kind of wanted him too.
So
so the guy they drafted is actually there.
He lives there.
Oh, okay.
That's what's up. He lives in Green Bay, yeah.
Okay.
Green Bay?
He lives in Green Bay. He's from Wisconsin.
Oh, shit. All right, then that makes sense then. All right,
Hey, sup,
never mind.
Robert?
I thought it was a
Just saw
little
Robert in the channel on the feed.
So
Robert was good.
I got a quick question.
Go ahead,
do
man.
you guys think Shedeur Sanders will actually go to Cleveland? Because based on who's picking left in the 4th round, I think Cleveland's the only one that can pull the trigger on a quarterback. Does Shedeur Sanders actually drop to the 5th?
Cleveland already got Dylan Gabriel.
I think he's
Oh,
going
they-
to
Dylan Gabriel, they don't need him.
They got Dylan Gabriel. Damn, this.
But they did with who did they said last night?
Shout out to my guy Shedeur. Man. He's probably somewhere sad.
Angelo said last night, Shedeur Sanders and they're talking shit to Cleveland about their quarterbacks. They already put that thing
that's
like
right.
that's shit.
Right.
So why would we draft him?
Can I just say, like, whatever happens here with Sanders, like this kind of fall in terms of like where most people believe he's going to be drafted, and the fact that he's still not been taken is a generational fall. Like I have never seen anything like this before.
It's crazy.
And years from now, no matter what happens with his career, this is something that they'd make a documentary about, like a 30 for 30. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I suggested last night, a guy that was ranked top, almost like since the #1 pick before anything started, fall to the 5th round, or you do DFA. Never happened before in NFL history. He's about to make
I'm
history.
telling you, I'm a firm believer that he's going to go. He's going to go as an undrafted free agent at this point. The only other team that's super needy for quarterback is Pittsburgh, and I seriously think that when this draft is over, they're going to come out and say that Aaron Rodgers is their guy, and he's committed to them now.
Well, we do pick at the tail end, so
we do. So there is that chance. Still
there is the chance, and at this rate, I mean, Jeff, I've talked about Shedeur. I'm not a big Shedeur fan at all, especially at 6. Fu Chris, but like,
yeah.
At this point, I had him as a 3rd rounder. That was my projection with him. If we pulled the trigger in the 4th, I wouldn't be extremely mad at it, knowing you got a project quarterback in the 4th. I think that's where his value. I mean, that's damn good value for the type of traits that he has, without question. But man, if he falls past us, man, who knows when this kid's gonna get picked? I'm starting to feel bad for the kid, to be dead honest with you.
Oh, yeah. I felt bad for him yesterday.
Yeah,
I really did. I was shocked that he fell out of the top 10. I was glad that we didn't pick him because I already explained why. Because it just didn't think that was the right move for us, based on our needs. But when he fell out of the top 10, I was like, okay, something's up here now. And then when he fell out of the 1st and Dart went before him, it's like, what the fuck is going on? And now here it is, day 3, almost to the end of the 4th round, and still it's crickets. It's not good. I feel bad for the kid.
If the Raiders are pick Standards right now in this round, I was like, okay, that's fine. He's a later pick. Like I say, there's no guarantees he'll be there. Like I say, we're gonna pay him that much money. Like you want to act ass, we can catch you. We won't lose anything.
What's up, Tyler?
So right now, if they pick him, so be it. But like you said, 805, 6 overall pick, I don't see the value in that, especially if they got Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Go ahead and pick him now, fine. He can sit on 3rd. He can sit 3rd, fine. He can compete with AOC, what's like a Carter Bradley, because we already know who's starting. You can beat those guys to see where you're gonna place as 2nd or 3rd, but as of now, you're not starting for the Raiders.
I think what I feel bad about is the fact that his ability to play quarterback, he should have gone at least into the 3rd round. I think what's happening is, and this is my opinion, is I think organizations don't want to deal with Dion.
Exactly.
I think he's holding them back, unfortunately.
No.
So
I think it's just that no matter where he is drafted here on out or where he goes, even if he's an undrafted free agent, what scares teams, and just for me personally, is the circus that's going to follow. Even if he sits on the bench, there's going to always be talk of him, like, when's he going to start, or what's going to happen? Is he going to be a good soldier and sit behind and not be vocal or whatever it may be? Or even when he does get his chance to play, like what kind of product are you going to get? You know what I'm saying? And I think like the only way it's going to be worth the circus is if he goes on to win a Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, but Jeff made a point last night. He said that no matter what, the camera's going to be in Deion Sanders' face about his son playing quarterback for a certain team. And eventually he's going to break it.
It's going to be the media pushing.
Yeah.
Is what it's
that's the teams are worried about. They don't want the interference. They don't want that distractions. So that's what they're scared of. They're scared that
like
Deion's
I said,
going to say
circus.
something or do something.
You never want your backup quarterback to be the most popular player.
What?
You don't want your backup quarterback to be more popular than your starting quarterback.
At this point, it's going to be popular for the wrong reasons. Is the problem now?
Yeah, you don't want to distract.
Because now it's going to be the popularity of why did it take you so long to get picked? That's going to keep getting shoved in this kid's face.
Poor On Six is having to climb over the comments at the bottom.
Well, he's leaned back like he's laying in a fucking adjustable bed. What do you expect?
Now he's a ninja.
Put him on top, man.
Nah.
Put him with
all I gotta say is Cam Ward. I've been saying since day one he was the best quarterback in this draft class, and he went number 1. And shout out to all the morons and idiots out there that were saying, we need to tank for Shedeur. Has signs of that shit literally at fucking games during the season and shit. And look at this moron now. He's over here at the 4th round now and shit. So that's all I gotta say now.
Well, he's about to be the 5th round minute. Let's Cleveland take him.
right after we got the show started, Rundown came in and we were talking about it. And my thing is, what I said was I felt bad for the kid, and I still do, because first of all, there's what's going on with him not being picked. That dumbass prank call thing that came through yesterday was unnecessary.
That was wrong.
Whoever did
That
that
was
asshole.
that was totally wrong. Yeah. Whoever did that was
and then it's the fact that there's something in the background that's causing this, and we're not going to know right now. But I keep saying this: someone's going to leak what's going on. Someone's going to finally squawk to the wrong person, and it's going to come out. There's going to be more news on this coming up. This is eventually probably going to be a fucking documentary. All right, is what this is.
That's what I said before. Like, no matter what happens from here on out, like there's going to be a documentary about this, a 30 for 30.
This will be a 30 for 30 on ESPN type of thing. That's
what I said before.
On Netflix special, because it's going to be something.
Yeah.
John in the comments says that they found the raiders. Sorry, they found the pranksters. Is that a fact?
Did they?
Did they?
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, I missed it. What was the prank?
His family beat the fuck out of him.
What was the prank?
Somebody called Shador pretending to be the Saints, telling him he had to wait longer for him to get drafted.
Right.
What's up, 805?
So he was thinking he was going to get drafted yesterday by them, and it never happened because of somebody prank called him and told him he was going to get drafted.
That sucks.
Hey, he's there thinking.
You know what? All that bullshit and everything else his dad did and all that stuff. That's whatever. He still didn't deserve that. He's still a young kid.
He didn't.
He's 20-something years old.
That's a big boy.
That is not good for him. His ego, not his ego, but his self-confidence. That's not good. I wouldn't do that. That was dirty.
That's humiliating.
Real quick. So Jeff, remember last night we were talking about certain linebackers. So Jack Sawyer, did you see that Pittsburgh already took him?
Yeah.
So that one's gone. So hopefully Jackson Woodard is there for us. And then in terms of this, the Deion Sanders thing is a pretty deep conversation. Gravy and I and Raider Twan, we were having a really deep discussion because I understand what everybody's saying right now about the fuckery that's kind of happening to the kid. But to be fair, and I was arguing against, all right, I was saying, listen, until we see a run of quarterbacks happen, and then all these other quarterbacks, Kyle McCord, Quinn Ewers, Will Howard, all get taken before Sanders, I can't really say he's sort of getting fucked right now. And I said, and I'll tell you why. Going into this year, how many teams were really quarterback needy? I'm talking about needy, not, hey, we want to work on a project. I'm talking about they absolutely needed a quarterback. We knew Cleveland needed one. We knew Pittsburgh needed one. We didn't count. We didn't need one. We signed Geno Smith, right?
Yeah,
so I'm talking
Saints,
about
technically.
I'm talking about actual need. So when Jackson Dart got taken because of the Giants needed one, that was their best shot. That was his best shot. And then the whole thing fell, right? Like the whole thing fell. And if you looked at every round, you had to ask yourself, like, does that team really need one? Does that need? And I understand Sanders is talented. I'm just saying, did the team want the talent along with everything else, along with the cameras for a project and a backup and the whole bit? So when Tyler Shuck got taken, I even was like, well, that's what Kellen Moore, if you know Kellen Moore and you know his style of offense, that's the type of quarterback he kind of wants. He doesn't really want a Shedeur Sanders type. He wants a Tyler Shuck type, right? So then the board kept falling. When Seattle took one, we already know that Seattle just got Sam Darnold. So they don't need another one to bring up behind Sam Darnold. So they took a chance on Jalen Milroe because everybody was saying that it's all like all his measurables are like Michael Vick and all that stuff, right? The biggest shocker to me and Jeff and Chris that night is Jeff was the one that says, man, you know what would be crazy is if Dylan Gabriel goes before Sanders.
But you know what?
When Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland did that, that's the first sign where I was like, ooh, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know.
Shout out to Shucks dog. Shout out to Shucks dog. I like the way this dog reacted to the pick.
To your point, okay. Your
team. Well, hold on before you go any further, Chris. You'll get your moment. Give me 1 second.
Go ahead.
I just want to give a shout out to Ardell with the super chat. If Sanders doesn't get drafted, does he become the perfect Raider, castaway, outlaw, unrestricted free agent, rebel? Yeah. I get that.
I think he announces his retirement if he doesn't get drafted.
That or he's going to the Canadian League, or he's going to play the XFL or the USFL. Because really, what if he wants to play pro? If he's not going to get picked up by an NFL team, where else is he going to go? He goes there, lights it up.
Canadian League.
Like, okay.
You mean the quarterback for the Tijuana Bombers?
Thanks for the super chat, brother. I appreciate you very much, man. Sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
No,
I just couldn't ignore that.
That's to your point. Okay, you're a mediocre team. Your team don't win the playoffs in 50 years. You're sorry. Why would you bring somebody that's gonna be more media attention to your team? That team already sucked.
What's up, Bill?
New Orleans Saints made a good pick, I think. They got shook. Okay, he's not the highlight. He's not everything else, but he helped your team out. Why bring in a media circus to your team that already sucks? Your team already like bottom of the barrel. So New Orleans said, we don't need that. We don't need that here. Why bring the whole national, maybe international media to our attention? You got new head coach, new GM. Let's start fresh.
I'm not blaming my guy.
Sanders wasn't a good fit for them because he already got me attention. He's not even in the NFL.
Facts, bro.
So Shuck was a good pick for him as far as like he's a low key. People still not pronounce his name right. I'm still probably saying it wrong. He's a low key guy, probably a good quarterback. Low key, won't get that much being attention. Let's build our team up from here.
Did you see? You mentioned Shock before. The guy who drafted Shock?
New Orleans.
The Saints.
I don't. I'm still struggling to remember his name, but like I just remember. Do you remember? Did you see how his dog reacted when he got drafted? That was pretty cool.
That was cool. That was.
I like that. That made it memorable for me.
His dog was awesome.
His dog.
Yeah,
like when he got drafted, he got up and he was like hugging his girlfriend, and his dog like was jumping up and getting in the group hug.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It was quite cool. I like that. That for me is going to make it memorable for years to come. So.
Teddy B
with dogs is a good thing,
right?
Not cat.
Angelo, if I could add something to the Shedeur stuff.
Oh man.
I'm not surprised that Tyler Shough went before Shedeur Sanders. I think Tyler Shough actually shows more. He just shows a lot better on film. It didn't surprise me. What really surprised me is that Jalen Milroe went before Shedeur Sanders, because I understand that there's an upside, but the thing is that there is no world where you can put on film that Jalen Milroe is better than Shedeur Sanders. He can run well, but Shedeur Sanders is mobile enough. There's definitely question marks on how he uses that ability, but to me, once Jalen Milroe was picked before Shedeur Sanders, and then again Dillon Gabriel, I like Dillon Gabriel's game. A lot of people can knock him for his height. I get that, but one of the things that I take, and I said this a little bit earlier, is if I can watch your film and I forget that you're 5'10", then I'm not too worried about it. And that's what you can see with Dillon Gabriel. If you watch his film, he doesn't play like a 5'10", 5'11" quarterback. And
Thank you, 805. Thank you.
So my biggest thing is that yeah.
Now,
one of the things like for me is once Jalen Milroe went before Shedeur Sanders, I said, okay, there's something other than just looking at Shedeur's tape. And to me, I do think that they just don't want the headache of Dion and what Dion brings, because he's got so much access to any individual in any front office, any part of the National Football League, that I just don't think they want that headache moving forward. And so I think that's why I feel bad for the kid, because I think Dion is the one that's now really just a circus that comes with it. Like you're saying, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt him and potentially where he gets drafted. So I think it already has. So it's just
I agree.
My pushback, Paul, real quick. Hold on, Chris. Chris, hold on. Let me just say it. Paul, my only pushback to you on that is, again, think about Seattle's situation. I understand everything you said, and I agree about it all, right? And I know you hate Jalen Milroe like you hate Anthony Richardson. And but all my point is
not
this.
that bad, but yes, close.
Okay. But here's my point, Paul. I was saying that if you're Seattle and you just took Sam Darnold and you just told the guy he's going to be your quarterback in the future, and you just signed him to a big ass contract, why in the world would you take a project quarterback? And if you were going to take a project quarterback, why in the world would you take someone that could possibly take over Sam Darnold's job? That's why Shedeur didn't get picked. They picked Jalen Milroe because of his athleticism, his running ability, all of that good stuff. But everybody knows Jalen Milroe is not going to take Sam Darnold's job anytime in the next 4 years.
No, but you look at Sam Darnold's contract; they can get out of his contract in 2 years.
Milroe compared to Deion Sanders. Sanders is a better quarterback. As throwing the ball, his accuracy is way better than Milroe is. Milroe is a good running quarterback. Okay, isn't Milroe because you know what we paid this guy $40 million. What did they pay him? You can sit. Sanders will come in there and sit behind Darnold. The media is going to follow. Why is it so? Okay, so Denver had 2 shitty games. Okay, media circle will come in and say, "Why don't you start Sanders? Why don't you start Sanders? Why don't you start Sanders?" Seattle don't want that headache. I rested the quarter. We drafted for 2 years and have sit quiet and learn. Instead of a guy coming in, we drafted this year for 2 games and our quarterback didn't do good, and we get a media circus. You got to understand the philosophy of business and football, dude. Some corporations want a headache. Some people don't want. None don't want headaches. They don't want that. They want a smooth operation all the way through.
Can I get in there just for a second? Because I noticed Chris Freitas and On Six reacted to something, and I'm curious as to know what was that something you guys were reacting to?
Is it Teddy?
Yeah, Teddy went to the Ravens.
Yeah.
And what about you, On Six? I saw did something happen that we?
Oh no, you guys are good. I'm just watching the draft.
Oh, okay.
Well, picks coming up in about 3 more picks, so.
Yeah, the Teddy Buchanan one hurt. I like Teddy Buchanan a lot out of Cal, and I wants to get a linebacker at some point.
It's going to be Jackson Woodard, Paul. Jackson Woodard, UNLV.
But I think Jackson Woodard is more of like a six rounder type of kid, to be honest. I do like his game, without question, but I think that's kind of where maybe his projection will be. But Angelo, to your point, I think if you look at Sam Darnold's contract, they can get out of his contract in 2 years, and so I think that's partially why you bring him in. Sam Darnold had the one good year, so they're definitely taking a risk on picking him up and seeing how he develops through a Seattle system. But they went and snagged Milroe. He's got a high upside. His ceiling is extremely high. They can get out of Sam Darnold's contract in 2 years, so it does make sense that still. But Chris, for Raiders, it's the same thing. Yes, if Sam Darnold comes in and starts throwing pick sixes, the Shedeur talk's going to start, and Deion's going to start making phone calls if he wants to. And I just don't think anybody wants the headache. So, again, I just think what Deion's been doing and the way that he's been acting, I think, is definitely hurting Shedeur at this point, which is unfortunate. You hate seeing it for a young kid, but it is what it is. You make your bed, now you got to lay in it. Unfortunately.
Well, dad's gonna be a dad. Dad's gonna want the best for their kids, but sometimes it's up to your boundaries. You're like, okay, you do the best you can. Be better than I was. But sometimes you don't set that boundary by being too vocal, especially in your status situation. You were a Hall of Famer, a cornerback, whatever you were. Fine. But let the kid be a kid. There are a lot of Hall of Famers and big-time NFL stars back in the day who had kids that played in the NFL, college, all that stuff. You don't hear that much about them. They don't throw their kids much as Deion did. He just say he won't retire his son's jersey in Colorado. What? What's that mean?
You were talking linebacker before 805. I guess it circles back to what I was talking about with the linebackers that possibly are available. Is any of these guys, now that we're in round 4 and after that are available, could they have a better chance to really I don't know, make an immediate impact or be a starter or a good player, not just another one of these linebackers that we pick up that are just rotational guys at best?
Are you talking about guys that are available or the guys that were just picked?
No, I'm talking about. Well, we haven't taken a linebacker. I was talking about linebackers specifically.
Yeah, sorry.
No, the ones that just went. He meant.
No, I don't care. I'm sorry. Let me repeat the question. So I don't care about these guys who've just went to other teams. I don't give a shit. I'm talking about like from here on out, because we've talked about linebacker being a position of need. With at the very least with our depth, but I'm saying from here on out, because here we are again, round 4 or later, we're looking to address the linebacker position. And what my question was, is there anybody that's still available that has a good chance to make an impact and not just another one of these rotational guys that we pick up in the draft that usually does next to nothing? Because I'm getting kind of sick of doing that.
So one guy that I like, but again, it's probably not this round. It's maybe not even, maybe the 5th. Cody Lindenberg out of Minnesota. I really like Cody Lindenberg. I think he is an off-the-ball linebacker, more inside linebacker. That's a pure run stopper, and so it sucks. You got guys like Danny Stunsman that already went off the board. Teddy Buchanan already off the board. So a run of linebackers just went. I think
no
Cody
relation to Ray.
Lindenberg.
Sorry,
another one just went right now.
No relation to Ray. Sorry to cut you off.
No.
Lopez are running linebackers right now.
Sorry, Ed, go ahead.
Right now, I think the only one that would be on my radar, and again, it's if we trade back into the 5th, which I think is a real possibility because we've had so many picks up to this point. I don't think we need 3 6-rounders. So I think you give up a couple of those and jump back up into the 5th, and that's where I think maybe a Cody Lindenberg might be there. So I really like the kid.
And Alpha Kasi, so my pushback to Paul about that one and why, and again, I understand I'm sold on Jackson Woodard because I watched him all season. I watched him live. I love UNLV. Everything Cody Lindenberg can do, Paul, respectfully, Jackson Woodard did do. I'm just saying, if you look at them side by side, everything Cody can do, Jackson Woodard can do. So, it's not that big of a gap.
But when we talk about what linebackers we could possibly get, either here again or a trade up in the 5th. Again, I do like Cody Lindenberg. I like Woodard as well, but I just think that Cody Lindenberg would probably go before Jackson Woodard, and so it just depends on where we pull the trigger on a linebacker. To be honest,
yeah,
I wouldn't be mad.
I agree with that comment by Ramiro. Someone's background noise is really hurting my ears, man.
You go out to the jump around.
I think someone's playing the draft with the sound on.
I had the volume on the draft.
Please turn it down a little bit, man.
Sorry about that.
Can you still hear it?
No, it's gone.
But what's funny with all the ties.
I'm just looking at Jack's message here. It goes, I'd be happy to take Sense. Here's the thing now. I don't want to take him just as a charity, because we feel bad for him. No team should take him because of that. If they've got a legit need, then yes, take him. But I don't want to be that team that takes him just because everybody feels bad for him. And we were originally picked to take him in the first place. That's what I don't want. I don't want that charity. And I'm sure he doesn't want that charity either at this point now. I think now he's going to want to earn his way back into to a team somewhere.
The only thing I can add is with our pick coming up, if we go with Will Howard, because of the ties to Chip Kelly, because he had Will Howard over to Ohio State, if Chip Kelly thinks that his talent can transfer to the NFL, if we take Will Howard, it'd make all the sense in the world.
I'd be with
that's just another quarterback that's jumping before Shedeur Sanders, and with all the Shedeur and Tom Brady talk and how they worked out together, blah blah blah. I'm like, man, all that talk was just shit at this point.
And Paul, if you listened to the press conference yesterday with what Pete Carroll and Spytek said, you could read between the lines of everything that they said. But when they were directly asked, "Hey, all these players you took on day 2, can you tell us about exactly why, blah, blah, blah?" They were very clear when they said they have a system in place and they're picking the players that will fit that system that they have in place. So if we are talking about the Chip Kelly system, then of course he's going to take Will Howard, dude, because Will Howard would at the very least filter that in. It won't be something that he had to reteach. It's something that Will Howard would already be familiar with.
I don't think. Can I give a quick shout out to my guy Raider Joe real quick? Sorry, Raider Joe. That's my closest road dog. Me and On Six, we do shows with him. So
welcome to the show,
good
man.
to see you in the feed, my friend. RWO for life. Sorry.
Chiefs just took Jalen Royals, wide receiver from Utah.
It's a good pick.
Yeah, it is. Another one that I'm surprised was still there. It's not the familiarity. Yeah, I'm just for some reason I'm tongue twisted today, tongue tied.
Familiarity.
Familiarity with the system. It's more the familiarity with the player is what it really comes down to, because you can't equate what he did in college last year with that offensive system, meaning Chip Kelly, to what he's going to do in the NFL. You got different style players in the NFL than you have in college. You got different defenses you're going to play against in NFL versus college. So you really can't walk in here with going with the Ohio State plan, to be honest with you. 805, back me up on this if you agree. If not, then tell me otherwise. I appreciate it.
Don't back him up.
You can't come in with the expectation that, hey, we're going to run the same thing we did at Ohio State for an offense here with the Raiders. You don't have the same personnel. You definitely don't have the same personnel that you had in Ohio State. There's no two ways about it. First of all, you're also talking about experienced NFL veterans versus, anywhere from 1 to 4 year college experience players. So it's not so much the familiarity with the system. It's more the player and knowing that player's limitations and what you can and can't get away with them in the pro ranks. Do you agree?
Yeah. The system is going to be very different. So, and that's why I said, if Chip Kelly thinks Will Howard's abilities transfer well to the NFL, then it would make all the sense in the world if you picked him. One of the hardest things to do is to teach a quarterback not just the system, right? But it's also teaching them the terminology and trying to instill what Chip Kelly's mindset is and put it into your next quarterback. And if you already have a jump start on that, Will Howard's going to understand the terminology. Will Howard's going to understand what Chip Kelly wants to do and what he wants to accomplish. And so you get a head start with that process, which is really good. That's also going to help. Will Howard could also kind of help the other quarterbacks in the room, teach them exactly what Chip Kelly wants to do and with the terminology. So you almost have another coach in the quarterback room a little bit, helping out the other quarterback.
Which is an experience too, which is a rarity.
Can I ask you something real quick? We're picking next. Are you playing the call, Jeff?
Yeah, once they put the pick in, I'm going to turn the volume up on my TV.
Okay,
and then
gotcha.
so we all hear it at the same time.
Cool.
We go on a private chat.
That's what I did for the earlier pick too. So
we'll go on a private chat. Just leave like it is.
Well, after this, because this is the last pick in the 4th round for us. We don't have a pick in the 5th round as of right now. Anyway, I'm not going to probably do it for maybe if we get a pick in the 5th round, I may do it. But in the 6th and 7th, I'm just gonna
just let it play.
Everybody do their own thing because it's so late in the draft at that point.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I'll still do it. Fuck it.
Those on computers. If you're in StreamYard at the moment, turn the page to private chat away from comments if you don't want it spoiled for you and you want to react to the play.
I know. Right now it's a linebacker. So you think you're a linebacker now? 805. Everybody in the chat.
There's 2 guys that I'd like to see. Whether it be Cody Lindenberg, the linebacker, I also like to see Jared Ivey, the defensive end out of Ole Miss. We need a rotational piece at the defensive end, and if Malcolm Kuntz is gone next year or after next year, if he does well or if he doesn't, we need a solid rotational piece at the edge, and so I'd love to see Jared Ivey.
What are you talking about? We have Tyree Wilson.
That is very true, man. AR, I forgot about Tyree Wilson. You're right, man. I stand corrected.
Exactly, and that's a problem.
I stand corrected.
God,
he's gonna be.
Hang on, the pick is in. The pick is
MVP coming next.
Pick is in, guys.
Come on, CJ West. Come on, CJ West.
Come on, Alvaro Martinez, free safety from Miami. Let's go.
Turn it up.
They haven't called it yet. No,
Oh, why am I sure?
Shut the fuck up.
No, I'm not gonna shut the fuck up.
No, you're not going to shut up.
To be
It's
an
the old
American,
bastard.
we're not born free.
5 minute 40 yard.
Go ahead, Raph. Nobody will probably understand you anyway. Like, gonna be some fucked up name too. Here we go.
I like that jacket he's got on.
It's that old
Who is
80s
that?
style starter jacket.
Who is that? Just a fan?
Yeah, it's
It's not just
international
a fan,
fan.
it's
It's
a
from
Raider
He's from
fan.
Australia.
Hey,
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
AR's like, okay, I'm cool with him now.
Come on, CJ West.
Canberra Centurions. With the 135th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tonka Hemingway, defensive tackle, South Carolina. Just for
Tonka.
DT, huh?
Yeah.
Trenches.
Yeah, just get some
6'2", 284 pounds, defensive tackle Tonka Hemingway from South Carolina.
With a name like Tonka, you better do something.
Yeah, what a name, bro. Tonka Hemingway. That's crazy.
Yeah, you better do something.
I mean, he's about as big as a fuck. He's about as rugged as a Tonka truck. For those of us that had one when we were kids.
Tonka truck. I remember those.
I used to remember the dump truck used to ride that thing down my driveway.
No, I remember Tonka truck actually
I
made
think
real.
they took this guy to learn behind like a Christian Wilkins or something.
You know, I
Because
remember Tonka trucks were like real steel instead of plastic they got now. It was like you bend it, you break it, catch your legs. Shit.
Hang on. What were we saying about Tonka, Angela?
Oh, I was saying that I believe because if you watched him play in South Carolina, I mean, I'm not saying he is Christian Wilkins, but he kind of plays
What's
like
up,
Christian
Gunsmoke?
Wilkins. So I was like, I think this is like a project pick to play behind Christian Wilkins. And because of the rumors of injury, possibly, blah, 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 maybe that's why they took him so that he could filter into the same system without too much a gap of a learning curve.
After you, 85, can I say something? You go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say something really quick. The only thing that I don't like about this pick is we also need a plug. We need a run stopper on short yardage downs. So I would have liked to see a bigger, zero technique, 3 technique type of interior defensive lineman that's going to be able to stop runs on 4th and 1, 3rd and 1, because we really don't have that right now. And so that's what I would like to see us address. So,
But it is on the
it's okay pick.
they did say that Tufa, whatever his name is, I can't even say that guy from Arizona. He's like 335 pounds. I don't know if that's to replace Jenkins or not. They do have him on the team.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
we'll
I'll
see
go
how
for it.
that goes.
Yeah, the guy that you wanted that we passed up on was Deion Walker from Kentucky, 6'7", 340, right? But
I
he
didn't-
got taken right after we took Dante Thornton.
Yeah, I didn't like Deontay Walker. Just so you know. But hey, hold on,
Oh.
AR, go for it.
Got a
All right. How many interior guys have we drafted in the last 6-7 years alone? And how many of them have been worth a damn? None of them. And Salute Your Raiders one, I just want to get this out real quick. So I'm just hoping, praying that this Tonka guy that we drafted in round 4, welcome to the Raider Nation. I hope you do us proud. But I'm hoping he can at least be better than every single one of these guys we have drafted at DT for the last 6-7 years, because none of them that we've drafted have been worth a damn or proven to be worth a damn. And I'm getting sick and tired of it. And I'm hoping this cat can change the course of said position. So
Let me add something for like 5 seconds.
That's understandable.
So everybody that's watching, viewing, AR, you're showing what we all feel of our Raider draft PTSD. I'm
Yes.
with you.
Right, but I'm talking
with
interior defensive because we just took a defensive tackle, another one. That's 5 in the last 3-4 years. And if you want to stretch it further than that, like all these guys we draft even higher, round 2, round 3. Like I said, tell me when I'm telling lies. None of these guys have panned out to be even serviceable rotational guys, and I'm getting goddamn sick of it. So please, can this guy, at the very least, be decent, and maybe one day be a good starter. Just one time, can we get it right, please?
But AR, to your point, we drafted him late in the round. We ain't drafting the number 1 pick. We ain't drafting the number 2 rounds. We ain't drafting the 3rd round. We're drafting the 4th round. So
I don't care where they drafted. I'm talking in general. I'm talking in general. I said what I said.
I'm saying though, his expectations not gonna be as high as when we drafted before. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, but I'm saying though, it's the expectations not gonna be as high. So he's gonna sit for a couple 3 years and learn. Fine, we're not gonna miss that. But I'm saying though, like we've been doing, we drafted a guy in the 1st round. We drafted a guy in the 2nd round. High expectations. We won't have it no more. He drafted in the 4th round, late 4th round. Okay. If you do good, great. If not, oh well.
I said what I said. I said what I said. I want one of these defensive tackles. Can they just please be at least halfway decent?
I agree. I'm just saying point to the point. I agree totally with you.
I said what I said.
It was no high expectations.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Good seeing everyone. Thanks for having me on the mouth.
All right.
I'll catch up with you soon. Right?
If you want to pop back in at any time on 6.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying though.
To be fair,
we driving those DD tackles like high expectations, like Cleve Farrell and all this bullshit. Hey, you know, didn't do shit. But I'm saying he said lower pick, so his expectations of being good. If he is good, great. If not, oh well, move on.
And where I agree with AR on this one, so I'm going to defend AR. I understand what
I agree with him totally. I agree.
No. My whole thing is when you said, well, it's a late pick, the 4th. Dude, we took Aiden O'Connell in the 4th. The 4th is still not late enough.
Let's talk about these tackles. I'm talking about quarterbacks. Get off the subject.
No, but I'm just saying.
Get off.
Chris, will you let me talk, you fucker?
No,
let me talk.
You
let me talk.
I'm
trying to explain to you where he's coming from. So, for example, when AR, are you that mad that we took Nesta Jade Silvera in the 7th round?
No, I'm not. But at the same time, like I stand by what I said, and just it doesn't matter whether you were drafted in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, wherever it is in the draft. I just want one of these defensive tackles that we draft to actually do something, amount to something with the Raiders specifically. You know what I'm saying? Because every time we've drafted, whether it's round 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. None of these guys have been rotational guys, at even good ones. You know what I'm saying? Like none of them have done anything. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm passionate about. Like I just hope. I know the expectation with a round 4 guy isn't as high as if we drafted higher than that. But I still stand by what I said. I'm sick and tired of us whiffing time and time again when we try to address the interior. Can we get a guy, and hopefully it's this guy that turns out to be decent in time?
I agree.
Hold on. And to Apakazi's point.
Wait a minute. I agree with what you're saying. I totally agree. I'm tired of this draft right now is so good. I'm tired of picking guys like high expectation. I'm tired of picking guys. He's going to be this. Get somebody that's actually going to play. Like that's Severa. I asked a high expectation one, but he didn't do shit. He got cut. I agree with you 1,000%.
So Chris, like Afakasi, I understand what Afakasi's saying. And when you were saying, well, Chris, the 4th round, blah, blah, blah. Max Crosby was a fucking 4th round pick too. So again, if you're going to take a project, it's got to be later than the 4th. But if this guy is not a project, to Afakasi's point, we hope that he will be. And I think the reason why we took him is, like I said, he is basically Christian Wilkins, but project style. Christian Wilkins. And I think that maybe that's what they're doing. They're like, let's put him behind Christian Wilkins. Let's let him learn all the things Christian Wilkins knows how to do. And if Christian Wilkins gets hurt, then we could kind of do a plug and play, hopefully, in there.
Yeah.
So hopefully he ends up.
Bueno, I mean, I could, but I would have to put that all together.
I'm so passionate about the players we drafted, the running backs, everybody else. I'm passionate about that. I totally agree with him on that. Draft some fuckers that are going to come here and make a difference.
Just do something. Do something. Because every one of these other interior guys that we've drafted in the last 8+ years have done next to nothing, and I'm getting sick of it. Sorry, I don't mean it. I don't know. It's not my channel, but Tuan just joined and like.
Tuan, introduce yourself.
Hey, Afakasi, this is one I I kind of might disagree with you because there is some D tackles that we had, but we let them go way too fast, and they end up panning out for other teams. You know what I'm saying? You have your Danico Autry's, you have your Shelby Harris's that were on this team.
How long ago was that? That
was
Danico Autry's still playing.
He's still
playing. But I'm talking about when they were Raiders. How long ago was that?
That was
Danico Autry hasn't been a Raider since what, 2017, 2018? That's to my point. Like I said, that's 7 years ago at least.
Yeah.
And how many defensive tackles have we drafted since then? And what have they done as Raiders? What did they do?
When does it become the player's responsibility to get better too?
That too.
I don't care what they do when they're not Raiders. Sorry, Twan, go ahead.
No, but I do get that. In regards to the draft pick that we got today, I think it works out because he has time. You don't think that this guy's going to automatically be a starter with all the guys that are in front of him when you have an Adam Butler, when you have a Christian Wilkins. So he's going to be able to groom and grow behind those guys, and hopefully he'll catch on by year one or year two, and then get into a spot. So we'll see how it pans out. But
we're giving him the opportunity. We're giving him the opportunity. It's incumbent upon him to make this an opportunity.
Guys, real quick. I want to address that with
expectations are going to be high now because you're late from. So Max Crosby, he was a special breed. That happened. Some players happen in fourth round. Some players happen in seventh. Some players happen in UDFA. That's not the issue. The issue is that his expectations are going to be high to come in and start right away because we got Christian Wilkins. We got my boy AO5 guy, Adam Butler. We got those guys in the building. He can sit there and learn. So we draft D tackle. Hopefully, I agree with you, AR. Hopefully that he will come in there and get some knowledge from these guys and be another D tackle we can put in a rotation or even start in a few years. I'm good with that.
Right. Like with
Twan's point. We had tackles in the building. We drafted tackles, but they went to other teams and became better. You know why? Because we had a fucked up coaching staff, a fucked up defensive coordinator. I forgot who he was, whatever he was. That didn't groom, train him, and get him better. And then they just like, okay, well, this ain't gonna work. Go somewhere else. And what do? I'll trade, like you said. All these guys.
Sorry, Jeff.
Real quick, timeout. I'm gonna go out for a smoke. So you children play nice while I'm going. I'm listening.
No. He has my toy.
Nobody's gonna be able to control the chat or whatever. Rebel, if you're still in the chat, I sent you a PM in Instagram. If you want to jump in, I sent you the link. Come on in, but if you come in while I'm not here, it'll be a few minutes before I come back in, but I will be listening. So, Chris, play nice with the others.
No, they take my toy. I want it back.
Can I just address Twan's
right back
takes and good takes? Look, I agree with you. Look, I'm by no means saying like I'm expecting this guy to start and be an immediate game changer. If he can be that, hey, bullseye, like fantastic, halla friggin' luya. I by no means expect that from this guy. You know what I'm saying? I stand by what I said. I want you to hear me out clearly. What I just want this guy, and what I said is no shade to this guy because I hope he can be good. I'm just saying, like, can we get someone who does something, even as a good rotational guy, as a Raider? Because like I stressed before, none of these guys we've drafted in the last 7 years has even been that, and I'm getting sick of it. I'm tired of it.
Yeah,
and I agree.
That's all I'm saying, Twan. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying like I expect this guy to be all this and all that.
And I agree with you. I think that's ultimately our hope in regards to these guys is that whoever they draft, 1 through 7, hopefully they eventually be something. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully that 7th rounder might be in the. It depends on how he comes in here. Especially with Pete Carroll, saying that everything is going to be competition. So you get thrown in here, who knows what you end up, beating out or, taking advantage of when you get that opportunity. So I'm with you. come in here and do something. Be a special teams, you know what I'm saying, a war daddy, like they used to say Tanner Music.
Oh no, don't say that.
don't say
Don't say that.
No,
Hey,
I'm saying that in a
come on.
positive way. I'm not saying that in a negative way. But you know, come in here and do something. Don't just you didn't even pan out. You know, you just were taking a spot.
Right. That's why I'm so passionate about the defensive tackle, pick specifically. And again, like, this is no shade to this kid. I'm not trying to shade him, but I'm just speaking out loud about our recent history. Like, I agree with any position, anywhere you draft, you want to get that. You want something in return. But like, at least with most other positions where we've drafted, we've at least found guys at that position who's at least been able to achieve that. With defensive tackle specifically, like, you guys had to reach for names like Danico Autry and Shelby Harris. How long ago were those guys drafted? Like I said, like more than 7 years ago. In that time frame, we've taken at least how many guys have we picked throughout the course of the draft since 2017? We tried to address the interior. None of them even amounted to being a decent rotational guys. Already.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a question. 805. I'm gonna ask you a question. Adam Butler played at the Patriots 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Is he better now with the Raiders than you with the Patriots? Do you think?
Yes.
Okay, that's the point I want to make right now. Certain players come into the organization, depending on the coaching staff, depending on the guys that develop them, makes them better. The time we drafted those D tackles, they didn't have the coaching staff. Other guys that Twan mentioned, with the other teams, they got better. They wasn't good here because we had a bad coaching staff, bad defensive coordinator, bad everything, defensive line coach. This guy's coming into a good situation. We got a better defensive coach staff, a head coach as a defensive minded coach. We don't know what he's capable of, but I think them picking him for a reason. I think he's going to be better here, than anybody else that was past drafted by Raiders. Like I said, give the guy a chance. I agree with you, AR.
I'm giving him a chance. I'm giving him a chance.
I'll give it to you. I hope he's better than guys we drafted before, but guys drafted before when someone else did better. So I hope he's better. I hope he does good. I hope he gets in rotation. We don't know.
Hey, a good rotational guy is a win for me. But that's why I said what I said. We haven't even got that with the guys we addressed.
But
we tried to address that specific position.
What coach said, what we had when we drafted, I'm not going to make it. Who was the defensive coordinator?
Then why have we drafted other defensive players and they were able to succeed under the same coaching staff? I'm just saying.
Who? Name who? Besides Matt Crosby.
Well, name the position.
No. Name the defensive line that got better besides Matt Crosby that we drafted. Name one, two. Not Max Crosby.
That's a good point. Max Crosby. Malcolm Kuntz is another one. Malcolm Kuntz, edge rusher. We
don't know yet. You only play half a season, so we got to see what we do this year. So
you asked me for a name, and I gave you one.
Well, that's half. Okay, that's 1.5 names you gave me.
Well, I think that's
real quick, guys. Jason, I heard you saying that you wanted CJ West. I think he went 113 to the Niners.
Yeah, he's gone already.
I saw that.
Oh, you did?
No,
I didn't know he got selected until after I went back through and looked at the line, looked at available players.
I was asking the question, Yar. So I'm not against you. I'm with you on that. I agree with you. Your passion, man, kills me. I'm just saying though.
I'll be right back.
None of these defensive linemen at all.
See you guys later.
All right.
Okay, Jason.
All right, peace out.
Take care.
Legit down south. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you here, but hopefully, they these guys.
I hope so. I hope so.
You look at the draft picks; they're thinking about the players that they need, that you want in the building. Okay, so I agree with you. I'm not against you. I'm with you, dude, because your passion, man, kills me. I can feel it here, man, down under. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go inside eat some Vegemite right quick because you got me inspired.
Sorry, Twan, you wanted to say something?
No, I'm just, I'm with you on the D tackles, but when's the last time we actually fully committed to a D tackle? You know what I'm saying? And when I say fully commit, I'm talking about using a first, second, possibly a third rounder on a D tackle.
Jihad Ward, PJ Hall.
PJ Hall.
Eddie Vander Does.
Yep. Vanadros.
Byron Young. Matthew Butler.
Yep.
Neil Farrell.
Yep.
Nesta Silvera.
Neil Farrell was the third?
No, but he was the seventh. You know, I'm just calling out the names that we've drafted that I can recollect in the last 7 years. You know what I'm saying? And it's to my point. None of those guys proved to be worth a damn. None of them.
Yeah, I say all has to do with the regime and the coaching staff who's in the building. Gunther, that's the name, Gunther. Gunther was the defensive coordinator.
Whatever the case may be, whether it's coaching, whether it's the plans,
right.
I just want one of them, and I hope it's this guy that turns out to be something.
But I'm not against. I love these guys, man. I'm not against nobody. I'm against my arguments. So, whatever. Yeah. So what?
Hey guys, I'm gonna go get something to eat too. I'll be back in a couple hours.
Hey, bring back a breakfast burrito, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, my
sure.
mic was muted. Yeah, man. Pop in anytime. You got the link.
All right, fool.
So.
All right, I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, man.
Frank, look, I'm just passionate about my Raiders. I'm just passionate with my takes. What you see is what you get with me. I don't always get it right, but I shoot from the hip. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and it comes out when I give my takes. So
I've said that before.
I appreciate it.
That's why I love AR, man. I love passionate fans like him. You appreciate that. He's not wishy-washy. He's direct and to the point. Him and Ben. Him and Ray Ben are my two favorites when it comes to just the passion of the team and just get fired up. I just love that.
I love AR.
Even though it feels like he's yelling at you at the moment, but he's not yelling at you. He's kind of like yelling to the nation, like, "Hey, listen to me."
Look, I'm not. I know that you don't have to explain yourself, Chris. Like it's
no. He just says that Chris.
I am not shouting at anyone. I'm just conveying my message passionately. That's all.
Hey, I just got to put this up right here real quick. I don't know if you saw this. What if what is Afakasi thinking when that Aussie that won the Global Fan taking his spot on the stage today?
Well, good for him. I mean, he's at least he's another Raider fan from where I'm from that's repping the colors. So salute to him. Yeah.
Hey, he represented your country well. I mean, he was out there, he's well spoken. He made, you know what I mean? Good for him. That's awesome.
Yeah, that I mean.
What's up, Ducky?
Hey, it is factual though. You know what I'm saying? It is factual. Hey, well, Afakasi, I'm gonna ask you guys what you guys think about that wide receiver. Me and Angela, we were running wide receivers yesterday, and I told him that was one of the guys that I actually really liked.
Which one, Dante Thornton or Jack Besh?
Thornton today.
Thornton. Look, I don't know too much about him other than what I'm seeing and the few highlights that I just saw. But what I did see, my guy, shout out to Raider Critique, just messaged me about him. Shared a post about that the guy is he's 6'5", 205 pounds, a 4.3 second 40-yard dash, and a guy who could play from what I see from on the outside or on the inside, and an Al Davis kind of throwback pick. So that's something that I can appreciate, and that we pulled that trigger in round 4. So I'm with it. If hopefully he can contribute just like the rest of these guys, and hopefully either him or Besh can solidify right from the rip that other outside position, which is wide open competition at the moment outside of Jacoby Myers. So hopefully one of these guys fills the void and does well for hopefully many years to come. So
what's up, BL?
Yeah. I think he would be able to do a lot of stuff for us. I think, obviously the speed's there, but he's also 6'5", right? We needed a lot of us were talking about we needed a bigger framed, you know what I'm saying, wide receiver. Here it is.
He's big and he's fast. I like that.
Yeah, and to your point too, Twan, real quick, his ceiling is literally DK Metcalf. Like that's the ceiling. So,
which I'm fine with that.
Like my comps, I guess maybe it could be that with this
What's up,
guy
Billy Davis?
with Thornton, but also with Jack Besh. Like the common analogy I hear about him is that his comp is like you remember he was that Raider. He used to be on our roster. He was a Green Bay Packer. Jordy Nelson. That's it. So a lot of people see Jordy Nelson in him, but I'm not calling nobody no DK Metcalf 2.0s, no Jordy Nelson 2.0s. Like these guys have to prove it and be their own good players who can contribute in their own right. So, you know, that's how I feel about that.
No, that's a great. And by the way, just real quick to the chat. Thanks, by the way, to all the chat. Please keep putting your comments down. We are reading them, and then to go ahead and press the like buttons. But the trade with the Vikings and the Seahawks was the Seahawks are getting the number 142 in the 5th round, and the Vikings are now getting Sam Howell to back up JJ McCarthy and pick number 172 in the 5th round. So that was the trade.
That works because when I saw that quarterback room, I was like, dude, what are they doing up there? They got like, you know what I'm saying? It kind of looked crazy in there. They got too many quarterbacks, so they got rid of one of them. Because they brought in Milroe, so it's like, okay, well.
What's up, Detroit guy? What's going on, man? Welcome to the show. Again, thank you everybody that's in the chat. We appreciate you all being here today. We did have almost a full house. We can hold up to 10 people on camera. We were up at one point to 8 people, actually 9, I think. So we were almost there. We almost filled it up with
large panels has its pros and cons, because sometimes when you get large panels, like there's so many people trying to get in their takes and pieces that like a lot of us get kind of lost in the shuffle or speak over the top of each other. So there are pros and cons to having a large panel.
I find this right here with anywhere from 6 is manageable. Like this is good right here at 6. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. Anybody that's been given the link to come in, I don't care. You know, again,
no, I agree with you, Jerry. I agree.
You know, Captain Jack, hopefully at some point, I sent him the link last night once I made the studio, because we talked when he was on the show with us last night. He may pop in at some point today. Let's see.
Yeah, I'd love to see us get back into the 5th. Because right now we have nothing.
Casey, what are you doing?
What's your boy Severe in that doing? Out of 5 years, you're kicking it with them live for the draft, right?
Yeah. I want to take this opportunity to kind of jump on with some of the other guys in the space, and so they were messaging me, and we might go on for like the 7th round, kind of later, but. Like I was gonna jump on here, and I know Rundown and Jay are doing something, so I was gonna possibly pop over there. But it looks like they got kind of a full house, so they're good. I was actually with Lunatic yesterday here in the Vegas area. We were watching round 2 yesterday together with Raiders for Chris and Leo.
Yeah, I was with him day 1.
With
I was on with Lunatic on day 1.
Can I ask a question afterwards as well? As any of you got, I think you said you've been to the draft live in person, Jeff, but am I mistaken in that? Jeff,
say that again. I'm sorry.
Have you been to the draft venue and caught the draft live, being that they used to hold it in New York all the time?
No, I always wanted. A real good friend of mine went, a Patriots fan, but he was on the fire department with me. He went for quite a few years. Back when it was only kind of like on ESPN only, and it was at Madison Square Garden. But he had gone quite a few times. He goes, it's definitely an experience. You know,
has anyone else? Go ahead, sorry, my bad.
Definitely not like this. It's not like this now, where it's like massive crowds. Before it was only however many people can get in the auditorium.
I went to the one that was in Vegas here. 2 years ago now?
Okay.
So I went to the one in Vegas.
You would have gone to that one, yeah.
Was that was 2021? Was it?
2022, I believe.
Was that when we didn't have a first rounder or a second rounder?
Correct. That was the year that,
got
2022. Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
got
Yeah, 'cause it was
Devontae and
supposed to be the COVID year was when it was supposed to be in Vegas, but they moved
Right.
it.
they moved it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That
remember
was
that.
the year, AR. I don't know if you remember. That was the year that a certain somebody, I think his name was Zamir White, might have been. I think that's the year we picked him. That was my opportunity.
Don't try and goad me. Don't even try it. Don't even try
Like,
it.
okay, Zero White name and he kind of channel with AR because that just fires
Oh,
him up.
Don't say his name, otherwise Angry Alfakazi's gonna appear. So
You set
talking
it up.
about-
I had to say. I
you,
had
had
to-
to do- you always do that in the chat feeds, but you're not gonna do it this time. I'm happy it's draft day. So
That's the one. Zamir White. You talking about the GOAT? Zamir White, the one we drafted.
Yeah, the Hall of Fame.
coming up with Jackson.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's gonna have a
Hey,
yellow.
so
He's gonna have a yellow jacket when he's done.
that's right.
just real quick, Cleveland made a trade. They jumped ahead of Philly. They're on the clock now. Their pick is in. So there's a lot of talk about who might possibly be going right now. They're talking about an NFL network. So they're going to be coming up to the podium in a second. I'm curious to see what this is going to be for them. For them to move back up like this.
Shador.
No, they already got a quarterback.
Yeah, because they got the Dylan Gabriel.
I'll
right?
just throw that out there. It's just stupid, but
I know there's a big run of linebackers right now. I'm so surprised they didn't pick one, but it's too late now. Yeah, we took
You guys still talking about the Chargers community? What, all 6 of you fans get together and come into this chat? That's
It's
cool.
seven.
That's
It's seven
weird,
fans.
man.
It's 7 fans. My neighbors.
Sorry, 7 fans.
Piano man,
who
who you calling a bitch? Who are you calling a bitch?
oh,
Go on, tap
There
the
we
link,
go.
and I dare you to come and say that. I dare you.
Ooh, that's right.
There you motherfucker.
Come on in.
There he goes.
Really?
Wow.
Shador
wow.
Sanders is off
There
the
he goes.
board.
Oh, they got him.
He went to the one place that they were just talking shit about between
Exactly.
Shador and his dad.
Yeah.
Dion saying he'll never go to Cleveland. That's the one place I won't allow him to go to.
And he
I
went
mean, at
there.
this
And he
point,
goes
take
there.
what you can get, right?
Wow.
So
So he made it all the way to the 5th round from potential, at one point, the number 1
Wow.
pick. They were talking about him being the first pick in this draft. He dropped all the way to the 5th round.
5th round.
Holy shit.
Well, we're not getting him.
Yeah. He's not a Raider. Don't care.
Yeah,
All the
there
rest
is.
of them, whatever.
And good luck. Then
I'm
Cleveland.
watching Rundown channel right now to see their reaction.
Bob Brennan probably pissed off. Miro's gone and Shador Sanders gone. He's probably pissed off right now.
I feel bad for Shador on this situation.
I do.
I don't. I do, but I don't.
I and the reason why I do is because Cleveland is the graveyard for quarterbacks, and I hope I hope he can rise out of, you know what I'm saying, rise out of the valley of dry bones over there in regards to their quarterback room.
If he ain't a Raider, I don't care.
Cleveland probably be.
Have you looked at his channel
I
right now?
said yesterday that Cleveland would probably be destination for Shador Sanders. I thought they would pick him before they picked Dylan Gabriel. But I say he probably would have been Cleveland or in Pittsburgh. One of those two teams will pick him. But look, it's Cleveland Browns. So good luck. He's not going to be in Vegas.
Raider.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Raider
They
don't
do have Dylan Gabriel over there too, huh?
They
Yeah.
do.
What's up, Shilla, man? What's up, Shilla, man?
They got 5 quarterbacks now.
Hey, what they could do is just get rid of the old guys and just let these young guys go ahead and do it.
You know what? I don't give a fuck what Cleveland does with their quarterbacks. I'm worried about our quarterbacks.
The
So
only
they can
thing
do what
they
they
want-
want. They can do what they want.
The only thing I can see is potentially you got
And
trade
Piano
bait.
man, you can keep being a bitch.
Now relax. Trolls. What was that? AL5?
Sorry,
I could
Adam.
I could see the Browns getting Shador playing a couple preseason games, looking pretty good, and
Yeah,
then trade him away.
trade piece.
You think so?
I could see that happening.
So that's a good point.
Trade
That
piece.
way they won't lose their.
Yeah, you're like 5 minutes too late, hon.
they get draft capital again for him, and then maybe they have to pay him because the 5th round he won't get no money, nothing.
Or you could do or you could do with Dylan Gabriel. But now that they have so many quarterbacks in that room, I could see them potentially try to maneuver a little bit and trade one of those guys away if they show some stuff in preseason.
Well, they got Flacco. They got Flacco. They can cut him. They won't lose the money with Flacco.
Hits boy. I don't know where you were the last 30 minutes or so, but that was the discussion. Was talking about the defensive tackle and talking about.
You're talking like you're underwater. I didn't hear a word of that.
You can't hear that.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, now you better. Yeah, the clarity just left for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You're sitting too far back in your chair.
Clarity left from up here a long time ago.
Hey, you sounded like you teeth on the peanuts.
Yeah. The point I find, they got Flacco on their team. They can cut him. Watson contract is so big they can't do that. They'll lose money. So they can cut Flacco and.
I don't think you cut Flacco though. Like I don't think there's any way you cut Flacco and you're going to rely on 2 rookie quarterbacks to compete and try to beat this thing out. I think
you need Flacco there for the veteran leadership too. I mean,
yeah, but they got one more there. I forgot who. I don't know who it is. They
got what's his face that popped his ACL 20 times.
Pickett.
Yeah, they got Kenny Pickett. Oh, do they have Kenny Pickett?
I think they do.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Right?
Well, they can cut one of.
They do have Kenny Pickett. So you know what? Christopher Raiders, man, you might be right. Because if they got Kenny Pickett over there, maybe they do cut Flacco. I'd probably cut Kenny Pickett before Flacco, but they could.
Yeah, me too.
Cut Flacco.
Look, I say,
Deshaun Watson's not
they can't cut Watson though because that contract is so goddamn ridiculous. They can't cut him; they'll lose like a bunch of cap space. So they got to keep him for another year. One more year, I think. Got to keep him.
Yeah, I think and you're talking about trading Shador. I think that might be the option because really look at it. You have him play preseason. He's getting a lot of buzz. Someone wants to trade for him. What do you think the Cleveland Browns are going to want from him? They're going to want more than a 5th.
Yeah.
So
if he balls, you could get a third. If there was other teams that thought they were very high on him,
mm-hmm. So you just moved up the draft silently just for having him hold the spot during the preseason.
Well, Cleveland right now is a testing ground for Shador. Can you handle? Can you play well? Can you stop the media circus? It's a testing ground for you. So let's see what you got. If you're good, we might keep you. If not, if you're good, we can get something for you. So it's a testing ground. Yeah, I'm glad he's testing there than here in Vegas.
Yeah, that's kind of where my mind goes when I see something like that happen. When a player of his caliber falls so badly, and then it doesn't even look like the Browns need really a quarterback at this point because of what that quarterback room looks like. Who knows? They could value Shador very high. I don't know, but when you pick a Dylan Gabriel, then a Shador Sanders. You still got Pickett, you got Flacco, you got Deshaun Watson. I just kind of get vibes of there's probably more to it, and maybe they are going to potentially try to work the market a little bit if he does perform in the preseason. So we'll see.
Well, he's still in a pick that if everything like this falls apart, they can buy. They can get rid of him. I mean, it's not like a second round pick or a third, second, fourth round pick where they get him, they cut him, you look stupid. You're a 5th round pick, so if you don't perform right, or if it's too much distraction, we can just waive you and don't take a hit. So it's good for them.
Yeah, I mean,
Dion paid the Browns to take him, son. Probably, never know.
It's really sad though, is you have a player that. Just all the hype in the offseason. In these last couple of rounds, they don't even show him. He's not even up on the screen. And then when he does get picked, there's nothing. Not showing him. It's pretty brutal how far this kid dropped. And
yeah, that's
young kid. whatever your opinion is on him, and Jeff, I'm not high on him at all, but still a young kid. It's just tough to see him drop like that based on things that are possibly out of his control. I did hear that a lot of people did not like the way he interviewed, that he came off just arrogant and stuff like that. And so,
what's up, Nick?
We talked about this last night, and I brought it up that, there's a difference between having confidence in yourself when you're in an interview and being conceited, and having an attitude. You can walk into a room and say, I'm the best quarterback you're going to draft. That's awesome. You believe in yourself. I appreciate that. Just like Raider fans, we always think that the Raiders are going to win the Super Bowl. We think we're going to finish undefeated. You have to have that hope and that dream that you're that good. You have to have that confidence in your team. You as yourself, you have to have confidence in yourself that you're going to come in and be the player that everybody thinks you're going to be. You can't walk in and go, yeah, I'm a good quarterback, and just leave it at that and just answer questions and walk out the door. You're never going to get looked at again. But when you come in with certain oozing conceitedness, or just the arrogance, and that's the rumor that's out there. I'm not saying that's what it was. I'm just repeating what's been out there put out there by other media personalities. That's the rumor going around. Whether it's true or not, who knows? But you can't be like that, because it's not a good look, And this is a perfect example of it, why he fell so far too. And we got another guest coming in. We got Coach Gravy in the house.
What's going on?
What up, Gravy?
Hey, Gravy.
I'll put him over here. Angel's not even there.
Jeff, to your comment, I agree with that, but and it's not just with this specific player, but I'm just tired of people having reports that say so and so is this, and they're not putting their name behind it. You know what I'm saying? Like and we can talk about Shedeur, right? They talked about him being brash, or that word was thrown out there that he was being brash in reports, but the person that said that was a John Doe. So I hate that people can say stuff and not put their face or name to it.
Well, that's the media for you. They're gonna put those hit jobs out there to make them look good. They say something that they don't know nothing about. So they say, well, Shedeur is over cocky. He probably was. He was conceited. Probably was. We don't know. We weren't there in the interviews. They're gonna say that to get their station up, their channels, whatever. They're gonna say all that things that's not necessarily true. We don't know the kid. I never met him personally. Nobody in the chat, I don't think, met him personally. We don't know what he's like. We don't know what we hear say and what his dad said, because he's always in the media. So he might have been that, but like 805 said, I heard the same thing. That in interviews where he was sitting there saying like, yeah. He might have did that. We don't know. But the point is that it got out. Everybody knows about it. That's why he probably one of the many reasons he probably went so low. Nobody want to take a chance on that.
Hey, Gravy. How are you?
How you doing, bro? You guys got me. I had to switch over to my war room for the internet. How you guys doing, man? Good to see you guys. Long night.
What do you think of the draft so far, Gravy?
Let me say, it was very powerful. Very powerful last night. Me, Twan, and Angelo, man, very powerful last night. I felt real great when I woke up this morning. But you guys don't know about that. But it was a real powerful after backstage meeting we had. I loved it, Twan. It meant a lot to me. And after the fact too, it was a wonderful thing, bro. Angelo, much love, man. It made me feel real good this morning when I woke up. Anyways, great to see you people, man. I love everything. But go ahead with the question, AR. What you got, bro? What you got for me? Let's go.
Yeah, salute for you, man. I was just asking how you felt about like the draft so far for us.
Hey, draft.
What's up, Lakeshore Raider? Welcome.
So a little bit, I agree with all of you. This priority was the linebacker for me.
Sorry, Gravy, you broke up. What did you say?
Linebacker is a priority for me in the beginning.
Yeah.
Have you been hearing the shows that I got? the way I am, AR, I'm pertaining for the draft that's been ongoing since Janty. Everybody knew I was a Janty guy. There's no question or debating me about that. That the guys we got now, I'm not the way I roll with football is I'm not a big type 6'4", 6 something receiver. I love quickness. I love the dude is straight up got to get up, man. 4'3", you can't stop that. But bigger, that's cool. 50-50 balls is not really in my offense, and the offenses that I like. But I know it's in the pro level. But it's good to have big guys like that. But we're gonna go into here thinking that this big guy is gonna be a RZ or our outside guy right off the bat. I don't think that's gonna happen. And I see him more as a developmental guy. Good pick. But I don't see
What about
that.
Besh?
That's
What about
gonna
Besh?
happen. I love the I A+ grade on the 2 offensive linemen that we got. I love the big physical battling ram Porter that we got. And I like Besh. Well, the Besh is a guy that I don't mind what I like to do having Jacoby Myers and a Besh together is more potent than me than a one strike you might get it or not type deal. You get Besh and Jacoby, dudes that if you look at this guy's bio, and I said it, with Juan and Angelo and Jeff heard it too. This guy's bio is that everything you see about him is that he takes balls away from people. He's strong. You're not going to do that. So that's like a 50-50 guy to me. What's wrong with the guy that's 6'1" that could do the same things that a 6'5" guy could do, but do it in a shorter route, and then get more after that, after the play? Because usually a 50-50 ball, you either score a touchdown or you're going to go out of bounds. One or the other, if that's what you mean on a 50-50 ball. But the way I see it is that this and then this guy they're saying that elite, masterful. The words like that are being brought about this receiver that we got in the second round, that you can't tackle the guy. You can't tackle the guy. And after the fact, you got 2 guys right off the bat, first and second pick that are known and as scouts, the professional scouts that have this. And I know 805 will agree with me that that's the most important thing, is to catch the ball and then do something with it. You got to do something with it. And then I see more first downs. I see more production in the red zone. And that's what we need to do. We just don't need to be going from the 30 to the 40, going from the 30 to the 50. We need to get in that red zone. And we need to score. And then that, again, was our problem for the last 5 years that we couldn't do, even when we had Derek Carr. We weren't good in the red zone. We were bottom of the league in the red zone.
You make a good point, Gravy. That's what a lot of bits. He breaks tackles. I watched highlights after the dude doesn't run out of bounds after he gets the ball. He runs in you. He runs at you. He runs through you. He's trying to fight end zone.
Violence is in this guy's bio, man. Violence is in Janty's bio. Violence is in this guy Besh's bio. He runs with violence, and you ain't gonna get him down. He has a want to, and that's the type of player that I respect and I like. And so, bigger, there's little dudes that could do the same thing a big guy could do, and I'm just used to that.
They highlight toughness with Besh. So, to your point, Gravy, you were saying like how pretty much you were alluding that the offense has been a problem and trying to get down the field as well as score. I mean, that's what you're trying to do. That's the aim of the game, right? So, do you think that we've made adequate moves to be able to get closer to that, or are you still not quite sold on this draft?
I think what we're doing now, and it might take a little bit more time or a couple more dudes, maybe a free agency or whatever. If I see Chip Kelly, what he does. Now we really know what he does, and people might do it. And I heard the conversation you guys had, and I'm glad that you all think about this. I'm glad 805 says it, and I'm glad that Jeff also realized this, is that we were as content creators or people that are not in the know, we're saying, it's going to be easy to get these Ohio State guys with Chip Kelly and bring them onto the Raiders, and they're going to get it real quick, and get Howard, and he knows the system and all this. It's different. Like 805 said, it's very different. That college shit that Chip Kelly had, it's out the door. It's out the door.
Yeah.
very more complicated. It's very it's gonna be different. It's gonna be it's gonna terminology might be the same. The terminology might be the same, and that's an upper hand that they might have. And it's good to get guys
where's the flag?
but it's gonna be drastically different. So we can't say that. And then I'm glad you got in that conversation. But what we're doing, or what it looks like we're doing, especially with the offensive linemen, and I'll cut it real quick, AR. And these offensive linemen, look how much they weigh. You know, we ain't getting no 330, 340 pound guys, monsters. We're getting these guys are 311 pounds, 300 pounds, 315 pound guys, long, lean, that can move and run this. Finally, we're gonna see the zone. You know, if it's a zone read offense or it's an RPO offense, because there's a difference between that. And then we're gonna see exactly how that is run with the proper people. They're getting the people to run this offense, and then that's what I see us doing with the receivers, with the offensive linemen that are gonna blend in. And then the thing about the offensive linemen is that they could transition. Both these offensive linemen, one of them has said he's a good offensive tackle in college, and he could transition. He's going to be a better guard in the long run in the NFL. So I see that transition happening over to Chip Kelly. They're doing it right. They're doing it right. Picking guys high like that.
The guys they picked, they both play guard and tackle, so they know both positions.
Yes, the
so
transition is there. Yeah, and they're real light. You're looking at the light guys. The only thing that I question is that defensive lineman that we just got. He's light.
I was going to ask you that. Tonka Hemingway.
I don't like my big boys like that, especially if you're a tackle. I don't like that.
So you're not quite sold on that pick. I don't know if you heard my rant before that I was quite passionate about. Like, I just hope that this guy is better than every single one of these interior guys that we've drafted in the last 7 years. None of them have amounted to being worth a damn as Raiders specifically. So do you think this guy gives us a chance to finally get someone who's at very least a decent, solid player that can be a rotational
picked in the fourth round? He's a fourth round pick. And to me, it's 1, 2, 3, first, second, third rounds. You got to make an impact. I'm stubborn on that, bro. I'm stubborn on that. And the pro level is that I got friends that are at them levels, and I have a friend that got picked in the third round, and he told me you got to make dudes that get picked in the third round. He went to a coach like, you have to play. If you get picked in the third round, you have to make it into the lineup and give some production. You have to be productive. I agreed with you, AR, with the conversation that you were having, that we didn't get no production for the last 7 years of any of the defensive tackles that we got.
Nada.
Even if it's the seventh round, nothing, no production. I agree with you on that.
Nada.
I don't care if you're a fourth round pick or nothing. Even our first round pick, it was a defensive end. Now we got to make him a tackle, and we even got production in both ways. So that's even worse. That's even worse. A top 10 pick that ain't doing shit in. To me, Tyree Wilson got drafted as a defensive end. He wasn't good at that, so they dummied him down and made him a defensive tackle, and he still ain't good at that. So that's bad. That's bad. That's worse than not getting production for a fourth round.
Rotational guy in the top 10 is unacceptable.
It's unacceptable. And then we would have got a defensive tackle in the second round. I expect you to play. I expect you to push the defense. I expect you to push Wilkins and get your ass in there and to push him to get in that game. Be in a rotation of Adam Butler. And if you're a second round pick, you ain't no development. Third round pick ain't no. You get better. That's not developing. Developing and getting better is two different things, bro. They expect you to make an impact. They all just sit and wait. In a year or two, you're gonna come up and you're gonna be the next coming. But we picked you in the third round. Bullshit, man. That's not the way I am. I don't get picked. You get picked in the first, second, third round. The chance is there, and I'm gonna give you the opportunity to do it. But if you blow it, kick rocks, bro. We'll get another guy that wants it.
Byron Young.
Yeah, Byron Young. All those guys, bro. All those guys were wasted. I'm not saying money. The opportunity to play. Take advantage of your opportunity. But there's what we see is games. We see games being played, but the practice. That's your opportunity to beat these guys, to jump over people. The way you practice, nobody could take that away from you. So practice hard, get over the top, do it. So obviously these guys couldn't cut it out. The guys in the past. But I hope this guy, he's lighting the ass and maybe just a tough son of a bitch. And sometimes you get one of those. I can't talk bad about him, but light guys, I'm not really with. Unless, the Chip Kelly's kind of like what I like to do. So then I like those light, quick, the good footwork type linemen that can move. So, but my big boys in defense, you got to stop the run, bro. You get a 340-pound tackle against this 285-pound man. We know who's going to win. We know who's going to win.
Gravy, real quick, I'll add to just the offensive line talk. What I do really like about the guys that we picked is they're versatile, right? They can play offensive tackle, they can play guard, they understand both positions. I kind of said this when I jumped on real quick with the live and Jeff was on. When an offensive lineman understands both positions, guard and tackle, they've played it. Depending on where they're plugged in at, they understand what the guy next to them is supposed to do, whether it's a power run scheme, whether it's a zone run scheme. They understand it. And I've always coined it. I've always coined this term with my offensive line is you're only as good as your weakest link. You're only as good as your weakest link, right? All it takes is for one offensive lineman to miss their block, and now that interior defensive tackle is potentially making a play in the backfield. And so I like to see offensive linemen that have played multiple positions on that offensive line, so that they know what the guy next to them is supposed to do, what their assignment is, and allows them to communicate much better and much easier moving forward. And the more and more I watch, I wasn't sure about the first lineman that we got, but obviously that the tackle, the big boy, Charles Grant. I've done a lot of research on him. I think he's a little bit of a project. I think he can come in and definitely compete without question. But with both of those guys, they've played multiple positions on that offensive line. I think that's going to help them at the next level and truly compete and battle with some of the guys that are currently already on this roster. So, but what I do love about what Spytech is doing is that every move is a complement to each other. We got Genty, and they complemented Genty with adding to this offensive line. We got Jack Besh, but we also got a tall, deep threat receiver that also adds another element to this offense. They're doing a really good job of complementing the picks that they grabbed previously, and so I do think they're working pretty methodical through this draft, and it's good to see. I don't think we've seen this in the past.
Good takes there, Edify.
But I definitely like the way that they're navigating this draft as it stands right now. So I'm excited for it.
I like your takes. The only thing I can disagree with what you said is I don't believe in that notion that your offensive line is only as strong as your weakest links. And hear me out. Like, this is just how I feel. Like, do you remember 2016? Remember we had a stellar offensive line?
Yeah.
Every position on that line we had studs bar the right tackle. Yet we still were able to get the job done. You know what I'm saying? So that's just a case in point like that. Why I don't believe, if you've got strong players at every other position, if one guy is weak, doesn't make the whole line weak.
It doesn't make the whole line weak. I'm with you. It doesn't make the whole line weak, but the problem is that, and the concern that I have, it's like Dylan Parham last year when he came in multiple times. He's the one that basically fell off on a play, and next thing you know, defensive line's getting penetration, and now it's a tackle in the backfield. Cody Whitehair, as soon as he got the start, I was pissed off. He was without question the weakest link. We saw how bad Andre James was playing.
Pete.
But I agree with you. It's not that it's always going to all of a sudden make the line shit, but at the same time, it is difficult because with the offensive line, it does just take one player to miss their block. And now that interior defensive lineman or that defender can get in that backfield, influence the ball carrier inside the backfield, or potentially make the play. So I guess it's more about just shoring up the pieces as a whole, because unfortunately, it does just take one missed block. Unfortunately, it doesn't make the whole line back.
We'll watch it again. Watch it again. Late in the game. I was telling Jeff, I was watching because he hates Parham. I know he does. I was watching JPJ was playing center. I noticed that center controls the line of scrimmage. I noticed that JPJ was more watching Parham side than watching the left side. because he was trying to help Parham out get those blocks against like the Chris Jones of the world. So if you got a guy that can contain his side and then that side, JBJ job be a lot easier. We can watch that nose tackle or that guy come from the middle. He had to watch Parham's side. I was like, looking at him, he's like always peeking over there. Trying to do that. So maybe they thrown that right side up.
I think that happened more outside. When Parham played his best is when he was right next to Colton Miller. That's when he played his best. And that was the year before. And that was when Parham was, I think, second year or something like that. And but he played way better. He was on his own.
He goes, anyone against adding another running back with one of our 6th round
Nope.
spots?
Big nope. You know what? Let's get it. Please.
I'm happy with Mostert. I'm happy with Mostert and Gentry and what we have in between those guys.
I want
one of those guys. One of those 4-5 guys that didn't do shit. I'll take one of them. The best one.
I'll take big back and play so room. Get a big back
I want
in there.
Caleb Mullings from Michigan is who I
Big
want.
back ain't gonna do nothing for you. You got bangers there, Chris. You don't need a big back. That's typical.
Look,
You don't need that
understand
shit. What do you want to line up at fullback?
I understand
the
that.
game now, bro.
I understand that.
Fullback is
I
not the
understand-
game.
Okay, I understand that. I understand. The run back room, get rid of all the motherfuckers. We got 2. Just get a big back in there and call it 3. Now I'm good with that. Because the guys in the room, the other guys in the room can go walk, kick rocks. Get a big back in there, get rid of everybody. Because that's what they're doing right now. I didn't put a list up on the people, Pete Carroll and everybody cut. They cut 6 players yesterday. They might cut some more. Get back in there, replace that Zamir White, replace I don't say Lobby, but replace the rest of us. McCormick, I can think of name. Replace those guys. Get back in there. You got your 2 good backs. You got Mostert. You got Genty. Those are 5'9", 5'10", 5'11" guys. Good. Get a big bag just to have that punch. Pete Carroll likes lightning and thunder. Although we got lightning and thunder in one guy, but you don't want to run.
Where was his lightning and thunder in Seattle? His lightning and thunder was Marshawn Lynch. His lightning and thunder was Marshawn Lynch.
I know, but you got that one guy. You got that one guy. I don't want him. I don't want Genty getting there and run for 1 year, 1.5 and get hurt and he's out for a while. I don't want that. I want them to rotate guys in. Give him back. On short downs, yeah, Genty probably can get it. But why sacrifice him for that? He's the guy, the big run threat. Put a big back in there.
You weren't upset when Josh Jacobs got 385 carries and got 1,600 yards, and no one else helped him out.
Oh,
by
I'm
himself.
fine with that. I'm not saying that. I'm just
And
saying
Genty
though.
could do that. You know, I
know
understand
that.
your logic, bro. I understand your logic, bro. That ain't football no more. There ain't no lightning and thunder. Some teams do that. They have 2 good running backs. Detroit does. Okay. But
Kansas City's
give
back
those
on the
guys
clock.
Can I get in there after you, Gravy?
Slow him down and say, okay,
No, I'm saying
we're
though,
lightning,
watch
lightning,
out.
lightning, we're fast.
Watch out the running back
When you got a
room.
guy that could do that, and
Okay,
one guy,
no problem.
Keep
I'm
it.
saying watch out the running back room. Get rid of all those fuckers.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Get
rid of all of them.
Get most guys. Get rid of all of them. Get a big back in and have a big back in there. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Can I get in there real quick after you, guys?
Yeah, go ahead. AR's got the floor.
Look, you both make have good takes on the situation. Like I agree to a point with both of you. I'm happy with Genty being the lead back and taking the majority of carries. Absolutely. Raheem Mostert, like we'll see what he can do if he can be that solid veteran presence that Amir Abdullah left behind. But in terms of like getting another one, I'm all for it. Like I would like to see us bring in another guy just as that depth guy or coming in rotation, because I would like to see if we do draft another guy, because if this is as they say, the deepest running back class for a while, like if we can find another guy in the 6th round to compete with the likes of Sincere McCormick, to compete with the likes of Dylan Lobby, and may the best man win and be that 3rd running back that stays on our roster. Like I personally don't want, like if Zamir White gets his chance to stay on the roster and compete in preseason, then so be it. But like all these cats that we had last season are on notice, and I'm not going to cry spilt milk over any of them.
Yeah.
If none of them make it, if none of them go to the practice squad, whatever. But I personally, I'm all for getting another running back just to bring in competition as that depth guy. But look, we got Genty. He's definitely going to be our starter, and hopefully that stud that he's projected to be for years to come.
Yeah, I'm with that. I was saying though, bring another back in competition. I'm not saying bringing another back to be the number one. We already know the number one's going to be. He's going to get the majority of the carries. You got most of it. He's going to probably be a third down back or like a red zone back. Great, we got those. I'm just saying, why sacrifice Genty on a short down on 3rd and 1? Why put him in there for? Put a big back in there and let bang in there like, okay, get it. Why put him?
Why did we pick him? Why did we pick him in the first round to do that? Exactly to do that.
No.
I agree with that, Gravy. I agree with that.
We can't pick a guy number 1 and say, "Oh, we picked a guy in the 6th round," and they all go in there, man. You could do the same thing. No way.
I agree with that too. But why sacrifice? Why?
No disrespect.
I agree with that. He's all that. Wait. Make my point. He's all that. No. Time out.
You need
all that.
What you need to do.
Yeah, he can do that. I'm not saying
there is no more Tyrone Wheatley and Charlie Garner fucking football no more. It's done with Chris. It's done, bro. Phil Davis is dead. Okay. That era needs to stop because it hasn't fucking worked in 7 years, bro. Okay.
Right. Time out to you.
Out of that, bro.
Time out to you.
Revitalize yourself with football.
Time out, Gravy. Time out. One thing I'm concerned with, Genty, great pick. Great running back. He can do all that. What I'm worried about is that Genty was used so much at Boise State. I don't want to see him get used too much to get hurt and be out for a fucking season. That's my concern.
He's not.
And on 3rd down 1, okay, we got Genty. Yes. But the thing is that 3rd and 1, we got another big back here that can get that 1st down. Why sacrifice him? That's what I'm scared of.
805 is the coach, right? 805 is the coach.
Wait, no, time out.
High recruit.
I'm scared of
high
Genty.
recruit. You got a high recruit, 805. Okay, you got a high recruit, 805, and he's the best player on your freaking football team. 3rd and 1, and you got the best running back on the squad. Are you going to deprive him of that situation and put somebody else in to do that? Because he got the ball 30 times in a game, and it's a 4th quarter with 3 minutes left, or whatever the situation is.
Oh man, God.
So I look at the running back position. We just took Genty, right? I expect Genty to do everything for us,
right.
But whether it be 4th and 1, whether it be 3rd and 1, I expect him to be able to produce in every down situations. Right. But my thing is I would not mind adding a bigger running back. Angelo, I think you mentioned his name, Khalil Mullins. Would not mind adding.
I understand that, and I agree with Chris with that. But the things you're saying is thunder and lightning. Like this guy's gonna start, and he's Tyrone Wheatley. And
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
you don't take out your best.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
Chris, I love you, Chris. And what you just said, when it's 3rd and 1, we could take Weston Genty out the game and put somebody that we don't even know who the fuck his name is right now to go in there and get a 1st down for you. When we invested in that guy just for that,
right?
Not be in the game. That's what you just said.
I said situation. Yeah. Okay. He had 40. He had 30 attempts in the game. Okay, the game like 31. Okay,
that's why we picked him. That's why we picked him.
Get in there. Okay, we'll win. We'll win 31-7. All right, 31. All right, get in there. You have 30 attempts.
Okay, now you're talking a different situation.
I'm not saying he's going to start. I'm not saying he's going to take the place of Genty. I'm not saying that. I'm saying on
that's the time when you do that.
Down.
You know what this is like? This is like being at a family dinner during the holidays and somebody brings up politics, watching the family go at it.
This is good. This is good. I love it. Keep going.
Why sacrifice?
You can't say stuff like that, bro. I'm sorry. I don't want to mess it up.
You got 150 yards. Why 150 yards? Why put him on 3rd and 1? Well, you know what? Take a break. We got a big back that can get that 1st down. We got a big back that can get the 1st down. Well, just sit up for a minute.
If it's 37-7, like you said, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm
37-7, yes.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, but you can't.
The third lighting thing I was saying because the past week goes off.
37-7, then take Aston Genty shouldn't be playing. He shouldn't be in that situation at 31. You know, but if the game is on the line, that's what he's there for, bro. That's what he's there for.
I agree with
hold
that.
Back on that dude. I don't give a fuck if he gets 385 touches. I don't want to hold him back.
Agree. I want to be back.
Run his ass to the ground. Run his ass. That's what he's a running back.
I want to be back in there to have a big back in there. Okay, I want back to have a big back in there because, like I said, I want to wash out. Like I said, my philosophy is take a stink bomb, throw it in the run back room, everybody clear out, lock the doors behind these motherfuckers. I want a completely fresh. We got 2 guys. I want a completely fresh run back room. We got a big back. I mean, the Genty, great back.
Big back.
We got Mozart. I think it'll be our third down back.
Is poor.
And we've got the next coming of Marcel Reese at fullback.
Wait. I want to get that big back.
You want to put a fullback back in there, bro. The only team in the NFL with a fucking fullback. That's what
we got the next coming of Marcel Reese with Zamir White, according to some. Come on, gang.
Fuck that shit.
Marcel Reese was a good tight end too.
Zamir White, Zamir White, third down 1, gives the first down. Yeah, gives first down. Yeah, he gets knocked back 2 yards. Yeah.
And when was that? Chris? Back in 1990 what?
What?
So you were 30 years old back there, bro. You were 30 years old back then.
I didn't hear your question. What's the question? What was the question?
805.
Our slot cornerback is the guy we drafted, bro. That's what it is. The guy we drafted. That's our slot cornerback.
805. You want to say something? I see you pointing.
So I'm just going to add, when it comes to running back, and this is just my take on running backs, even though we picked Genty at number 6, I would like to have, and maybe it is Mostert, maybe that's what their plan is, and it's perfectly fine, but I definitely want to have a running back that we can rely on for maybe maybe around 8 carries a game, because in this day and age with the running backs, running backs have to have just either one, that ability to kind of get that breather on the sideline. So you get a guy in that could take about 8 carries or so a game, which is perfectly fine. But then also, it's taken into consideration, 80% of running backs get injured. That's the hard part. And so it's trying to have that backup. And Raheem Mostert's a good example of it. He's got his injury history. If we can get another running back in there or on this roster that we can slot in just in case of an injury, or just in case they get banged up and all of a sudden Genty misses a game, maybe 2 or what have you, because injuries to the running back room it's just the reality in this day and age. And so I wouldn't mind picking up another guy in the later rounds, knowing that we could potentially depend on him if something does happen to any running backs in this room. So I just wanted to add that part.
That's what I'm scared of. I'm scared of Genty, because I said Boise State ran the crap out of him. I'm scared that maybe, I know he might have too many miles. Like Josh Jacobson had many miles he played at Georgia. He didn't have any miles. He barely played. Genty was basically the focal point of Boise State. I want somebody just in case he get a little nick, and like tweak something. He could be out for a quarter or 2, or even a game, or 2 games.
You're changing it up now, because you said in the situation of 3rd and 1, take Genty out. Yeah, that's what I focused on, bro. You're talking about a situation of getting a first down. Now you're saying
my point was
he gets a nick. You're saying just in case he gets nicked up now. Okay, I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying though, but yeah, this game. Okay, there we go. He ran for 20-something yards with a close game. You know what? Take a break. You're kind of tired. You're kind of beat down. We need somebody to get that 3rd down 1. He probably can do it. I ain't doubting him doing that. But why take a chance on it? That's what I'm saying. Want that back in just in case. That's what I'm saying. It's not like you're going to start. You're going to run.
Losers take their starters out, and then they don't let them suck it up and say, "Can't babysit this dude," and say, "Oh, are you tired? Are you tired, mijo? Are you tired from running a 40-yard?" Fuck no. Get out there and get that first down, man. And I know Genty's like that.
I agree with you on that point, Gravy. But are we all in agreement that, like, if we take a depth guy in the 6 at running back, like, would anybody be against that? I'd be for it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Get running back. Get nice running back.
Anybody against that?
That's all I'm saying.
Sorry, what did you say, Greg?
I know, Greg. You love that Genty pick. I know that. I saw you out there. I talked to you about that. I had no problem with it at all, Genty. I had no problem running 50 times a game. No problem with that. I was always seeing me hurt. My main thing is always hurt. if he's getting banged up, they take him out for a minute, take a breather. He does that. Like AO5 said. Abrams said they get hurt too much. I hate to see them get hurt in the first 8 games of the season because they made okay, well, we shouldn't be playing. We made that mistake a few times.
Quick timeout. Poor Jack's been asking this question now. Jack Kenna. I'm probably going to shoot over to 805 on this one or Gravy. He goes, if Porter's a slot, who's the number 1 cornerback? Richardson? I'm not that good with the secondary, so that's why I'm leaving it to you.
Hey, let me go first, Paul, and then I'll see.
Go for it.
So the thing is, and everybody has to remember in the Raider Nation that remember how everybody was or not everyone, but some people were giving up on Jacorian Bennett on his rookie year, and then what happens in his second year, right? And it takes about 2 years. Like not everybody can get lucky the way the Eagles got, where they got Cooper DeJean, and then they got Quinyon Mitchell, and then they both were amazing right off the bat. But I think DeCamarion Richardson is the right length, super fast, and he is a Pete Carroll type guy that this second year, I'm not saying he's going to start, but he might give Stokes a run for his money a little bit. But it'll definitely be that Bennett, Richardson, possibly on that side, while Porter maybe is going to be used more as that nickel to just kind of learn for a bit. But I'm so stoked about the defensive backfield that we have because I still really believe Jeremy Chinn's going to quarterback that shit. Everybody was already happy with our Polamalu guy, and then now, shit, man, we got some killers in there. It's not going to be easy to throw on the Raiders next year. We got some killers. Go ahead, Paul.
Don't forget Stokes. They got Stokes too.
I'll take that.
I'm not that high on Polamalu, to be honest with you. I think Polamalu's a question mark. I use that in regards to a few of the players on the team. I think Polamalu's he's improved. Yes, he's improved. He's got better as years gone by. But am I really that trusting in him to give him that starting spot and say, oh, he's going to lock down that safety spot for us? I don't. I liked him. I liked him when we had him last year, when we had a Merrick and when we had an Epps, and then you had him sprinkled in because that would just it made it better. But to really rely on him to be kind of that real solidified safety, I'm not there yet with him.
Just real quickly though, sorry, I know you asked 805 and Gravy specifically. I just want to say just real quickly, just 2 things. I was critical of Bennett. I didn't say to give up on him, but I was one of those guys who was critical for his lack of effort, especially when I saw him jogging on plays, which he shouldn't have been doing in his rookie season. But he definitely took that next step in year 2. Very happy to see. As it stands, he's the number 1 guy. As for your comment, Swan, I believe you're being a little harsh on Plumau, but that's fine. You have your opinion on the guy. But you brought up Epps. What the hell did Epps do in his whole time as a Raider?
Actually, when he was here as a Raider, our defense actually looked good. The issue was that he ended up getting injured, so we saw a little bit, not enough of him in that effort. But
name me one memorable play that he ever made as a Raider. Name one.
What memorable play did we have with a lot of our safeties back there?
Polamalu was the remember he was the player of the week, the AFC player of the week. He was on. He was making multiple disruptions. He got a few interceptions, making multiple plays. There was many a times where I noticed Polamalu. There's times I noticed Morrig. I never had one moment with Epps that was like, well, I'm going to cry spilt milk that he's gone. I just want to get that out real quick.
Yeah, he had one moment. He had one moment. He dropped the freaking interception. That was right in his hands. That's what Epps did. It was right in his hands. He dropped it.
And with the safeties, a lot of times we don't hear too much of the safeties, and when you don't hear too much of the safeties, that's actually a good thing because that means they're not getting bombed on. So the less noise that you get from your safeties outside of the exciting pick that someone may get is a good thing in regards to coverage of safety. So, even who was that? Even our defensive senior analyst, who was that? Ryan. He talked about how effective Epps was a role in the way that we played our defense. So there was things that he was doing in regards to our defense outside of the flashy and splashy plays.
The only thing I'll add to the safety conversation, one, I'll talk about the slot corner situation, but sometimes it's hard to truly evaluate when you're just a fan watching the TV. It's hard to evaluate just how beneficial safeties are, because a lot of times they're effective and you don't even see it. When a quarterback gets sacked, when a quarterback has to escape out the pockets, because the safety's doing his job. And now, if that quarterback reverses field and that safety locked down their receiver, sometimes we don't see it. They do a very good job, and it goes unnoticed. Unfortunately, I would just say just kind of keep that in mind at times. But when it comes to the slot corner position, the kid Darian Porter, I don't think he's a slot corner. I don't think so at all. You watch his tape, I don't think he moves well enough to be a slot corner. I don't see them trying to put him here. The one kid that, now that we've passed up a couple names that I liked in this draft when it came to the slot corner position, one guy to kind of not sleep on, I guess I would say, is Thomas Harper from last year. We brought him back. He played some slot corner when Nate Hobbs went down. I'm not saying he's going to be the next coming to a slot corner. I'm just saying because we didn't address it in free agency, doesn't look like we didn't address it in the draft. Harper might be that kid that steps up to try to be our slot corner. I just don't see
Darnell Holmes.
Darnell Holmes as well. And probably Darnell Holmes is probably a better name. But I don't see Darian Porter being a slot corner. I think he's more competition as an outside corner. Just my opinion.
What about this one being that, like, sorry, Gravy, I know, like, he asked to get your takes on the perspective because you're a coach. I'm just a fan. I just call it
Sam. I like that.
With what about the thought about, like, DeCam Richardson, a guy we drafted last year, and yes, he's a guy who had trial by fire on the outside. He got cooked a lot, but with his skill set and what he was good at in college was in run spot and with his tackling, he's a sure tackler. Like, he brings people down. Now, what we like to do, or how we utilize, say, Nate Hobbs, is we had him playing that hybrid money backer kind of role, being that the other guy that's going to support in the run and try and cover at slot as well. But, like, do you think maybe DeCam Richardson could be the guy, being that he is a good tackler? I mean, he still has work to do with his coverage skills, but do you think that maybe he might be the guy that they might try and slot in there?
Answer before you DeCam.
DeCam
would say no. I would say no as that type guy. He is physical, and that might be his little downfall, is that he's too physical. That was JB's problem, but I love the way he's aggressive in tackles. We lost a good one. We lost a very, very good one. We get out of us, but I understand because he never was there. And to get a guy like that, it's going to be very hard to convince me that any of these guys could do that. The chin won't be able to do it, because we got to think nowadays. And when you say that, AR, we look at the position of slot corner or nickel, and if you do that,
just the way we use it specifically,
the way you use that defense, the way you would use Hobbs, and specifically with Patrick Graham, is that the dude needs to cover. You have to be able to cover a tight end. And then I'm talking about the tight end nowadays. Can you cover Brock Bowers? Can you cover Kelsey? Kelsey 5 years ago? Can you cover Evan Ingram? Can you cover these? The guy from Buffalo, the guy from the Cardinals. Can you do that? Hobbs can. And it doesn't matter if you were a good corner. You just say, oh, he could cover, but are you physical enough and embodied to cover these tight ends that are elite route runners now. It ain't just run up the field, turn around, and go get a fade. These guys are doing China routes. These dudes are doing out and ins. These dudes are doing 25-yard verts. You know, it's they got a whole different new route tree for a tight end, and these guys have to cover these guys. That's why you see a lot of safeties being linebackers now. You know, and I don't think that's a great idea. They're light in the ass, and they're not physical enough to be the linebacker. They don't put the bang in it. That's why when you get a rare guy, that's why I put, you know, and 805 was right about saying that, you know, Porter might not be that mold of a guy, but physically, the main thing was to cover the tight end, drop back in your third or whatever it is that you're going to do in the middle of the field. But with Hobbs, it still didn't work because how many times was it 3rd and something, 3rd and 14 or 15 or 16, and the tight end's right in the middle, fucking wide open? How many times, no matter what the tight end was, every single 3rd down, no matter what down it was, the middle of the field was wide open. So as good as we say Hobbs was, bro, that, you know, he lacked at that. And then when it gets that deep, you blame your safeties. You know, we give all this prize to Palabal and Morig. We shouldn't have got rid of him. He got paid too much. What made Morig good was that the overreaction that what's his name had, Jack had. That was it. That's what he had to cover for Jack Jones all the time. So he did a good job at that. So the instincts that Jack Jones had, it benefited Morig because he had to cover his half or his third, and that was the thing with it. But if you get a guy that can stop the run like Hobbs had behind the line of scrimmage or at the line of scrimmage, that's the key to doing that and covering a tight end or a guy like that. Because slot doesn't specifically mean cover the slot guy; it means tight ends, running backs, and slot. It's a big responsibility, and we had a good one, so we just can't put anybody there. You know what I mean? That guy is a special type dude in my eyes, and the way I like to run things. And it shows you right there that you look at Patrick Graham and what he does, especially how much zone he plays, is that you're going to sit there and you're going to have that guy there. You're going to have a slot corner there, and he has to be just like Hobbs. Even though the shit that we let happen, the 3rd downs, the middle of the field stuff, when we had a good slot corner or a good slot nickel guy, you got to get a guy like that. And then I don't think we have a Hobbs, but we got maybe a couple of guys that could be there and be aggressive and possibly stop the run and possibly stop the, you know, tight ends and things like that.
Great. If you ask your question, you look at
hang on. Just give me one sec, because these are messages that have been popped up from the chat for a little bit that I've been saving, and I want to just bring these to the forefront. Some of them are like a half hour ago. Sam Tonka, just so everybody's aware, his nephew is Francisco Magawa from Miami. He was just drafted, not by us, but that's pretty cool that we've got somebody that's, you know, part of our chat group.
I hope you feel that's blessed, bro.
He's got a nephew that just got drafted in the NFL in the 5th round, so that's awesome. Congrats to you and the family.
Hey, man, stuff like that happens, and in your family, bro, your family, and your family feels that shine. Awesome. That's great. That's great.
Good for you guys.
Congratulations with that. Congratulations.
Now, this message here goes back a little bit. This goes back to about 2:45. Frank goes, I want over 1,000 yards out of Genty and almost 1,000 yards out of the other guys. This came up the other day, Thursday night. This came up about Genty, and my expectation when you're picked for the reason he's being picked, if you take that 1,000 yards and average that over 17 games, that's roughly about what, 60-something yards a game. That's not a good average if you think about it. Not for your number one running back that everybody's so hyped to get. Somebody on Rundown show said, 900 yards. Well, I figured that average out. That's 52 yards a game for a running back. That ain't much better than what we had last season. So for me,
that's Zamir White fullback numbers.
Yeah,
we gotta hold back on that. You know, Frank, we got to hold back on that. Our expectations of this guy cannot be overblown and say this guy sucks.
No, but I'm expecting, if you're the number one pick for this team and the best running back in this draft, my ultimate goal is I want to see about 1,600 combined yards between receiving and rushing. It's been done before. A rookie's come in and done this before.
That's a
so
great
there's no reason
plan,
why
but
he can't.
he's not less of a running back. It matters how much Chip Kelly uses him, though. We got to think about that. He's gonna use him a lot, and it's a big.
He's going to use him a lot, but also he's supposed to be known for not being tackleable. So
Yes.
there's no reason why he breaks one and he's gone, and this happens more than once in a game. If he's as good as he says he is, and if he's as good as everybody says he is, I don't think 1,500 yards rushing is really out that far of the norm. Usually the measure.
What year one? Year one.
Hell yeah! Why not?
That's over expectation.
I talking about with Genty specifically. 1,500 yards year one.
Yeah, I'm talking 1,600 combined between rushing and receiving. Receiving and rushing. That would be about, say, 1,200 to 1,300 yards rushing, and the rest to make up the 15 or 16 be receiving. A mix of that. I don't see why that's out of the realm. I don't.
I gotta go in the house right quick. I got some comments coming in. I was going to grab this question while I leave. But we're talking about Hobbs though. I'm sorry to cut off. I gotta go for about 10, 15 minutes. Gravy, do you think that the slot receivers now are more like little miniature mini linebackers the way they play? Because they got to protect the run, they got to guard tight ends, and anybody come in the middle. You think they more use them as a linebacker, not a linebacker, but like a mini linebacker? Is that what's going on in the NFL right now? That's what's going on.
I got something to add up to that.
The transition has been coming, making safeties linebackers, which is a big mistake because you play linebacker.
Not the safety, the slot receiver, the slot guy.
The slot corners. What do
yeah.
you mean?
Like what Hobbs
corner being a mini linebacker.
Like what Hobbs do? It seemed like he was playing like a small, like a linebacker because he was doing the run, he was doing the tight ends, he was doing all that stuff. Do you think that the position has changed now to the slot corner?
I think Hobbs was the epitome of the change. I think we understand what I mean.
Yeah.
Hobbs was the epitome of the new slot, the so-called slot linebacker. I mean slot corner to what you do, because back then it used to be a linebacker. You had your outside linebacker covering tight ends, and because they were slow, 260-pound guys that the linebacker can cover. Now now that the tight end evolved into these new guys, there's Wallers and Bowers and all these guys, you have to counter react on that. And then these big outside linebackers, it matters what defense you run. These big guys can't hang, so you get tore up by a tight end. That's embarrassing if you're a defensive coordinator. Like, fuck that, it's embarrassing. So I'm going to put a guy that's fast, big, that can hang with you, and then that could be a safety into a linebacker, or you put a slot corner on him, and then possibly stop the run and cover you if you go out on routes and stuff. But,
can I get in there real quick? If you don't mind?
They can eliminate you. One more thing, AR, please. The one thing is that if you get a guy and you do this 12 personnel, the 12 personnel basically was to eliminate that safety linebacker that they inherited. These Devin White guys, these side-to-side guys, and Hobbs. That's what it's for. You block that guy, and then you got another tight end that could be a route runner and get you like that. So that's what the 12 personnel was basically for, to get rid of that guy.
Yeah, because we were talking about Hobbs. Because Hobbs, to me, I was watching it. He played like a little linebacker because he stopped the run. He's guarding the tight ends, but he don't go that far deep downfield. Then he released and the safety cover him. So that's when I said,
what they tried to do was that they tried to double dip and put Diablo in there, and then they had Hobbs on the side trying.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I got to
They try to trick you.
Get in there real quick. I guess with all this talk about covering the tight end, linebacker, cornerback, whatever, it had me thinking, and a guy we've kind of no one's talked about yet, and is getting overlooked, and that's a problem in itself. Amari Burnett, didn't we draft him to be that 3 years ago? That coverage linebacker that you're talking about that can cover.
He's a big guy, though. He's a big man.
Right. But wasn't that what we drafted him to be? And that was going to be my question. and the fact that
But there's a
you haven't
difference,
even,
though.
hang on, Gravy, hang on, Gravy.
I'll listen to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, like the fact that like he's been. None of you guys have even talked about it. That's a problem in itself, and I guess it answers my question. Like, how confident are you guys that possibly this is a guy who's been on a roster? It's going to be his third season now. You get concessions for development 2 years, but this is his third season. I debated his spot and roster pretty heavily with Chris as well as Jack the other quite a few weeks ago. I think you were on that live too, Jeff. But I guess what about Amari Burnett? And I guess you've kind of answered my question with how you're reacting to.
No, I didn't, man. That's a great question. Man, AR, it's love having you on. I love talking to you, man. It's going to be.
Oh, good.
Being concerned with that is the epitome of the way you are, bro. So, the thing is that when you get a guy like Bernie, I think he was for that regime to be that type guy that he was supposed to be, and he had to transition. He's just on the wrong regime right now, bro. And we expected a lot him coming. He's not going to mix in well for what Pete Carroll does. Maybe if he could take over this Smith, the Landon Roberts guy, or something like that, and with the Ohio State kid too, and even with Masterson, those ain't Pete Carroll type guys. Those guys need to move around. Look at what he had over there in Seattle, bro. Those guys can move. Those guys can move around. They were getting running backs in the backfield and stuff. Those guys ain't like that. So I don't think Amari Burney is going to be successful in this scheme. Especially there'll be a difference between AP and Pete Carroll, but AP was a linebacker and he was that banging linebacker that could run a little bit and get you. But that's Amari Burney, and nowadays with the way Pete Carroll evolved with football, he's not going to blend in very well. I don't think. But he probably keep him around. He's good to keep around though. But I expected so much. I'm almost saying, I'm almost saying, all right, bro, it's time to go a different way now. Keep him around. He's not causing you any problems because he don't get in there. But you got.
But he needs to make an impact, doesn't he? I mean, this is his third year.
To make an impact, and when he was in there,
he needs to make an impact somewhat.
When he was in there,
that's exactly what I said when I debated. Like, what did he do? Apparently, he was supposed to be this good coverage linebacker. Well, according to PFF, his grading for covering wasn't that good. And yeah, to your point, like if he was that good, why was he out there more often? Even despite the fact that we'd suffered from injuries last season. So Amari Burney is just another guy for me who's on notice, and I hope he can turn out to be what he was drafted to be, which is what you were talking about, the guy, a coverage linebacker who's good in coming in and providing that hybrid coverage as well as run stopping. But we will see. But anyways, gang, I got to get out of here. It's now 3:30 a.m. and I got to work tomorrow. So
hey,
thanks, Jeff, for having me on. Thank you.
No problem, man. Thanks for being here all day. I appreciate it, man. This has been
805, salute to you. Nice to share the panel with you again. And Gravy, you know what time
and
it is.
Alfakasi, real quick. So tomorrow, all right, Captain Jack show tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Pacific time. Please be there between 6 p.m. and 8
Sorry, hang on. What night is that?
It's the same Sunday night, Captain Jack Rackham channel. I'm going to send you the link. It's between 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific time.
Okay, so that would be Monday morning, 9 a.m. for me. I'll try and at least be in the and salute to you, Jay. I was just on my way out. I'll try and at least pop up to the chat feed because usually around that time, that's when I do take my dog out and run my errands and shit. But I'll do my best, my friend.
Cool. Thanks, Alfakasi.
Hi, Jay Raider, and bye, Jay Raider. I got to get up out of here.
Later, brother.
You can take my spot.
Appreciate you.
Peace, chat. I'll catch you on the next one. Hopefully, by the end of this draft, we can all be happy with the final outcome, as well as years down the line, we can look back at this draft class as being the start of turning things around towards the right direction, which we want to get to in time. Anyways,
we're headed that way, AR. I think we're headed that way, brother. I think we're going to be happy in the long run.
Tonka's going to
Let's motherfucking go. Raiders!
I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were going to do that, bro.
Raiders! One time. All right.
Hey, Jeff, real quick, Captain Jack, look for him.
Yeah, I see him. Hold on, I'm bringing Captain Jack in now too. Ooh, what's going up again?
Oh man, I thought I was going to see Captain. See the
gentlemen. I use that term loosely. How are we doing today?
What's going on?
Yeah. First off, lots of love and admiration for everybody taking time out to pop in today for all of us here. You know, while I'm here at the actual, well, I'm not here at the actual event today, dude. I mean, you're seeing all these people, and this is what happens on Saturday, the last day. The locals inundate the draft, and they don't have any sections for any of the fans. It's just everybody just coming in. So and honestly, we were tarred, as they say down south. We were tarred, and you know, we all Levi left earlier this morning, and you know, I haven't even really gotten dressed yet. So, but for y'all to come on in here with the wonderful coordination of Angelo, Jeff, and I see Gravy. I can't really. God, these are new glasses. I still can't really see. Maybe it's because it's the phone. So I see Gravy and Twan, and that's all I. Oh yeah, Angelo and Jeff. Okay, there we go. Thank you. That fucking helps the old man. Trust me. Names help. So yeah, thank you there, Chris, and thank you there, 805 and all that you are. It's great to have everybody together talking about what the Raiders have been. Did I miss anybody? I hope not. Oh,
Let's see,
401.
you got me, you got Gravy, you got Twan, you got Raiders, Fu Chris next to you, you got Jay Raider in here, Angelo, 805.
Yeah,
So,
I think I hit everybody. I think I hit. You guys can see me today, right?
Yeah, give me instructions how to do it, Jeff.
What was that, Jay?
Yeah, get me instructions on how to link it.
All right. So if you're in here, what you want to do is you want to share this screen our screen here,
okay,
onto your channel, and we'll all be in there with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Cap, I was gonna tell you, I would do that for you on
Runs
your
with
channel,
me, so how would he hear
but
you guys?
it doesn't allow me to link anything. It has to come from you directly.
Okay, what was that there, Angelo?
No, I was saying that the reason why, for example, this show that started in the morning, the reason why it's not on the Captain Jack Rackham channel is because I don't have the control to link it. Only you have the control to link it. So it has to come from where you're at because you're the home base.
No shit.
Salute, Captain Jack.
Okay, well, let's see here. So it's not on my channel, huh? I thought it was.
No, the only way to link it is through you. You're the main person.
Okay.
We just left.
Wait, we got all-star cast here, man. Hey, Jay, what's up?
It's gonna even fill up even more now. So let's try this. Can
Look
you
at
guys
these
hear us
guys.
on Runda? Leo, say something. Can't hear him.
Can't hear him.
I think Jeff. I think when you share the screen, there's a
Jay
button
has
on the
to unmute his
bottom.
mic.
There's a button at the bottom where you can actually share the audio, but I think it's only if you go window or entire screen.
Looks like it's on.
They're talking, but we can't hear them. Well, Jay's on our screen. Can we hear him, Jay?
If he unmutes himself, he's muted on our channel right now.
Who's gonna get with 180?
Uh-huh.
We got to get a linebacker at some point.
Eventually, we will.
I know, right?
I would
I heard
think.
you guys talking about Varlev. AR talking about Mari Burney. So we don't know.
Of course, right when I jumped off with you guys, Shador Sanders got picked. I was like, "What the heck?"
Yeah, I know, right?
Hey Jeff, my guy Miles Frazier got taken finally. Detroit got
I
him.
just saw that. He went late. I'm surprised he lasted.
Hey, Miles Frazier, if it wasn't Jonas Savanea or Wyatt Millum, Miles Frazier was my guy.
Yep,
My
me
next
too.
guy, man.
I
I
was
really
hoping
like
we
Miles Frazier.
would get him. The only other guy left now that I would be interested in is Dillinger. because he's a natural left guard from LSU.
The one guy, I don't know if he's still on the board. I'm blanking on his name. The guard from Oregon State.
It didn't work, bro.
Let me find him.
I know you're talking about Joshua Gray. You're talking about
Joshua Gray.
Yeah,
he was a late round guy for me.
Yeah, no, he's he's good. He's good. But I like Dillinger better, right, Paul?
I would assume so that you mentioned him.
Yeah, Dillinger's a bigger guy, 6'4", 330. But Joshua Gray would be good because he's like 305, 6'5", 305.
But I'm thinking at this point, I was thinking more in like that 7th round. I'm talking,
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'm in on that. If we take him as our last pick, I'm in on that.
The Rams pick Chris Paul.
Yep, Chris Paul went to the Rams.
That boy is athletic. That Chris Paul.
Yeah, he is.
I'm surprised he barely went.
That just goes to show I struggle with the mock drafts because you got guys like Chris Paul that was getting picked in like the 3rd round, and all these guys are kind of just dropping. It's just that's the hard part about these mock draft simulators. It's tough.
Hey, I don't know what happened. I tried to get into like my studio, and I'm in my studio, but I don't see anything to link the show.
So can you teach him how to do it, Jeff? How do you? Isn't it a button that he just presses that says stream live on your channel?
Yeah, it should be. It should be right there. When you go into Jeff's channel, it says stream to your. It says on top right. It says stream to your audio. You click on that.
I don't see shit top right. I see 3 buttons on top.
Actually, hold on. Cap, are you on your phone doing this?
Yes, I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, because I'm not on my computer. So if I have to be on a computer to do it, then that's the disconnect.
There's a way to do it though.
There is. I've just never done it off my phone that way, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I'm not computer or technology illiterate, but there's only so much. Nope, I don't see it.
Chris Fu did before because he's streaming me on his phone. So how you should do that, Chris? On your stream, on your phone, did?
No, I did it on my phone, but I wasn't able to put it on my channel.
Oh, okay.
I think you can only do that from the PC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Well, now tomorrow, I was going to say I'll get with Angelo and Jeff offline, but I definitely hope that there could be a link and only because I do that I make sure that for the network that I'm on, National Streaming Sports, that I got content at the time I was supposed to come on.
Yeah, no, Cap. Tomorrow we're running your show like it's normal, and what I'm saying is, what happens is when Jeff comes on, he's able to link it to his channel right away, and when Chris goes on, when Twan comes on, they're all able to link it. So that's what I'm telling you is, even though I can get into your comm, it doesn't give me that feature because it's not my YouTube. It's your YouTube. So only you can press stream live to your audience. I can't do that because it's not my audience.
Well, then what you tell me is I got to be there from jump, and then I got to have it from a computer.
You can do it at any time, I think, right, Jeff? You can do it at any time.
Should be able to, yeah.
But I'd have to be on a computer, not a phone.
No, you can't link on another.
Yeah, that one I don't know, Cap.
Phone. You can't do that.
Yeah.
All right, let's try this. Hold on a second. Everybody, give me a second here. I'm trying something. Right
Oh my God! A kid from New England who needs a second.
Hey, Cat, while I got you going to Bakersfield, my friend.
Do what?
Are you going to go to Bakersfield? You going to be out there?
I mean, I don't believe I am. I mean, for time, I think it's like next. Was it like
the 17th of May?
Yeah, no.
Right.
As of right now, no. May 17th, like May. I'm not anywhere near California until like mid to late June.
Okay.
All right, hold. Everybody, give me 1 second here. Everybody on mine and Chris's show. Hold on a second.
Yeah,
Leo.
no worries. I'm sorry to hijack the show for
No.
stupidity.
You're good. We're testing something out right now. Leo, go ahead and talk. I want to see if they can hear you. You guys can hear Leo?
Nope.
I hear like a muffled voice.
I hear something.
Yeah.
Well, you guys hear better than I do. Well, that you do anyway.
Yeah, you gonna be in Bakersfield?
Yeah, I'll be there.
I can't wait to meet you, bro. Personally.
Me too,
Can't
bro.
wait.
Oh, you're gonna be out there too,
It
Chris?
just started
I'm
arguing
happy
right
with
off the bat. It just started arguing right off the bat. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go, hey,
Exactly,
Chris,
that's-
get your ass over here, man. What's up with this big bag, little thunder and lightning?
Hey, why you gonna do this thing? What the hell are you talking about?
Hey, I got a question. Ewers and Will Howard are still on the board, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and what we are on pick 174.
We just started 6 rounds, so
Okay, we just started the 6th round.
yeah. Oh no, we got 2 more picks left. in the 6th round.
Okay.
Two more, 3 more picks, and then we're going to 6th round, Cap.
Oh, okay, and are we picking pretty high in the 6th?
6th pick
We're
in the
the,
6th
we're the
round.
1, 2, 3. We're the 4th pick in the 6th round, so it's coming up.
Okay, and again, and this is just me, and I'm sure you guys have been discussing this ad nauseum. We still need our developmental quarterback. We still need a safety. Oh my God, we need a fucking linebacker, and we need another beefy boy. I'm saying on the offensive line, because I think on the defensive line we're set, especially with the kid we just picked up. You know, and on the D line, I think we're set with the guys that we have already, and the one kid we brought in, which is going to learn the system. But we need a linebacker, we need a safety, we need a beefy offensive lineman still, developmental, and we need the developmental quarterback. And I think the first pick of the 6th round, if it was me, is going to be that guy. And then this is why I say it's up to Chip Kelly to look between, and Angelo was saying that third person yesterday, and I apologize, I don't remember, but it's going to be between Chip Kelly saying who's better. Is it going to be Ewers or Howard or that third guy that people are talking about that will be good for their system, Chip's system?
McCord? Is it McCord you're talking about?
I'm not sure, Angelo. Angelo was talking to another quarterback that's still available.
McCord. I think it was McCord I was talking about yesterday, but McCord is still available.
Okay. I don't. Again, you guys are the corporate knowledge. I don't pay that much attention. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, I was
no,
muted and it
in
looked
terms-
like I was talking to you guys. I was actually in the other channel with those guys on their show trying to work this out, but it's not working.
Yeah, no, Cap, no, no. The only quarterback that Sanders got taken, the next best quarterback is Will Howard, like according to all the analysts. So he's the one that would go to us anyways. And that's if we were taking quarterback, which is what I kept saying is why would we do it now? We could do a UDFA if we want to. There's other things we can really help ourselves with, like running back.
Well, yeah, and yeah, we need another back, but here's the thing: it's like, is Will Howard or Quinn Ewers are they not going to be drafted by somebody that's going to develop them?
I don't know, Cap, because there's not a lot of quarterback needy teams. Like earlier today, the Vikings got Sam Howell from a trade already from Seattle. So
yeah,
everybody's kind of stacking up their quarterbacks already. And there's not. I mean, I guess the Saints, but the Saints took Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
So
and that's a fantastic pick for the Saints, man.
So there's not a lot of Cap when we did a breakdown last night on Jeff's show with me and Chris, where we were talking about the 32 teams, and I kept trying to explain why this year so many people were passing up on a Sanders, because there's not a lot of team that really needs it. You can only have so many developmental teams. So, for example, what Cleveland did, me and Chris from Protect the Shield were going back and forth, and he was telling me he thinks Dylan Gabriel is going to get cut. And I was like, you're not going to cut a 3rd-round pick, man. Dylan Gabriel went on a high 3rd. If anyone's getting cut, it's going to be Kenny Pickett. And then he was saying, well, Dylan Gabriel is not going to do well in Stefanski's system. So,
yeah.
But my whole point is, it's like, you're not going to take the 3rd-round guy to cut him. If anyone's going, it would be Sanders. So Sanders would be there to compete, but neither one of those guys are going to go. It's going to be Kenny Pickett. So now you're in a situation, Cap, where you have 2 developmental quarterbacks that you're going to carry into your roster. Like, that's what I'm saying is Quinn Ewers might not get taken. Will Howard might not get taken. Curtis Rourke might not get taken. Like, all these really good, Riley Leonard might not get taken because there's no more spaces, you know?
Well, I do know that we do need the developmental quarterback. And yes, we do need a linebacker, a safety, and a beefy boy. And we have 4 picks upcoming, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you get and did I mention running back? So running back, linebacker, safety.
First, Cap.
Yeah. I'm not in order of who we need. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. But yes, we need a linebacker now. We need a safety. Okay, those are the first 2 that we need, in my estimation. We need a safety, need a linebacker. We need another beefy boy. That's 3. We do need a quarterback, and if you guys think that they're going to be available in round 7, a la like what the Niners did with Brock Purdy, great. Then do it then. But I'm just saying we do need one, and making sure that we have one locked up. If we got everything else squared away and they're still on the board or they're still available to be picked, like I said, Ewers fine, Howard fine. McCord, the gentleman you were talking about. Hey, Raiders Rebel, good to see you, brother. I hope you guys saw my picture with my fellow shipmates last night. I haven't posted my pictures with Steve Wisniewski. Dude, I got a chance to shake his hand, and
he still looks good, man.
Dude, I told him, I said, "Hey, looking good," and it's like we need you in the Hall of Fame.
Schrader, but
yeah, he should be a Hall of Famer. I don't know why he's not even in there.
Yeah,
he should be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
I sent you a PM and Instagram. Check it out if you want to come in. We got room for you.
Yeah, but I mean, you get back, and I definitely, if you guys want to roll the dice, make sure. Yeah, exactly, Frank. Will Howard could be TB.
I don't know how you keep breaking it.
But we do need him. But yeah, we need a linebacker. We need a safety. We need another running back, and we need a beef. We need some beef. So if we can do that, and you think that we're going to roll the dice on, and if we get them guys UDFA, then fucking power to us. But don't always count that. And maybe if somebody does draft them and they don't think that they're going to cut the mustard, then yeah, they might be cut, and then we can pick them back up later.
Hey, Cap. So just so that you know, the 6th round started. The pick
Thank
is
you,
in
Dixon.
for Buffalo. We're going to pick here shortly. But Paul, Lindenberg is still available and Woodard is still there. But Cody's the one that's tracking to be the next linebacker to be taken. So you might get your guy.
It might happen. We'll see. We'll see how it works out.
You know who's still available?
Now after yesterday.
Willie Lampkin is still available.
Willie Lampkin.
The Willie Lampkin.
My guy Xavier Truss is still available too. So
Truss too. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, Captain's even more of a celebrity now after yesterday's show on NFL Network. Because if anybody goes back and watches it, it was kind of tough in the moment with kind of looking back and forth between the TV and the computer screen.
No, Cap was
funny how much he was on the screen and how long.
Yeah,
he was all over the draft.
What was really cool too, Cap, is it was clear as day. Like you were definitely there, and it was during the picks when Wisniewski was announcing it and stuff.
Right,
So
right.
it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I got picks, but I'm telling you, the celebrity and I got Steampunk with me right over here. Steve, sorry, Jacob, you want to take a look to the screen? There's Steampunk in those oversized. By the way, we got those for free, man. I can't wait to show you off that. Yeah, there's mine right there. I don't know if you can see the black one. Can you see it? I don't know where my.
Put it on. Let me see. Put it on. Try it.
Oh, the big hat. Fucking A. Hang on. Oh, you're making me get up, you bastards.
Gravy's making Cam work, man.
Walk over there.
Making the old man work.
Fuck you guys. We and actually Steampunk always we count what the over under is, and I still haven't hit. She says I do it like that, tells him to fuck off 20 times. I said no, it's like maybe 10. But this is the hat, and given for free by the guys who do it. We did like some promos for them, and so I was going to unveil it on the show tomorrow, but you guys asked for it. You got it, Toyota. You know, the old commercial.
The old commercial.
There you go.
You still got to show it tomorrow, Cap, on your channel.
Yeah, show it tomorrow.
Well, that's the other thing, though. It's like I'm not sure where I'm going to be. So there you go. Isn't it the fucking boss hat?
That's good. Good.
With our boy Birdman, you know, the gentleman who is larger than life.
So goofy, man.
This is like a regular hat for Birdman. So you know, like what are you talking large hat?
I stood beside you, Cap, and you're a big dude, bro. You look like you could stand out in the offensive line right there, bro, for the Raiders right now. You're a big dude, man.
Who said that? Who said that?
Gravy said it.
Gravy, I love you, but you're so full of shit.
Dude, you look like you got one of those brain buckets that they wear in training camp on your head right now.
Yes. Yeah.
You kind of look like the great Kazoo from the Flintstones. Hello, dum-dum.
Hey, Jack, I think what would look
Captain Jack.
Yeah, Kazoo. You like Kazoo.
Hey, Jack, I think what would look better is if you fashioned it with 2 beer cans on the side of it and made it a beer cup.
Yeah,
but you know me, I'm a non-beer drinker. I'd have to make it with the 2 fucking iced tea holders.
Put the 24-ounce cans on the side of what's that called, Arizona or whatever iced tea you drink.
That yet. That could be an idea right there. That could be an idea right there, Captain Jack. Put two 40 ounces right there. Get the bigger hat. You can put 2 40 ounces right there, and have the little tubes go in there.
There you go.
If we can get the equipment, because again, that's fucking that calls for quantum mechanics. You know, it's shit that I don't do. You guys figure it out and do the plans, and I'll bring the hat out. But again, props to what's the name of this company? Big Noggins or something? Noggin Bros or Noggin Boss. Go get and these are like $180 hats.
Damn.
130. Yeah.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So we did
I think
promos
MC
in our
Raider had
gear, and you know we walked off with these, and so props to them. I will definitely, if I can't, depending upon where I am tomorrow, because again I will be taking since they're here, taking the family out for a nice dinner. After I'm gonna do like an Uber up to the Harry Houdini Museum. And what's it, Cap used? Cap needs 2 broads next to him. Yeah, there you go. With that hat. Yeah, big jugs, baby. Oh, hey, did you see the pictures of the honeys that I had on my Facebook?
Yeah. God, I renamed you instead of Captain Jack, call you Pimp Daddy Jack.
There you go. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm looking forward to again games out here, because and I tell you what, there's nothing nicer than going to a game with a beautiful lady on your arm. Okay. And then of course the one game a year that you have to take the wife. But I'm just saying, you know, That's a joke, guys. Come on,
You
nothing.
haven't gone to a game with me yet, sweetheart.
I get it. My wife's coming in right now. I can't wait. I when she leaves. So yeah, I get it.
Oh, okay, good.
I just
So
realized that the draft next year is in Pittsburgh, huh? That's not that
Yeah.
far from. Oh,
Pittsburgh, and and we're already making plans to see what we got going on. I know that Jimmy Farrell is living in Pittsburgh. I know that Jared, the guy who used to come in my show all the time, but I mean, when you can call into the show, he would call in all the time. But I guess because the Google Voice doesn't work, and he just cannot figure out how to use Apple technology to get into my show. So it's unfortunate we lost a guy that could do it.
I like right away's name for you, Captain Jack and the Racks.
Well, why did you think my show was named Captain and His Wenches when I had Peggy and the other two gals on? And they had no problem with it because they're the ones that said that was the show. It was the very woke, PC girls that were watching said, how can you have a show where you degrade yourself by they were the ones that made the title of the show. And they knew it was because of who I am and the way we work, work together. It's unfortunate that it dropped from, Captain's Ladies Night, and all that's just Captain and Peggy. But, hey, such is life. Fuck all you woke people, by the way. I'm sorry. There's my one political slam. So did we didn't pick yet, did we? I'm hoping I'm feeling.
Miami's
We're up next.
Okay.
Baltimore's up right now. Pick is in for them. Then it's Miami. Then it's us.
Okay.
Once it's us, I'm gonna turn the volume up on the TV and move the microphone in front of the TV.
There you go. And speaking of Miami, you guys saw Freaky, and that's Doll Freaky, the Miami girl.
Oh yeah.
Love her to death. She's hot as
We
fuck.
saw all your girls. Yeah, we saw you having an orgy with the Kansas City Chiefs girls too.
Yeah, but only in my mind, gentlemen. They're nice ladies. Only in my mind. But no, I maybe this is the, like I said, if you and back to point, if you guys think that all those, well, at least one, and here's the thing, at least one developmental type quarterback is going to be off and available to sign as UDFA. Fantastic. I just don't know if that's going to happen. But you guys are more astute as to how things drop.
Hey, Cap, is tragedy turned triumph? That's Tom, right? Is that T3?
I just know it's Tom Jones. Actually, his first name is Fred.
Okay. I think that's him. Tragedy turned triumph.
You can. Is he in the chat? I don't see chat.
Yeah, he's in the chat right now.
Okay, ask him.
I don't know he's not on my channel. He's linked in from whoever's streaming. So it's either Twan's, AR's, or Christopher Raiders.
Not mine.
It might be mine.
What's wrong with him?
Oh, I don't know who he is.
Hey, Dorian Strong went to the Bills.
I'm not Tom, guys. He says I'm not Tom. I'm not Tom.
Oh, sorry, tragedy turned triumph. Because he was telling me the same thing about your boy Seth Hennigan.
And that's why I like the shows with the guys that actually keep up on this. I mean, I applaud you. I really do. I applaud all of the corporate knowledge here of like guys that read this and they soak all the things up. And because again, I don't have time in the day to do that.
Dolphins took Ollie Gordon.
Ollie
Gordon broke the border finally.
Oh, that's nice though, huh, Jeff? Wow.
We're on the clock now.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jeff, we were talking about Ollie Gordon last night on your show. Yeah,
there's a lot of value at running back still out there too.
Yeah. Mullings, baby. But this is Paul's hoping it's Cody Lindenberg I'm hoping
You
it's
know
not
who
a
else?
mulling.
You know who else I wouldn't mind
Well,
is, and I don't think he's been picked yet. Is Jared Ivey out of Ole Miss?
oh yeah.
The edge rusher. I mean, we need a
Yeah.
rotational piece.
Yeah,
So
no, he's still there. He's still there.
I'm actually kind of shocked he's still there.
All right, our pick is in.
Is it? I don't see it on this. I saw the. Okay, yep. Pick is in. You're ahead of me.
Yeah, Jeff's gonna put it on the mic.
They're not announcing it like they were. It's 6 rounds, so it's round 6 now. So it's just going to be quick.
Yeah, talking heads are talking. Is that Mojo, Drew?
We took defensive tackle JJ.
Okay.
Pages.
That's back to back interior D tackles, and there's
You got another D tackle?
Oh, Pegasus.
Pegasus.
Oh, dude. Do you know who that is? That is the guy that's like 340 pounds of pure fuck you.
Beef, huh?
What's his name?
Hey, I'll be right back, guys. I got people here. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
What's his name? Jeff? What's his name?
Pegasus. JJ Pegasus. They had him in on like remember the packages that Fridge Perry used to run? They had him in on those packages. The guy is beef. Big fucking beef. He's like you're like defensive like nose guard type. That's a hellacious pick. And he's a big guy who's quick. Well, I like that pick. I actually know who that is. Being an SEC guy, I actually have some knowledge. Being an SEC guy, watching him play, with Ole Miss, that's a fucking great pick. And I
309 pounds.
Yeah,
he's listed as 310.
Yeah, he's about a couple buffets over that. He's about a couple buffets over that.
Kyle McCord just went. Eagles just took him.
Eagles took who?
Kyle McCord.
You guys got a quarterback. Hey, are they here? Oh, McCord out of Syracuse. See, that's why I think that they're gonna be runs on the quarterbacks that are. Oh yeah, I remember this guy. This guy would have been a great Geno Smith protege.
Yeah,
I think he would have been better than all those people that you guys are talking about. I mean, the only thing that Will Howard has over anybody is that he knows the system and he can plug and play. But McCord, the kid's got an arm, and he's kind of like Donovan McNabb, or their newer version of Donovan McNabb, although he throws more than he runs. But he's kind of like Patrick Mahomes in that he runs to throw. So
I'm really surprised we haven't taken a linebacker.
Yeah, we need one of those.
What that tells me is Tommy Eichenberg might be a true option in that linebacker room.
I've been saying that since day 2. Why haven't we drafted a linebacker?
I mean, you brought in Devin White. Landon Roberts is now in the building. Again, I think there's a good chance Tommy Eichenberg might be looked at as a piece that could help out this linebacker room. I mean, rookie last year, he didn't get Gainer is also there, but Tommy Eichenberg.
Hey, don't forget my boy Bernie, man. Don't forget my boy Bernie.
There's Amari Bernie.
Yeah,
I'm a big Florida fan, so I do like Amari Bernie. Again, it's about them not having a lot of opportunities last year, and so this coaching staff actually sees some of these players that we didn't get to see a lot of. Obviously, they're in the building; they know these guys. They might be a little more confident in this linebacker room than we all might think, to be honest. So
that's what I'm thinking.
Well, hey, we need to see it. We need to see it on the field. I mean, like you said, the having the corporate knowledge. And remember, this is a brand new staff of. There are no knuckleheads that I know of, that I can think of that are on this staff. I think we cleaned house of some of the lower flying branches and whatnot. So we'll see on that. But yeah, I think we are built to shine. And I'm not one to think that the Super Bowl who runs through wherever the fuck it is next year is going to be silver and black. But I think that this draft and this regime change is something I'm really excited about. I'm not just drinking the Flavor Aid, because that is the correct connotation. It wasn't fucking Kool-Aid. It was Flavor Aid. I'm not drinking the Flavor Aid. But I think we're good. I think that this is going to be something that catapults us into a truly competitive team.
They've navigated this draft very well. I haven't seen in a very long time. I have not seen us move around as much as we had, especially in that second round, moving back, recouping that third round that we gave away for Geno. That was a brilliant move by Spytek, and by finishing off that second round, getting some offensive linemen to be able to or sorry, not second round, to finish out. Yeah, I think it was second round. We finish off getting off some offensive linemen to make sure that we help Genty to find the best path of success. They're navigating pretty well. We haven't seen this in a long time, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I truly agree. Why my voice is scratchy as fuck and all that goes with it.
I can't remember ever being this excited for a draft. And again, we still got 3 picks to go. We got 2 more in this round and the 7th round picks. So.
You guys want to have any comment, if he's available? You want to hear from Steampunk what he's thinking?
Yeah, bring Steampunk Raider on.
There you go. Hey, Steve, I'm just going to give you my phone, brother.
I'm going to run out. I'm going to be right back. I'll be listening now.
Hey, so ladies and gentlemen, on the chat, this is Steampunk Raider right here. You guys know who he is. You're very familiar with him, seeing him in the black hole and the whole gear. He's not geared up right now. So what's up, Steampunk?
Not much. How y'all doing?
Doing great. Me and the guys were talking about JJ Pegs. He's the I think that when they took that pick, it's back-to-back defensive tackles. I honestly believe they're putting them behind. So JJ Pegs got picked to learn from Adam Butler, and Tonka got picked to learn from Christian Wilkins. And I think those are the two that they're going to try to see if we can move forward with them. So I like that pick. It was good. It was fine. We still need a linebacker.
I'm all right with it. I mean, I think the only one I'm still really watching for that I want, and it's more just a personal thing that I want him, is Ewers. I mean, I'd like to get him behind Geno and O'Connell. If O'Connell's still there, it looks like they're going to keep him. So, but not many people agree with it, with what I want. I can't. Hey, Captain, I can't hear anybody.
Hey, what pick do you like out of the draft so far?
I mean, of course, I mean the one that I really wanted, Genty, so I was extremely happy about that one. And then I don't know how you say his last name. Besh? How do you say his last name?
Besh.
Yeah, I liked that pick too. So I'm not the best on all the stats and all that stuff. You know, I probably, just pick a little bit more with my heart than stats. So that's why I don't pick for the Raiders. I let them do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
So you guys are the ones that keep up on all that for me, right?
We try. We try. Definitely.
My job is to go represent and,
yeah.
And just enjoy and let people know what how much fun doing this stuff is, and why we're Raiders fans, and why we're Raider Nation.
Yeah. I will say, seeing you guys on TV, you know what I'm saying, and kind of not knowing you guys, but knowing of you guys, and kind of having somewhat of a relationship with you guys, it makes us feel good seeing you guys represent those that can't make it out there. You know what I'm saying? That can't, have the, everybody's not able to, fly and do all those things. So sometimes you guys don't realize that sometimes you give, people like us that can't do that. You guys give us a little life, definitely.
Shit's one. I can barely walk. When you talk about flying, so I can barely walk. So yeah.
Well, after the first 2 days of the draft, I can barely walk, man. It's pretty rough.
I can barely see. Who's that? Who is that? I can't see. I just came outside. I can't see my eyes.
Oh wow! The Saints picked Devin Neal.
They want to talk to you.
That's a good pickup for him.
Yeah.
I was hoping we could get him.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I just walked in. I'm sorry. Here's the new screen. I was like, who am I talking to? Because I can barely see right now.
Oh.
This is Steampunk Raider.
Thank you. Oh, you're Steampunk. Nice seeing
you. Yeah,
you.
I look a little different, right?
I can't see when I got my glasses just trying to adjust. I came from outside. I can't really see. So I'm like, who's this? All right, Steampunk. Nice to see you, brother. I heard about
you too, man. So since you guys are all the stat guys, how do you feel about Ewers?
I'm personally not a big fan, but he's cool. Yeah.
Do we draft him?
No. I was telling them when I got on, that's who I've been wanting us to pick up in a later round, and he's still available. So
yeah, I'd rather take like Will Howard probably over him, but
yeah,
we'll see.
We'll see. Like I said, I pick more with it. I sit and I watch him play, and my wife's a Texas fan, so I've watched a lot of him. I like him. I like his attitude and stuff. So I just thought he'd be if we could pick him really late, he'd be a good one to get into the the quarterback room. So
to develop.
Yeah.
I would take McCord because he's a little more athletic than yours is. He's a little more mobile than yours.
Yeah, he is. Yours is not exactly what I call the most mobile one. So,
because we got two in the building that are not mobile. That's Bradley Carter and AOC.
Yeah,
Geno Smith, who's not a running quarterback, but he's a mobile quarterback. So I'll get somebody that's close, similar to Geno Smith, and get another then a pocket quarterback.
Yeah.
I was hoping to get Jalen Milroe, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, okay, that's who Captain was kind of rooting for there too.
Yeah.
So I appreciate y'all having me on. I'm gonna give it back to Captain here.
All right, man.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Nice meeting you, brother.
You too, man.
See what I did there? I had a break to get some water, and there was a constant flow of information. I'm a natural, guys.
Yeah, you see what he did there? Steampunk under
yeah. He said, "Here, I'm gonna hand it over to Steampunk so he can fucking do this." So, yeah. By the way, fuck you, Steampunk. There you go. There's a he has an over under on how many times I tell him to fuck off or fuck you each day. I've been quite on the low side. So there it is.
So we drafted a beefy D tackle again, right?
Yes. Yeah. And I tell you, Pegas, seriously, he is actually. They were using him as the lead fullback on like was it when they're down close to the
goal line?
There you go. Isn't that ugly fuck that's in there, man? Now you know why he wears a mask, because you see what he looks like for real.
Hey, fuck you, Captain.
There you go. That's my first one of the day.
That's the one.
Yeah. But
you still need a linebacker though. I don't know what they're doing.
Well, like as people and you guys were saying it, it's like remember in the building you got Amari Byrne, you got Amari Gainer, you got Eichenberg if he can get off the medical bench, along with the cat that we picked up. That's the great guy from
Will
Tampa.
Howard to the Steelers.
Will Howard just went to the Steelers.
Went to the Steelers.
They needed to take a quarterback. They finally did it.
They finally get one.
Yep. See, there you go. That's what I'm saying. You guys think these guys are going to be available for UDFA? I don't think so.
There's still a few quarterbacks out there, so I'm not really sweating that. Because we got Joe Smith, we got a good backup quarterback. They can say, well, you know what, we're fine. We can wait till next year, see what we can get.
I see that.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I don't see it because right now what the Raiders are doing, what I'm seeing, what they're doing is they're building the rest of the team first. We got a quarterback. Let's build around him for a minute. Let's build a defensive line. Let's build the offensive line. Let's get the running back room straight. Let's get the receiver room straight. Next year, we had a quarterback that might fit our system. You know
And I will say this, man. I don't know if you guys was like leading the cheer, but when they got that kid from Tennessee, I'm like, oh my God. Again, I know one thing I can say is I know about the SEC. And that kid is like he could be that gargantuan beast of a wide receiver, a la, and I'm going to give credit to Angelo for saying this. He can be the beast wide receiver that DK Metcalf turned out to be in Seattle. And DK Metcalf was not on our team, but you know what? We got a younger kid that can fill the bill as long as and the issue was as long as he catches the ball and as long as he can break coverage in the NFL. And yes, the SEC is a legitimate league because of, again, yes, I am biased, but if you look at how it's been historically, now that Michigan and the Ohio State, I hate when they say that, have come out from the Big Ten and started to be legitimate in getting the SEC out of the eyes of the number one conference in college. Good on that. But I tell you, the products that play in the SEC are definitive, just awesome kids. And when you play there, like I said, that's why I know about JJ Peggins. That's why I know about Thornton. And because, again, I pay attention to my league, or my conference, I should say.
The Raiders just cut yesterday. They cut another SEC wide receiver, Ramel Keaton. He was 6'2". They cut him yesterday.
Yeah, and he's a Tennessee product too.
Yeah, they cut him yesterday, so they replaced him, basically replacing him.
Yep.
I thought the Deontay Thornton pick was great. You get Jack Besh, and he's kind of a replica of Jacoby Myers, but we needed somebody that was going to take the top off the defense. We need someone that's going to stretch the field. Like, you can make the comparison to DK. The good thing about Deontay Thornton is we don't need him to be DK. We got Brock Bowers. And I think that's what's going to be really good is that Deontay Thornton is going to provide us. If Trey Tucker doesn't work out, and that's going to be the hard part, if Trey Tucker continues to show that he can't take the top off the defense, he struggles to get that type of separation, even with the speed that he has. If Deontay Thornton can be that guy that stretches the defense, pull those safeties back, have those corners play 10, 12 yards off, Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers, they're going to eat in the middle, in the intermediate to short game, all game long. It's going to be, I think, something that is going to add to our offense that we were missing last year. And Deontay Thornton's speed is going to be amazing.
That's what I was saying earlier. That Bowers had a great year last year. That all these teams are watching, all 31 teams are watching the tape, the film about him. They're going to blank out. Who's going to be receiver that's going to take the eyes off of Bowers? You need you to get out there and stretch the field, like you said, EO5. You got these guys. They got Beck, whatever his name is. You got Beck. You got Jacoby Myers. Now they're going to eat now because the other guy can get downfield and be a 50-50 catch.
I was going to say, Paul, that going into the season for receivers that we're going to keep into the 53, we need at least 5 to keep, if not 6, to the main roster. So currently, right now, you have Besh, Thornton, Myers, Tucker, and did I miss anyone? We only got 4.
Wilkinson's still there.
Yeah, I think Christian Wilkerson is still there.
He's still there.
So I guess keep him just for depth, right? Because
you'd have to.
I don't know.
Okay.
They cut Keaton, so we don't know.
I still feel like we can get another one there.
I'd still like to see us bring in another receiver that's going to provide competition to Trey Tucker.
Yeah, I agree.
We invested enough of a high pick on Trey Tucker that you got to see what he can do. But I don't think that he's really had competition. DJ Turner was not competition for him. DJ Turner was more of a good special teams guy as opposed to a slot receiver. And so I think if we can maybe snag somebody in the 7th round, that's going to be more that's why actually I wouldn't have been mad for a lot of reasons, but specifically Trey Tucker is Tyler Lockett. If we would have brought in Tyler Lockett to, one, be a veteran presence for Trey Tucker, but also push Trey Tucker to kind of get the best out of him, I wouldn't have mind bringing in Tyler Lockett. But I do think we need somebody else in this building that's going to push Trey Tucker to get as much potential out of him. Because if that doesn't push him, then we walk away from him next year. We walk away, you move on, and we find somebody else that could be that field stretcher in this locker room.
Now, did I miss something, or did I thought that Tyler Lockett was still out there? And
no, he already got taken.
He's
already gone.
Who picked him up?
It was.
I don't remember who it was, but he definitely signed with somebody.
Okay, because
he's a Titan.
Oh, thank you. He's with the Titans. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, because I must have missed that day in school.
So
you should, Jack. You should have been out there with the girls. Then you should have, go to school, still bring out the girls.
No, I'll fucking do what I do. I'll miss that. I'll miss that day of school then.
Paul, so why do you think, Paul, real quick? Why do you think the Eagles took Kyle McCord again?
Because Hurts gets hurt sometimes, and you need somebody that's like a version that can run and throw, and I think that's what they got. And again, I can say that because I see what they got with McCord. McCord is like a Donovan McNabb, man. I'm serious. He's a damn good Donovan McMahon mold quarterback, and that's what they've had for a while. When you have McNabb, and then you granted, okay, Wentz was not really that guy, but they brought it back with Jalen Hurts, and McCord is, and remember McCord, if I'm not mistaken, he was out of Ohio State and Syracuse, so he's got the two really good programs behind him, so he has that pedigree as well. Am I speaking out of school?
No, McCord went to the Eagles,
right?
Yeah, I think one of the things that the Titans just picked up Khalil Mullins. That's a hell of a pick.
Damn it!
That sucks. But the only thing I'll add to that is I think Kyle McCord. One of the things that you want in a backup quarterback is you want your backup quarterback to have similar traits to your starter, right? So if your starter goes down, then you don't have to switch up your playbook as much. You don't have to completely alter what your strategy is moving forward. Last thing you want to do is to be well into a football game. Your starting quarterback goes down, and now you got to find yourself a different rhythm. Right. I think Kyle McCord actually replicates a little bit of what Hurts can do. Yep. He's a little bit more mobile. Kyle McCord can move with his legs. So I think it's out of all the quarterbacks that are left on the board, and I think the Eagles did need a backup quarterback. I think Kyle McCord provides that for the Eagles, that if Hurts does go down, he still has some of the same traits that Jalen Hurts has, and they don't have to move off of their playbook or strategy too far. So I think it's a good pick for the Eagles. They need a backup quarterback, and I think that he provides really good value in the 6th round, like they just picked him. So
805, I agree with you. I think he's probably at least one of the ones that I believe that can, if all hell broke loose, he would be one of those ones that could do the tush push.
Yeah, he could. I mean, I don't know. That's a science at this point, so we'll see just how well he can. But
I'm just saying they can groom him into that. But his stature, it fits that. You know what I'm saying? You need a big body. You know what I'm saying? Type of running quarterback to do that. So, you know. And that's only in emergency situations. Hopefully, Hurts doesn't go down like that.
But I see what you're saying. He's saying basically, if your starting quarterback is a multi-role quarterback, runner, passer, and he gets hurt, you want to bring a pocket passer in there because you got to change the whole playbook. You got to change the whole playing style. Everything got changed. So you want something similar to what he does. I see what you're saying. So that's why he goes draft McCord. And so that's what we got. We got to draft somebody close to Geno Smith. If he going to draft a quarterback, might just wait till next year because we got a pocket quarterback and another pocket. We got 2 pocket quarterbacks on the staff, not counting Geno Smith.
You look at the 2 situations like the Commanders, right? The Commanders brought in Marcus Mariota because he can move just like Jaden Daniels can. Right. You got the Ravens with Lamar Jackson, and they brought in for quite a few years Tyler Huntley, which is a very similar style quarterback. And so now when you look at the starting quarterbacks, and if a team is looking for a backup or someone just to provide competition in that room, you're going to look at quarterbacks that kind of mirror the same traits as what their starter does.
Right.
And so that's why I think Kyle McCord actually is a pretty good fit and a pretty good pick for the Eagles.
Thanks, Paul.
I agree.
Hey, Cap, I know you're going to know about this guy, but if he's available for us, I'm thinking we should get this kid. What do you think of Damian Martinez from the Miami Hurricanes, running back?
I know a little bit about him because that's actually a different conference. Miami not being in the SEC, but I've heard good things about that product. I'm not sure about his intangibles as far as size and speed, but I know the production. He was a damn good asset for the Hurricanes. See, Riley Leonard just went off the board, so I'm telling you, yep.
This is the quarterback. This is the quarterback round.
Yep.
Yeah. So the Colts,
and that's why I said that. These maybe we can do UDFA. Well, no, the guys we were thinking for UDFA are being sniped.
I think if we're taking anyone now, it's going to be Curtis Rourke, Indiana. That's a big guy. He's built like Roethlisberger.
You know, one guy to watch out for, because we're in the 6th round. We're going to be moving to the 7th. The one guy, and again, it just depends on what teams either want to just take a risk. And I don't think we're going to be one of them. I don't think so, just because of the nature of what the allegations are. But Isaiah Bond is still out there.
Oh, my gosh.
And he had those allegations that just popped up a couple weeks ago. And I'm wondering if there's going to be a team that's willing to take a risk on those allegations being dropped.
Paul, in Las Vegas, bro.
No, I'm not saying we're going to do it. I'm just saying I'm curious as to when his name might be called. Because he was projected a 2nd rounder. And because of those allegations.
What am I missing? And who is this person and what am I missing?
It's wide receiver.
Texas wide receiver, Cap.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Golden.
He's already gone. He left in the 2nd round.
So Isaiah Bond was projected to be a 2nd rounder, very electric receiver, ran a 4.40. They were saying that he could be. I don't want to say they.
Yeah.
But they were basically placing him as one of the more electric, just offensive players in this draft. Yeah. And a lot of people were really high on where he was going to go, but then all of a sudden the allegations came out of sexual assault. And he turned himself in, and obviously that means that he is going to drop substantially. But there's always a team. There's always, because it's allegations at this point, because there's a team that might just pull the trigger in hopes that those allegations are or the charges are dropped or what have you. I'm just curious to see who might pull the trigger, if anybody.
Well, if he's as good as everybody thought it would be, I mean, maybe in olden days, and I agree with you there. Not saying the Raiders, but I think that if the kid is that good, and he has not been, if it's just allegations and there's no charge, or he's in that kind of that twixt area of the allegations are there. He turned himself in, and he's waiting for the the process to go on legally. Yeah, so I think somebody would take a chance on him, because if you don't, then again, you miss an opportunity. If the kid goes UDFA and the stuff gets swept, then it's like, wow, we could have taken a 6th or 7th rounder on this kid, kind of like what the Raiders did in the 7th round, and by the guy's name was Jackson, and he had a pretty decent career. I'm not saying that Bo Jackson had allegations. What I'm saying is that you use your later round picks for people that you didn't think were going to be there, or with Bo, it was the fact that he told the Buccaneers to pack sand, and then nobody thought that he was going to play, but the Raiders accommodated him. So again, if you think the guy is of that, oh shit, Hinton, the tackle for Michigan, he's off, and the fucking Eagles, they got another good building block. Yeah, 6'6", 323 at tackle, the fucking mountain.
So in the trenches.
Good pick for the Eagles. But again, I'm sorry. Back to point. Hey, I can't entertain you without a Captain Jack. Highway to country road, back to the highway show thing. But I think that kid, maybe whoever had, maybe if somebody doesn't have a 7th rounder or in the 6th, or if they use their last pick of the 7th round, because then it's like, what are you really losing there?
Yeah. Hey, it's innocent until proven guilty, without question. But it's like that punter that I think it was a few years ago that had the same allegations, and then a couple years later,
I remember that
dropped.
They
And
called
now
him
he actually
the punt king or something like that, right?
Yeah,
The
it was sad to see that he basically went undrafted, and he was going to be without question the best punter coming into it, and he crushed it. But because the allegations, no one wanted to touch him, and then everything was dropped a couple years later, and then he finds himself back in the league. It's just tough. Innocent until proven guilty, but I'm just curious to see who might take a flyer. But hey, guys, I got to jump off.
All right, man.
I appreciate everybody. Appreciate all you guys.
Thanks for being on with us today, man. Appreciate
Hey,
it.
Paul, thanks. Thank you so much. Can you plug what you're doing tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So tomorrow I'm going on the Raider War Room with Chris and Severe. We go on Sunday evenings and Tuesdays. And during the season, we break down game film of the game that was just played, and we have fun. So yeah, Sunday evenings, Tuesday evenings, you guys can rock with us, man. We appreciate it. But hey, I appreciate being able to share the screen with you guys. Always try to come in and support when I can, because hey, don't matter what your views are. Everybody's views count when we're all Raider fans. So I appreciate all you guys.
No problem, man. Appreciate you being
Thanks,
in here
Paul.
with us today.
I'll see you guys.
Hey, thank you again, sir. We got to do something as well. Everybody's here. I love having their points of view, and that's why I try to. And with Angelo and Jeff, I was lucky enough to find, and even with T3 and Twan's been up in there. I don't want to forget people. And when Chris came in with Jeff's crew, Chris Fu, I think we've done something together, have we not, sir? Or am I misremembering, as they say?
I think we were on Jeff's one time.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we were on Jeff's together one time. Yeah.
There you go. So everybody, hey, I love to have the extra knowledge here, and so anytime you guys feel like you want to share the screen with an old dirty bastard that ODB type stuff, it's great. And I'm using this as the segue because I know you had a leaser. I got to bust too because I got to actually get presentable, and for the afternoon here. So I thank everybody for the link and looking forward to seeing people during the season. And remember, on Sundays after the game, if you are in Vegas, on Sundays after the game, please come on out to Slice of Vegas Pizza. I'll be doing my shows there, and Black Hole will be doing some sponsorships, with prizes and stuff. So please, if you're going out to the game,
I'll hit you
come
up.
on out.
I'm in
Yeah, I'm
Henderson.
in
I live in
Vegas,
Henderson, so I'll hit you up for sure.
Oh, then dude, you definitely need to come out if you're in the stadium or not. Come out to Slice of Vegas on Sundays and be parts of the show for sure.
I will. I know Steampunk and all those guys real well. I hang out with them a couple times during the season, so I'll definitely hit you guys up.
Looking good, Brad. And make sure somebody passes. If you don't have my personal number, please have somebody get a hold of me to pass it to you.
100%. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you.
Thanks again. And
Thanks,
with
Scott.
that,
Thanks,
I'm gonna go as well. I'm gonna bring my big old hat off the screen. But yeah, not bad for a free gift. You guys take care. You guys
All
take
right,
care.
Grant.
I see.
Take care, man. It was nice chatting with you.
Yeah, with all you bastards. Arr.
Have a safe trip home, man.
Thanks again. You guys be well.
Later.
Hey Jeff, so just so that you know, Papa Rundown's still on the other channel, but he is going to jump on, so he'll probably make it maybe near the end in the 7th round. But part of the reason why he's jumping on is, remember I told you how we've been watching the fights together since 9 a.m, and we're listening. So he kind of wants to jump on right before the main event, so we can watch it while we're talking about the Raiders. So yeah. But I still need to. I'd love to see Jackson Woodard linebacker taken and on this round for us, and also we need a running back, man. I still feel like we need a running back.
Well, Taj got off the board with the Cincinnati Bengals, so he's gone. Taj Brooks.
Yeah, I seen that too.
Oh yeah, you know what though? And Taj Brooks is great, Chris, but he's the same size.
Yeah, he's small. He's not ideal. I wanted Mullins, but that's off the board.
Yeah, he's off the board. He went to the thing.
Mullins, right? Who took him?
Lions, I think. Or no, who took him?
I missed that.
Cincinnati.
Oh, he went to the Titans.
Titans. Taj Brooks?
No, Mullins.
Mullins was with the Titans. Taj Brooks.
Yeah, Taj Brooks went to the Bengals.
Yeah, Bengals.
Jalen McLeod, linebacker from Auburn's off the board now. Jeff.
Ashton Genty
he
still
went to the
available?
Jaguars.
Who?
Jalen McLeod. We were talking about him last night.
You might get Damian Martinez.
I mean that or somebody. Shit, give me somebody.
Yeah, for real.
Go on, Jalen's. They should picture all the Jalen's in the NFL.
Holy shit.
Jalen Bro, Jalen Walker, Jalen Noel, Jalen Smith, Jalen Travis, Jalen Lane, Jalen Royals, Rivers, Jalen Reed, Jalen McLeod. Everybody's named Jalen's. That must be the name of the year.
You think we get Urs?
And it's like an Italian family. They're all named John or Paul.
You guys saw that on my camera. I had my family come here and they harassing me. They all come down to do something. I don't know. They bother me.
Well, they all leave now?
I told them to get out of my house. Get out my yard. Get off my lawn.
They came out to your he shed to say bye?
Yeah, they should. They got to my man cave.
That's why you need a lock on the door on the inside.
You know, they still will get in. That's how people they are.
Into a window?
The pick is in. Who did Detroit take?
Oh shit.
Who?
Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm watching the boxing. My bad.
I don't know about you, man, because you owe shit about everything. So I don't know.
And yeah, no. I mean, none of you guys are like boxing into it like me and Papa Rundown, but these UK fights in front of 70,000 people. Like, again, man, it's a different thing. Like, outside of the US, boxing is like football. They fill out stadiums. It's huge, right? So, but this event is crazy, man. And these guys are fucking in a war. So
this is a non-boxing show. So.
I know, bro. I was just telling you why I said, "Oh shit."
But I like boxing too. I didn't watch it in a while because it's been kind of crappy for me in the last few years. So.
It's just like you just don't know about it, is all, Chris. Like,
no, I did know about before this.
I know, a long time ago.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, you're going to need to make space to actually know who all the new players are, so that you can understand why me and Papa Rundown literally watch it every week. You know, it's like watching soccer. You know, you got to kind of know what's going
That's
on.
even worse. I don't know anything about soccer. I like how when the host city man has the draft and the rivals all come out there and like pump them up. That's great to see. NFL National Fan of the Year, Germany, whatever. When we pick again, 215 or 213?
213 and 215.
Yeah, 213, 215, and 222.
Oh, so we got a ways to go then, huh?
Yeah, but we're gonna go back to back to back to back.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Then that's that. In the 7th round, that's it.
Yeah, I gotta go too, though, guys. I gotta go start getting ready for this party that I'm going to later. But
cool. Thanks, Chris Fu, for joining us.
Yeah. Y'all
you
have
want
a
to plug
good
your
one.
stuff? Plug your stuff for us.
Man, I don't really got nothing going on right now. I'm not gonna lie. I do need to get a better computer just so I could start streaming without any technical issues. And I'm also starting like a maintenance channel.
Oh, cool.
To show like people how to fix stuff.
That's awesome.
So yeah, I'm doing that.
I go on those all the time, bro. That's awesome.
Yeah. Hey, you can learn anything on YouTube, you know. But yeah, I haven't really I think he's talking to Chris Ford. But yeah, I haven't really started anything too official yet, but I'm working on it.
I'm far from Main Street. I'm not in Sperry. I'm in California City, just outside hour from Bakersfield.
But yeah, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Hopefully we get a linebacker in one of these next picks.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna send you the link to the Cam Jack show for tomorrow night, Chris. If you're free, come join us at 6 o'clock Pacific.
Yeah,
time.
yeah. You got me on Instagram, right?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, for sure. Yeah, just send it to me. If I could pop in, I'll definitely pop in, bro.
Cool.
All right. Peace out, guys.
Sure.
No, but that's fine. No, I live in California City. No.
Hey, Jeff. So check this out. Like,
I'm sorry. I'm watching. I got 805 and Chris's show up right now. I was just typing in their channel.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's the
What's up?
Protect the Shield one.
I'm multitasking.
Yeah.
So
So I was
I'm
gonna say
ambidextrous.
that the Eagles have been very crafty with a lot of their picks because they only picked in the first and the second, right? And then they didn't have another pick till today. But dude, they have Ty Robinson, defensive tackle, McWilliams, cornerback, Samael Munden from Georgia, linebacker, Drew Kendall, center, Kyle McCord, quarterback, and then they got the giant from Michigan, Miles Hinton. That dude is a monster. The tackle.
Well, see, the Eagles are in a great spot. All right. Not only did they just win the Super Bowl, but they've got a hell of a roster. They've got a GM that knows how to draft.
Mm-hmm.
And just look at the way that they've built that team the last few years. They've got that luxury where they can take flyers on certain guys. You know, they're not drafting for need right now.
Yeah.
That's definitely not what they're doing. They're drafting for depth and competition. We're drafting for need. You know,
Yeah.
so that's the difference between our two teams. If you look at it that way, it puts it in a better perspective.
Yeah.
So with what the Eagles are doing is they've already got an established, well-rounded roster. Now they're just adding additional talent where they can have more rotational guys, give certain guys a breather. You know, the Eagles have done this right since, you know, this regime has taken over. You know, they're the blueprint right now. Not so much for what they did in the Super Bowl and, you know, the defense like everybody's touting. They're the blueprint right now on how to set up a current NFL franchise, how to do it. You know, you look at their front defensive line. They're basically all the Georgia guys from that era, you know, minus, you know, maybe one or two players here and there. But that's pretty much the whole front roster. These are guys that have played together at the collegiate level and now the pro level. So, I mean, they've got this bond. They're a different type of team. You know, I'm envious of them, to be honest with you. I mean, those Eagles fans must be on cloud nine right now.
It's so crazy.
You know, they've knocked it out of the park again.
It's so crazy that the D-line is so damn good. They can put two rookies back there at cornerback. Two rookies.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
how good the defense line is. You know, we got to get to that kind of level. We're not at that level yet. We're probably going to get there, but that's how they built their team. They went,
and that's just it. Like last year's draft, they had a need at cornerback, so they drafted for need for those positions, and they scored. You get two rookies in the draft, and they're both starters, and they're both playing in the Super Bowl, and they win you a Super Bowl, or they help you win a Super Bowl. Now they're second-year veterans this year, so now they're, you know, now they're, you know, the two of the best corners in the league right now, if you ask me. You know, they also benefit from a kind of shitty division, but again, still, they're the Eagles. You know, they put together a hell of a roster. I feel that's where we're getting at this point. You know, we drafted for need. You know,
I wouldn't say their division is shitty. I just think the Cowboys are shitty.
Dude, and the Giants. The Redskins are the only one that's going to give them a run for their money again this year.
Yeah, and that was unexpected. They thought the Redskins were going to get a Jaden Daniels. I figured maybe give them a year or two, maybe they'll build it up. But they got to the championship game last year, so
I'm curious to see how the Cowboys are going to do with this head coach. I'm not sold on him. Zach, what are you getting that doo-doo draft? Just because we didn't draft a quarterback, we didn't need to push to draft a quarterback.
No, we didn't.
No, we can still pick one. I mean,
whatever's
I
left.
don't know why you say it's a doo-doo draft or a shit draft, but welcome to the channel anyway. Or to the show. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Like I said, you have a quarterback or not. There's the quarterbacks next year. Maybe they wait for next year. We don't know what they're up to. But what they're doing is they're building a team that's important. The defense, the offensive line, the running back room. Pete Carroll saw this team last year and said, you guys need this and that. And Spytek, I don't know what he looked at, but they looked at, this is what you guys need now, for now. Let's get Geno Smith and then build the rest of this thing around. And then next year we can think about getting a quarterback or whatever they might need. So right now they're building the most important pieces of this puzzle. So I'm happy with this draft. Very happy.
Oops. But that was behind my phone.
If you guys take a look at, because I always like to look at what our opponents are doing, so that just to see what the matchups would be. The Chargers have basically been giving weapons to help Justin Herbert, because they took Hampton running back, Trey Harris wide receiver, and Keandre Lambert Smith wide receiver, and Oronde Gadsden tight end.
Yeah,
like
that's still going to be, but the quarterback Sherbert's still going to be doo-doo.
Yeah,
he's still not going to win shit. Might take him to the playoffs, but they ain't winning anything.
I don't know, man. It's going to be hard to make the playoffs this year, because I think we're coming up for sure. Hard to say what Kansas City got the luxury of still, like, if you look at all of the Chiefs' moves today, they got the last 3 days, Josh Simmons, offensive tackle, Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle, Ashton Gillett, edge, and then they got cornerback Noel Williams from Cal. Then they got Jalen Royals, dude, which is fucking crazy. It's like great. Jalen Royals is another weapon for Mahomes, and then they got Jeffrey Bassa from Oregon.
Graham
The linebacker.
Mertz?
Yeah. So it's like they addressed all of the different pieces that
Mark?
they might be losing and shit.
Who did who get in the 5th round, Mark? Which team you referring to?
Oh,
the
go ahead.
Raiders? You didn't have a
Go
pick
ahead,
in the
Colin.
5th.
No, Texans got Graham Mertz,
Quarterback from Florida.
Graham Mertz. Never even
Yeah,
fucking heard of this guy.
Yeah, he was way down in depth chart.
No shit, right?
Yeah, Denver went pretty. I mean, the Jahdae Barron one was a good move, but they got Harvey, Jeff, RJ Harvey, running back.
Yeah.
That was their pick. And then Pat Bryant, the wide receiver, which makes sense to me. Like, Bo Nix is going to need some help. But they went edge, dude, like yesterday. I mean, one yesterday and one today. They got Savion Jones from LSU, and then they got Quay Robinson from Alabama. So they got they got 2 solid edges. Shit.
Wait a minute. Mason Taylor is Jason Taylor's kid?
Oh, you didn't know that?
No. I didn't know that till just now.
They said yesterday.
Yeah.
If you listen to, well, I don't know if you watch Joy, she talks about him sometimes every once in a while when they talk about they
showed a picture of him yesterday. Lay on the ground, hugging, kissing, all that stuff.
Oh shit, I didn't know that. Mark McCall, we didn't have a 5th round pick. We traded that away with everything, with the stuff we did yesterday. So we've got 3 picks in the 7th round. We're done in the 6th. I'm sorry. We still have a 6th round pick. We got 1 7th. We've got 2 picks left in this round. We got 213 and 215.
Yeah.
Me and Papa Rundown are going back and forth because we're watching this amazing fight going on, right? So he sends me this text, Jeff, and he goes, "Baby, I will take a double char meal with grilled onions, no mayo with cheese, half onion rings, half fries, large strawberry lemonade." And then he goes, "Thank you, baby." And then I put, "You meant to send this to your wife."
Damn, it's a lot of food. I'm fucking hungry now. Listen,
I know I'm gonna be hungry too. Like, damn it,
Jesus,
it's hilarious.
I can't wait for this draft to be over. I need to run out to the store. I gotta get my night coffees, my night iced coffees, and then I gotta get cigarettes because I'm never gonna make it through the night.
Uh-oh.
So we still good for tonight, right, Chris?
Yeah, sure. Give about 30 minutes some breaks. Go eat my food.
Oh, I'm taking more than 30 minutes.
I'm good with that too.
Because this should be over by 7, based on the time. 6, I think.
Yeah. It's what? It's 1 o'clock here. Oh yeah, we got time. Yeah, I got time.
Yeah, as soon as this ends, we'll probably stay on for a few more minutes and then shut it down. I'll set up the new studio immediately so I can get the links out to you and the other guys. I already went while I was muted and shut my camera down for a few minutes. I actually jumped on the show with Rundown and them, just real quick. And told them about what's. Well,
Bueno, why you picking on me, brother? I think I'm gonna call. It's not a causal argument. It's a goddamn.
I went on the show just to talk about what we're gonna do tonight if they had anything going on, so that way we don't interfere with them. But they're not doing anything. So Rundown will probably pop on. Jay will be in here, so we'll have a good time tonight. We'll fill this room up again tonight.
Bueno, I'm not going with the clouds, and I'm going with that damn squirrel eating my bird food. That's barking with.
Jake, where are you? Because you got to be on the East Coast then. Because I'm in Rhode Island, and you might have already talked to me about this before, and I just got bad memory. Because it's 10 minutes to 5 here. I'm in Rhode Island on the East Coast, so you definitely got to be at East Coast then.
Oh, look, it's Charles took a tackle. Branson Taylor, excuse me.
So yeah, so tonight's going to be anybody that's still on the channel watching. Check back tonight. Pretty much like I said, right after this show finishes, I'm going to set up a new studio for tonight.
I didn't say you had Taco Bell internet. I was asking were you somebody using Taco Bell internet? That wasn't you. I'm repping you.
It's even worse if you're using Taco Bell and you're sitting in your car. You're siphoning off the Wi-Fi.
We was on a channel so I couldn't get it because it kept breaking up. I said, you should Taco Bell. You said McDonald's internet. I said, no, you use Taco Bell internet. And then Boyle came in and I said, no, I'm not talking about you.
Oh, you're in the area. Okay.
All right. I get it. All right. You got me. Payback.
Hey, as long as it's not as bad as the Legion Stadium Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I never connected that. Twan.
If you relying on that, you really risking your life.
Why is it that bad, or is it security issues?
It's not bad. It's the fact that everybody's trying to connect to it. So when you got everybody connecting to one,
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
you know what I'm saying? The quality is not even. It ain't worth
5G, baby. That's why. Don't worry about that.
Most people have Taco Bell internet. Yeah, well, I guess.
Because you think about it, like everybody, think about like how many people in the stadium could, be using that one, what I'm saying, Wi-Fi connection. Yeah, you're screwed.
Yeah, so you get that ball
right.
thing. Everybody's
Run is
trying
on
to get the
today,
same
too.
package.
That's right. These
So you
are
guys-
in the 7th round.
You guys noticed that Harbaugh got himself another big boy,
Yeah, I said
6'6",
that. He got tackled.
321
He
for
got
a
tackled.
tackle, Branson Taylor. Like I said, man, he's doing everything he can to help Herbert on this draft.
Still ain't gonna help him. Still coming after him.
The
There's
Vikes
just
got
some
back,
quarterbacks that are just imposters, and I think he's one of them. He
Yeah.
has all the physical, traits that everybody falls in love with, and it just
Who's
ain't
that?
it.
the Vikings
King.
got back-to-back picks right here.
Yep, and they just took Kobe King with their first one, a linebacker.
Okay, that makes sense. What do you think? They'll probably go cornerback on the second one.
Corner
They
or
could
quarter?
go running back, right? They could go running back,
I'm a big
even
need
though they got
size.
Jordan Mason.
They might go running back.
Yeah.
But that running game, that last playoff game was shit. They couldn't even run. Or they got to take an offensive guard or something.
They got Donovan Jackson as their first pick. Remember, they got yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it would be an extra offensive guard but they got the boy from Ohio State.
This lady
Big
should
boy.
be a running back.
Yeah, they might take Damian Martinez right here.
Nope. Tight end.
Oh shit! Who was it, Chris?
It's Gavin Bartholomew.
Gavin Bartholomew, tight end from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Trying to help JJ McCarthy.
Oh yeah. Well, we ain't seen him play, so you don't know what he's gonna do. But that coach they got there is a good offensive caller, so we'll see.
Gavin Bartholomew.
So Titans got Calvin Ridley and Tyler Lockett. Did Shallow Sanders go anywhere yet?
Baltimore just took another wide receiver.
No.
Yeah.
LeJontay Wester from Colorado.
Oh man,
That's what the Ravens took.
oh my
Yeah.
gosh,
Yeah.
that
What's
hey, That's a good pick.
Why?
LeJohntay Wester, wide receiver.
Yep.
Yeah, he's nice.
Cowboys are up, but the pick's in already.
This is going to be a running back right here.
I'm surprised Jimmy Horn didn't go off.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Still there, yeah.
Or Shiloh Sanders, them guys.
This might be Damian Martinez, guys, right here. Cowboys need running back. Another one. Because the first guy they took is small. They need another, like a bigger dude.
Hey, you can't trust anything the Cowboys do.
That's true.
I hate the Cowboys. I don't care what they do. They can take a punter right now. I can care less.
Oh, shit. They got a tackle. Johnny Cornelius, Oregon. I mean, yeah, I guess they need to get some depth in their O-line. But man, they don't got no real good running backs.
Who?
The Cowboys. Because they let Rico Dowdle go. So I don't know what the running back plan was. They never got Najee Harris. I thought they were going to draft a running back.
I don't think we need a cornerback now. Kobe Bryant's still there, but I don't think we need a cornerback now.
No, we need a linebacker.
Linebacker.
This is the time to get Jackson Woodard, man.
Well, they got 2 picks coming up, so.
Yeah, the Cowboys still have a 7th round pick. 7th, 8th. Oh, they have 3 7th-round picks. So maybe they're waiting. There's just like when we played that draft game, Jeff. There's still some good running backs, man. They're dropping. Raheem Sanders is still there from South Carolina. You know he's good, right, Twan? Raheem Sanders.
I like Raheem Sanders.
Yeah. Man, Donovan Edwards did not get taken. Wow. Maybe Harbaugh will take him. I don't know.
So I'm talking about not bueno, you know.
Yeah.
4 picks in the 6th round. That's the Eagles working their magic, man.
That's how you build their depth up, all their depth.
Yep.
As we get
So Cal, Jerry Jones asking for an 8th round pick. He wants a special 8th round for him.
He probably is with his old
Petition the NFL. We want 8 rounds from now on.
Who's more likely to start in 2025, Dart or Shout, whatever his name is?
Shook.
Shuck will start. Shuck will start because they already did the press conference in where Brian Dable and Joe Shane both said there's no way Jackson Dart will start. It will be Russell Wilson, and then the backup will be Winston. So they totally got Jackson Dart to keep him on the roster, to train him this year, and bring him along. By next year, he'll probably be the starting quarterback, which, by the way, is hella smart, dude. That's what they did with Mahomes. That's what they did with Lamar, I think. So, you know, don't throw the kid in there right away. Don't throw him in the fire.
No, he's not supposed to. Let him learn.
We the only organization that'll do that.
We don't do it one. We don't do it one time. A rookie. That was Carr. We haven't did it We didn't draft. Well, we have drafted any quarterbacks to do it too. So Carr was the last one that we did that to.
O'Connell.
That we brought in washed up quarterbacks to take it over, but they didn't work out.
There goes another linebacker, Redskins.
Madrano of UCLA.
Hey, Twan, do you know who Phil Maffa is from Clemson?
Yeah.
I like him. I like him. I mean, I get that he's like not really I feel like he's the type of guy you want for blocking and then goal line and just a little extra body, right?
Yeah. More that auxiliary guy.
Yeah.
Man, I like McVay. If there was ever a chance that we could snag him at coach at one time in his career, I would go for it.
Yeah. Well, the way the Raiders run their organization at that time, it was a shit show. Who want to come here? Nobody wants to come to the Raiders at that time to ruin their career, their resume. You go to a job. You work for him? Yeah, what happened? Oh, they suck. Oh, well, now I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Dejounte Wester went to the
Chase Lund tackle to the Bills.
What's up, Laker girl? What's going on?
Hey, Laker girl. Salute, sis.
A Laker fan? Yeah, Lakers. Go.
Hey, Laker girl.
Go Lakers.
Go Celtics, go.
Yeah, that's why they got their butts kicked last night.
Yeah, Luka was under the weather last night.
Yeah, the Celtics lost last night too. Poof. Both teams lost. They're both NBA franchise teams. Both lost.
Oh man.
Oh shit! This
Better get close.
Hurry up! Just get the
right
Raiders fix.
Hey, if Damian Martinez somehow magically falls to us, man, I want to take him right there at that 213 pick because he'd be a perfect guy to mix with Genty.
Yeah,
and then we can get a linebacker right after.
Yeah.
I haven't heard this in a while. Everybody go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe to all the channels that you see represented. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, if you are on the page, definitely hit that like and subscribe.
Yeah, I kind of zoned out on that. My bad.
No, hey, look, hey, you see,
almost 8 hours last night.
Yeah,
we were up for
6 hours in, you kind of forget about stuff like that. That's why you have people like us that kind of can help you out every once in a while.
Appreciate that one. Yeah. Kobe King is gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if the Eagles take this time.
Running back Martinez.
Nope, tackle Cameron Williams.
I was messing with
Hey, the main event is starting now. See, that's another good pick for the Eagles, especially this far back. I thought he would have been off the board a long time ago. Cam Williams.
Yeah, but as I said, they're not picking with knees. They're just picking like, okay, we'll bring you in.
Eagles pick again in 2 picks. Then it's Baltimore, Arizona, Baltimore, then us. Then the Chargers, then us again.
They're gonna pick all the good players.
Then Denver, and then we're on to the 7th round.
Fuck, dude. This is crazy, man. What the Eagles see, they're so smart, Jeff. They're like, let's load up on our O lines.
Because they don't have no team needs. They got everybody there already. So
I mean, Cameron Williams. Cameron Williams from Texas is a fucking monster, dude. 6'6", 320.
Yeah, here's the thing: you invest that money in Saquon Barkley, you better keep the guys up front of him, up front for him, healthy and big and ready to roll. You know?
Yeah, I'm sure Saquon's happy.
Oh God, yeah. How could you not? That's 2 tackles back to back they just took.
Yep.
They're just low. They're like, we're gonna protect you, buddy. You just keep us happy and keep winning Super Bowls.
I hate that the Pittsburgh Steelers got Jack Sawyer.
Well, Steelers are known for their linebackers, man. So, you know. Panther Red picks in. Exactly, Alec. They're playing with house money. Exactly right.
Man, to get Hinton as your 6th pick, and then you bookend him with Cameron, bro.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's
Right.
like, damn, dude. That's
know what
the
they're
shit
doing.
I want. That's the shit I want the Raiders to do. You know, like, damn, that's crazy. The Giant from Michigan and then the Giant from Texas. Like, hey, let's put you two together.
Yeah,
Let's see how that works out.
Yeah, protect Hurts and Barker. Jeez.
Man.
Let's go, Panthers. Good pick.
Oh shit!
Good pick,
Hey,
Panthers.
they did a legacy pick. They did a legacy pick.
Who they pick?
Jimmy Horn Jr.
Yeah, J.C. Horn's son.
Oh, so I
Legacy
pick
pick.
Warren.
Oh, Jimmy. Sorry, Jimmy Horn. Yeah.
If I pick Warren.
I thought Cleveland would have taken him to pair him with his boy, but
Bryce
I
Young
guess
got
not.
somebody to throw to.
No, Bryce Young got plenty of motherfuckers to throw
What do
to.
you mean?
dude.
You got
no excuse now.
You got T-Mac. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying. He got plenty of people. He
Yeah.
got more than T-Mac. He got Leggett from last year. Then they got T-Mac. They gave him Trevor Etienne. Travis's brother is with the Carolina. That was the 4th round pick. Then they got a tight end, Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame. So they gave him another weapon there, and then they fucking took Jimmy Horn. So no, they're doing everything they can to go help him. As long as his O-line holds up.
That was the problem last year. The O-line was lousy.
Yeah. And then they got that big kid from Florida, Cam Jackson, to be their defensive tackle. That guy's huge. He's like 6'6", 340.
Nobody dropped that big 500-pound kid yet from Florida.
What?
Did
What?
anybody drop that 500-pound kid from Florida yesterday? Did they? The one Florida we saw last night. 5'4", 64. D tackle, Florida.
I forgot what his name is. It starts with a G.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The guy we looked at last night, the guy weighs damn near 500 pounds. Played for Florida.
He's like a nose tackle.
No, we're still waiting for our pick. We still have 3 more picks.
I said anybody draft him. I was wondering.
I'm not sure.
I don't remember his name.
Yes. Man, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just enjoying how me and Papa Rundown are talking back and forth, but it's like they put on a full-length concert for ring entrances in the UK. It's crazy.
Desmond Watson.
Oh,
Yeah.
did he get taken?
I was going to ask you. I didn't see his name pop up. So.
Yeah, no, because Desmond Watson's not even on the list for top picks. I figured somebody would give him as a UDFA.
They took an edge, huh? Ryland.
Man, this is crazy. It feels like WrestleMania. This is crazy.
The way he spells Twan is not how mine is spelled.
Yeah,
Wow.
Bond has an issue right now. Nobody might not want to take a chance on him.
Yeah, no, he's a jailbird, bro. Like
He's not convicted yet, but he still got legal issues. Yeah, go to court and all that stuff, prove his innocence or whatever. So I don't think he's gonna take a chance on him. He had 2 cases in 2 different cities, man. So that makes it look really suspicious. Oh, hurry up, man! So I'll go take my nap.
We're almost there. Cardinals will pick, Ravens will pick, then it's us. Let it be Jackson Woodard, UNLV.
That's what you want.
Or Damian Martinez, running back from Miami Hurricanes.
Because he's a unit.
What's his stat?
Because he's UNLV, they'll probably UDFA him.
What's his stats, Martinez?
Good, dude. Stop saying that to me, man. He's good.
What's his stats from ULV? That guy you talking about? Not ULV.
He was the defensive player of the year for Mountain West Conference.
I'll say, how was Martinez stats? What is he?
Damian Martinez is like 6'1", 220, fast north-south runner. He was playing with Cam Ward. He was Cam Ward's running back. But no, Jackson Woodard. Chris, I want you to imagine a younger Spillane, but with better coverage. Like he can cover. That's Jackson Woodard. But he's big. 235, 240. 6'3" kid. He's a big linebacker.
They need a sideline linebacker. They don't have one.
And that's what he is. He's a sideline to sideline.
White, but he's kind of older. I don't know if he can do that now still.
No, this guy is a side. Jackson Woodard was a sideline to sideline.
That's what we need.
Yeah, he was a major reason for how we were able to contain Genty in the first game. That'd actually be pretty funny if we picked him up because him and Genty know each other really well.
That's true here, boys. The females get hold of these players, man, mess their heads up. That's true.
Okay, so they took the Cardinals are having a really good draft too. They took Hayden
Yeah,
Connor,
took a guard.
yeah, guard, and then now the Ravens are gonna pick, and it'll be us.
Yeah, Baltimore's up now.
Us and Chargers than us again.
I know it was you, Fredo. You broke my heart.
So if you think about Jeff, the Cardinals, they took Walter Nolan, Will Johnson from Michigan, then they went edge Jordan Birch, then they got the linebacker from Ohio State, Cody Simon, then they got Denzel Burke from Ohio State as the cornerback to pair with Will Johnson, and then now they got Hayden Connor from Texas, the guard. They're doing pretty fucking good too, dude. Those are good players. I think the Cardinals might actually they might win their division, honestly, if Kyler Murray puts his shit together.
You think so? Because look at Frisco falling apart.
Yeah, Frisco's shit.
The Rams,
Seattle's rebuilding.
Yeah.
So Seattle's rebuilding. Frisco is shit.
San Francisco's window is shut for the playoffs.
They're done.
They're done now.
I don't know if the Rams, but you know.
Well, it's going to be between the Rams and Arizona, but the Cardinals are more equipped with a lot of people.
Yeah, they got a lot of young players on it.
They got they still got Marvin Harris in there.
Yeah.
They got fucking Trey McBride. They're don't be surprised if they win the division. This is what I'm saying. Don't be surprised.
I'm not surprised the MC West. Everybody sucks in the division.
That's funny.
I mean, you look at it, a couple years ago, the team in the playoffs was 79 a few years ago? They went to the playoffs because they won a division. They were 79. Like, wow, really?
Woo!
Come on, make your pick and let's go.
Hey, if you play Madden, you might want to play with the Panthers this year.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You took a nap, yeah. You're lucky. I'm running on empty here.
Yeah, I'm about done almost. I think I'm ready for the next pick after the 7th round, but then I'm out. I don't care about the rest of these teams. Pick is in. Hurry up. I think Minnesota had 5 picks in this draft, huh? Angelo?
What's up? I'm sorry. We're watching the fight. What's up?
Minnesota had 5 picks in this draft, right?
Who?
Minnesota.
Oh, yes. Yeah. They got they got the back-to-back. They did the back-to-back.
They only have 5 picks in this. Oh my God! Come on.
Oh my gosh, this is so intense.
The NFC worst. That's what you call me. NFC worst. Robert Longenbeard, cornerback from Rutgers. Longenbeam. 5'11", 175. Went to Baltimore. All right, here we go.
Wah, 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 wah. That
Longer beam.
Longer beam.
Yeah, 5'11".
Oh, Bert. Come on, Raiders. Pick is in.
Which someone did, right?
Huh?
Who took Will Howard?
Arizona.
Arizona.
Arizona took him. I couldn't remember.
No, it wasn't Arizona. It was Pittsburgh.
You're right. Pittsburgh at 185.
Pittsburgh, okay. Jesus, fucking commercials, man. Yeah, it was Pittsburgh. Sorry. My brain's starting to shut down.
Tommy Malott, QB. And then we got another pick right after there.
Who? Where is he from?
Who?
Yeah, where is he from, Jeff?
Montana State.
Montana State. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's Turf's guy.
That's Turf's dude. Oh, most Turf probably screaming out the room right now. Short guy, 5'11". Yeah. I bet Turf screaming through the roof right now. Is Turf on right now? On your channel?
What was that?
Is Turf on any channel right now? Is he like with a run in him?
No, he was earlier.
I bet he's screaming through the roof.
What's up, rated 7528? He's a QB converted to wide receiver. Yeah, Turf is definitely going to be happy right now.
Turf's screaming through the roof right now.
That's Turf school. That's where he went to college, Montana State.
Yeah.
He'll be happy as a pig in shit right now. He was projected to go in the 5th. Wow.
Was he?
B+ pick.
All right, now it's definitely got to be either Jackson Woodard or Damian Martinez, man.
He's trying to see his name. He's trying to see his name. Never pick him.
But I won't be mad if they take the guard.
And this Malley guy is better than Tez Johnson?
No, I was saying
Kobe Myers.
Yeah, I was saying I wouldn't be mad if it's Garrett Dillinger from LSU, natural left guard, or the Joshua
The
Gray
NFL
kid.
Network has him listed as a QB on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah, it says QB.
Everybody's going to start watching Montana State tapes this year now. He made it to their championship, though. He made it to their championship game.
Yeah, lost to South Dakota State.
Hey, where did Restrepo go?
He's kind of a short quarterback. He's only like 6 foot tall.
Yeah, 5'11".
Pretty athletic though. He's pretty athletic.
Who they pick? Safety? Clemson.
R.J. Mickens.
Yeah.
Frank Weber, there's your diamond in the rough.
You talking about the Mellet guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name again? Mallet or Millet?
Mellet. Mellott. I don't know. Angelo, did you look up his stats? Did he throw any interceptions or?
Yeah, I could tell. I mean, I could give you the shorts on the kid, but 6 foot
Next
tall,
is the-
208. Mellett finished his college career with 3,523 rushing yards and 5,810 passing yards. He's an inconsistent
fucking kidding
passer.
me?
And
he's
he's an
3,000 yards.
so he's
No,
an
that's a
inconsistent
quarterback.
passer.
That's for sure, quarterback. Wow.
He's an inconsistent passer.
No, we just took Cam Miller from North Dakota.
Yeah, we're gonna pull up the highlights on him. Hey, yeah, you checking this out, Angelo?
Yes, I am totally watching it, man. This is crazy.
Yeah,
we put.
I like what Ben's doing right now.
We just took two quarterbacks. Cam Miller
Yeah.
from Florida State.
Yeah, but
No, I think that other kid's a wide receiver. You're right, Jeff. He just had. Oh, this is at Colorado. Oh, this is when he played Colorado. I do remember this guy. Oh,
Hey,
yeah,
he
I remember
rocked
him too.
Pump
Yeah, I
the
know.
rundown, he rocked him, bro.
I know.
Connor
I told
Ben
you.
rocked him.
I like what Connor Ben's doing in this fight. He was getting busy against Colorado when I saw him.
Who are you talking about? Cam Miller?
Cam
Yeah, you know what? They were wheeling and dealing against Colorado in that game. I watched that game. He was dropping
I've
dimes.
heard them talk about this kid before too. This kid Miller's not bad.
Yeah, that kid was dropping dimes. Against Colorado, he was balling.
What was his stats?
I remember that first game of the year. I
9,700
remember.
yards passing in his college career.
Damn, not bad.
81 TDs career passing. 81 passing TDs in his career.
Saying, I mean, I like. How old is he? Let me give us the rundown.
That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm looking for waiting on.
What? Hey, Angelo, Ben is so much faster.
He is. You can tell. Remember, I told you it's like Napolis versus Monzon.
He's 6
Monzon
feet.
Yeah.
was kind of
6'1", 212. He's 23.
40 was a
My
4.
wife thinks Connor Ben's gonna knock him out.
He's 23. I mean,
thank goodness it wasn't
Oh,
Quinn
he's a young
Ewers.
kid. Oh, okay.
You-
So you can sit.
a senior. Eubank's a lot bigger, but I mean, Eubank looks like he's getting tired already.
He's been with
Yeah.
North Dakota
Yeah.
State the whole time, the whole game. I mean, the whole.
Oh, see, look, they showing him up here. We'll go back.
I'm confused. I'm hearing two different things.
They talk about boxing over here.
My bad, bro. Yeah, Angelo wanted me to talk boxing with him for a second.
No, we're just watching it together while we're waiting for the picks.
Uses lasers weapon on his own runs as a scrambler. Below average efficiency can improve progression. That's what we're cutting it loose when we see this complete.
Well, we've got only one more pick left at 222, and then that's it for us.
Zone coverage. Lacks the arm talent, but
The only way we trade back
The other
is
guy
if we
was
make those
receiver.
picks for this year.
Placement goes astray when he feels pressure.
They didn't even take Quinn. Hey, you know what does that tell you? That they didn't even take Quinn Ewers. They took this kid over Quinn Ewers.
Fuck it. I'm not.
Yeah.
I like he only 23.
I like this pick of Miller. I like
Last
this
year
one.
his stats were. I like what I'm looking as far as his.
You know,
stats. He got
somebody we could develop.
right.
Yeah,
If you look, he started when he started.
Yeah, somebody we can definitely
When
develop.
he started, he got in there and he only threw for 1,400 yards for 2021. Next year came back, threw for 1,900 yards the next year. Then I think, they really got cracky. He threw for 2,600 yards after that. And this is his senior year where he finally really got to play, and then he finally got to throw for 3,200 yards. But this man threw 33 touchdowns and 4 interceptions last year.
Yeah, he was willing and dealing. Like, the game I saw him play.
He ran for 631 yards and
Yeah.
ran for 12 touchdowns and damn self.
Dude, that's a great
Damn.
ratio.
In
Oh, without a doubt.
2022, he ran for 15 touchdowns.
So what I'm confused about, Rundown, is
Man,
why
alright.
did we get
There might be like a little
Tommy
hidden gem
Mellett?
there. He can run,
if we were going to
for
get
sure.
the other quarterback anyway.
No, that kid's a receiver.
Mullet's more of a wide receiver.
Interesting.
Yeah, but even
Hey,
with
no,
that,
against Colorado, bro, he's making some plays. He's making some plays.
even with the Mellett situation, I don't get why they got him when Tez Johnson.
What's our next pick?
Right. Ted Johnson. But I heard Ted Johnson had a slow ass 40. I don't think they like that about him. I heard he had a horrible workout.
Yeah, that's our last one. So Broncos already considered it for the pick. I've never submitted their pick.
Who that? Oh, Chris.
Oh shit! Then it's down. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, then it's down. Again, I'm not expecting this man to be all worldly, but he's making some plays on this motherfucker.
Yeah, he can make some plays.
I'm
But-
gonna see what I can show without getting popped. We got
Like they said, he needs to be able to go through progressions and read defenses. Nice uppercut, Angelo.
I know. I was like, oh shit! I put my set on mute.
It's gonna be hard, but we might have got popped for some shit anyway, so it's gonna be better.
Oh,
Nice stiff jab.
Well, I gotta get. I think it's gonna.
man, Papa Rundown,
That's how we do it.
you can feel the energy of this
Yeah.
whole
That's right
stadium.
now, like on the show.
It was almost like that Joshua Dubois energy.
Yep.
Wow.
So what's up with Tez Johnson? Is saying he's too slow? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, it was on tape. All right.
Yeah, they didn't like his his combine or his workouts. I heard.
No, it's fine with me
Ooh.
then.
Against Colorado.
Oh boy, another good right hand.
And they compare Mellett to a young Julian Edelman. I'll take that. Yeah.
Not bad, Darren. Good throw there.
Funny, out of all the quarterbacks we talked about taking and picking for this team, we ended up with a guy from North Dakota State.
Good throw there.
Right?
Like, dude,
How messed up is that?
I'm like, come on, dog.
He's a champion, though, Papa Rundown. He's the FCS champion.
That's not so
Oh yeah. You know, they got a good program too.
You can see he might need to work on a little bit of the arm strength. Of course, some shit you got to work on his 6th round pick, but this right here probably intrigues him too. Running, look.
Oh, he can go.
Oh, yeah.
I remember watching that game. He balled out in that game.
That's nice right there. Oh, yeah, it was. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember that game. That was a good game.
I want to see him put a little more zip, but he gonna have to throw where he puts some zip.
I tell you what, Angelo. I know Connor Ben better stop leading in with that wild left hook like that.
What?
Yeah, he's gonna get caught.
He's gonna get caught pretty soon.
Yep.
He's been doing that since the first round. I don't know if he doesn't respect the power.
Hey, he said he was putting him down shit.
Yeah, he did.
No way, Jareda.
Throw that motherfucker.
My guy's position is safe right now. AOC 12 is good to go.
At this point, you're right. At this point,
Nice little arm strength.
it also tells you how much they're in on Gino too.
Yeah, get out of here. I like that though. Shit, get the fuck out of here. I like that.
I don't think it's never been
We'll see it
about
run.
anything except
Ooh.
Gino. I think is the real competition was anything behind that.
Good throw.
True.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
I think Bradley Cotter might be going after this draft.
Okay. All right.
Who? Aiden O'Connell?
I mean, there's
No, Bradley.
it's wet clay at this
Bradley
point, dog. I mean, so we got to mold.
Oh yeah.
We got to mold.
Oh boy, nice left hook.
Yeah, I mean, and North Dakota State has some good little pieces they've had.
Well, that's where Carson Wentz came from.
Yeah, North Dakota State. Yeah, that's why I say they got a good program year in and year out.
Yeah, I saw that.
How excited do you think Turf is right now? His guy from his school got drafted.
That's what we were just talking about.
That's awesome.
My son said he's hyped.
Oh, I'm sure he is. I can only imagine. That's why I'm going to be excited if this kid Xavier Truss gets drafted. I wish we'd get him, but if he gets drafted, I'm going to be happy. He's a Rhode Island kid. He's from
Yeah, I
Rhode
like
State.
it.
Oh, okay. What position does he play?
That's why I
I
want
like
him.
it.
Oh, he's a guard.
Yeah, he's from Georgia.
If the other dude plays receiver, that's a little bit better, so I'd have to project him there. But yeah, Edelman type for sure.
I still wanted another running back, man. I guess we're going to do that in free agency.
I like that. Exactly, Papa. And now we need another running back.
Yeah, I thought I was sure we was going to get two in this draft, at least two.
Damian Martinez is still on the board.
Yeah, hey man, that's a guy I would not mind having. Damian Martinez, I would not mind that at all.
I agree with you, bro. Potential because there's 6-round picks.
It's funny that they're showing Julian Edelman right now.
Because that's who they're comparing your boy to. The Millet.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I did get thrown off by the Tommy Miller, who was the quarterback.
Hey, Papa Rundown.
Connor
Ben's calmed down a lot more now because he started angry.
Yeah, he did. You know, and I'm like, and he was swinging wild with those left hooks. So I'm glad he has calmed down. He needs to work on that. He worked that jab a little bit.
Yeah.
Because Eubanks is not the fastest guy.
No, not at all.
It's gonna be real deal.
And he looks tired. Ben looks like he's ready to roll.
Yep.
Then I'm about to lay it down with my lady, man. It's a wrap.
But you can tell though, right, that he's a natural 147 because he's
for sure.
much smaller.
Yeah, for sure.
Dude,
Damn, he caught him with another good right hand.
This draft has been just
Caught him with that left hook. Though. Connor Ben caught him back.
Yeah, he did.
Phenomenal.
I would pick Jay.
By far the best draft I think I've seen us have
In a long time.
Yeah.
I can pick Jackson Nelson.
Well, you know, like we've been saying, y'all, it's grown-ups in the building. You know, we got grown-ups in the building that they know what they want and they know how to go about getting it. Did Restrepo go?
No, he's still there.
I like Restrepo as wide receiver for Miami. I like him too. I think he's got some dog in him, but
just took the Millet. You're not taking
he's good. He's gone. But I would like Martinez.
What's best?
No, I want
what's left
Damian
for the top
Martinez would be
linebacker
nice.
right now. What top linebacker is still available?
Oh, and
what time?
Jackson Woodard is still there. Jackson Woodard or Cody Lindenberg is still there.
Ooh. Woo. Oh, we scrap it. Oh, yeah. We crack it down.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. It's getting nasty.
Hey, Paparena, Eubanks might be winning this by 1 round right now.
Yeah, because he's landing better counter shots for sure. He's countering much better. I like Ben's aggressiveness. Yeah, I like Ben's aggressiveness, but he has to be able to, keep his composure.
Yeah.
But I honestly think Ben has rocked Eubank a couple of times.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Oh, another nuts right hand.
Ooh.
See, Eubank is countering and he's coming over the top of that hook. He keeps throwing.
Yep. See, my problem is, I always tell you this, Angelo. I want to see more jabs. I don't like guys that just like to go in power punching. And Ben is doing that. Ben is doing that because you open yourself up to get countered. Yep. Got to lead with the jab.
Yeah, man. Because it's easier to time you that way.
Yep.
Yeah, we're still going, but
I mean, Conor Ben got a nice jab when he uses it.
Yeah, like you said, he needs to settle down and don't fight off emotion as much now, and work the game plan and the fundamentals.
That is crazy. He's up on the thing get drafted. No, because he got some fucking case problem.
Hey, I was gonna say, Angelo, that's funny to me. I would not be if I was Nigel Ben or Chris Ben, Chris Eubank. I'm sorry, yeah. I couldn't sit next to that dude right now. I'd have to be on the other side of the ring, dog. I'd be on the other side of the
ring. You
ring.
have to remember that they fought each other and they shared the ring, so they're kind of friendly with each other. They're friendly. The kids don't like each other. But
I thought they still had animosity.
No. Because
they're good now. Oh, okay.
After the second fight, they're good, and Nigel Ben apologized to him, and they're good.
Oh, okay.
Plus, if you make money with your opponent, you can't, and then you share the ring with them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get
it. Like we broke bread together.
Hey, am I bad? I'm mad, man.
Yeah, especially those 2 fights they had.
Oh my gosh, that was like the UK version of Hagler Hearns.
Yes, it was.
We got to deal with that shit off the screen. Yeah. Well, we're about to pick in a minute, man. I'm coming, you right back on.
Yeah. 2 picks away. Yeah, we 2 picks away. New England already, their pitch is in.
Yeah, Patriots pick is in.
Look to the tribe. Miller overview says Miller's mobility works in his favor, but he doesn't stand out enough to project NFL success. He's a work in progress for sure. This project.
Man, Xavier Restrepo still out there too?
Yeah, man. That's what I was saying, dude. I don't know why people don't like Restrepo.
Yeah,
I like Restrepo. I think Restrepo's got, like I said, he's got dog in him.
Maybe he's short. Maybe because he's short.
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, I like his play style. I'll be honest.
I would have took him over Mellet.
Me too.
I'm like, I don't even know who Mellet is, but I'm seeing some proven names on this board that still ain't
for sure. For sure.
Get a linebacker in the fight.
Oh, they got it tied, Angelo.
Yeah.
Eubank's gonna get a point taken away. They're about to take a point away from Eubank.
Yeah. They're scrapping though, man. This is like a street
fight.
They
are. Oh, nice right hand.
As soon as we pick this last pick, I'm gonna shut this down so I can get some shit done before we go back on tonight.
Tell me about it.
Like the tribe still don't have the.
I go jump on the recliner and stretch out for a little bit. Sitting in this chair gets a little uncomfortable after a while. I already did 9 hours yesterday. I'm at
man, tell me about it, bro. My wife's looking at me like, "Are you done?" Oh,
and then Thursday night we were off about 6 hours Thursday night. So
yeah, exactly. The whole weekend since Thursday.
These draft days are long days.
All right, we're here, man. We're here, man. The pick is in for the Jaguars.
For sure, man. But it's a labor of love.
For sure.
Especially you can get on,
pick is in. We're up next right now.
Yep.
Looks like Patriots took another tackle, trying to help Drake May.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What do you guys think about the two linemen that we got?
I love them.
Oh, I'm
Love 'em.
ecstatic.
I do too. I do too. I do
I'm
too.
so excited for the way the draft ended last night. Those two picks at the end of the third round were just freaking beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah.
What I wanted.
Ooh.
I wanted an offensive lineman.
Oh
in the first
boy.
round, but by trading back. But
I think we got two quality guys. I saw that he got rocked a couple times. Eubank is countering.
I think those two linemen
Shout out to everybody in chat.
makes our
Shout out
first
to
round
everybody that be rocking with us. That be
Yeah.
thick as in.
Two solid picks on the O line for sure.
Let's see where we go, bro. The
Right,
pick
here
is
we go.
always
This is
in.
the last pick. Let's see
As
how
y'all
we
know,
end.
bro, it's always respect. It's
Uh-huh.
My Pop's over here doing his own damn show over there. He ain't got the bullets. But
oh yeah, he's talking about the podcast.
yeah, he's over here.
Well, man.
Doing his own damn show.
I'll be on my thing,
Too.
man.
I can hear your channel rate.
Well, let's see where the Raiders go here, bro.
Yeah.
It's a little bit behind on the screen.
Pick is
Oh, we got Cody Lindenberg.
All right, hey, you called it, Angelo.
Oh, hey,
We
I
got
was right.
Cody Lindenberg.
Really?
Yeah. Linebacker.
Well, at least we got one.
Linebacker.
Man,
I
we
know
had
that's
to wait till
805 guy, man. 805 like
we had to
that.
wait all the way to this to get a linebacker.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
805 for sure.
Yeah, throw his highlights
I know
on.
some
Dude.
people. I know 805 happy about this motherfucker. I know he happy as hell. Cody
Him and Jackson
Lindenberg,
Woodard
huh?
are the same type of linebackers. The kid from
Okay.
UNLV and the kid from Minnesota, they're both good.
He had a good game against USC. I watched him play against
I
SC.
asked her about him.
Yep. He's a good. So Cody Lindenberg is good side to side linebacker, covers the pass well, can stop the
Did
run.
anybody draft that running back from USC? Oh, they did?
And he's like 6'2", 240. So
Oh, I like that size.
I'm happy with it. I'm ecstatic. Well, Chris already left. I guess he had some shit to do, so we're gonna shut this down. I want to thank everybody that's come into the channel today. We've had a bunch of people in here. We got Papa Rundown in here right now with us. I can see Rundown.
Appreciate you, man.
What's up, guys?
Yep.
Angelo's been here pretty much all day with us. Juan's been here for quite a few hours with us. I appreciate all the chat, everybody that's been in here and adding your input today. We appreciate that. Tonight at 9 o'clock, we're going back on again. It's going to be the last call podcast, but we're going to kind of do like an open talk thing. We're not going to do the history of the Raiders that we have been doing on Saturday nights. It's going to kind of be like an overall draft recap on what's going on. We want the chat involved. We're going to open it up at one point, and we're going to bring fans in. And if you want to get on camera, I'm more than happy to have anybody on. We only have up to 10 people on the channel.
That's all positive shit.
Seahawks got Damian Martinez.
We'll figure it out. So again, I thank everybody for coming in. Papa Rundown, thank you.
We appreciate
Little
all of y'all,
Rundown over
man.
there, and Baby Rundown. I don't know where Baby is.
Just said, appreciate you guys, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, man. We'll tap in. We'll tap in later, bro.
Yeah, man, we'll be on. I'll
Send me the link, Jeff.
It's going to be in that studio. So.
Okay.
All right.
All right, man.
Take
So
care,
look, hey,
everybody.
Angelo, I'm gonna go eat, bro. I'm gonna give you a call after a minute. I didn't even eat
all
yet.
right, cool. All right.
Okay,
bro.
man. You guys be good.
Yeah, man.